East and West. We're out west, Ashburn, Virginia, as the Commanders get ready for a Week 9 tilt against the New York Football Giants. Good morning, Brian Mitchell. How do you do?
I am fantastic, brother. How are you?
You know what? I'm grooving today.
Grooving?
I had a 7 a.m. dentist appointment.
Wow, mine's at 3 today.
That's bizarre. We both have a dentist appointment today?
Yeah.
That is incredibly weird, right?
Follow up from.
Oh, because you cracked your tooth.
Well, no, I had a cleaning 2 weeks ago, and then they like you to come in to make sure everything healed properly.
When did you crack that joint? When you were in like a little bit of pain?
That was before I went to Tampa.
Okay, all right. I remember that. I'm a big believer in flossing. It's one of the few self-care things I really do.
Mm-hmm.
I just like the way it feels.
You like the way it feels?
I like getting all the gunk out between your teeth, man.
I try to do it every day. I got those little picks.
Yo, the picks are
brushes this morning.
Game changer for flossing. So
did not know there's going to be a conversation today, but we got it going on. Huh?
Well, dude, I didn't realize.
Brought to you by Dentistry.
I hadn't been to the dentist in 2 years.
That's how I was for that cleaning.
I just kind of forgot. I thought I had been, and then luckily I'm still all Gucci. No cavities, no nothing. So we're grooving.
Well, it's just like, when we had the COVID going on, I didn't want nobody all right here.
Yeah, that's fair.
I backed off of them a little bit.
But it is weird. They put this fluoride on my teeth, and it just your mouth feels like it's stuck together. So I actually have a toothbrush with me in case it impacts our ability to speak, in which case I'm just going to brush that gunk off. Shout out to Dr. Kwan, though. Appreciate you. Let's check in with the chat. Who was first this morning? Boom. Who do you think it is, B?
Tay.
Mass destruction.
Kind
of intense. Okay. Hip, hip, hooray for Bleep You Day. Jim Zorn style. It is Bleep You Thursday.
Do not mention Jim Zorn again, please.
I have a very specific Bleep You for when we get there. We're going to do Bleep You Thursday at 1 o'clock. Josh Kendall from The Athletic's going to join us at 10:30. Chase Hughes, Monumental Sports, going to join us at 11:30. Don't look now, but the Wizards have won 2 in a row. And last night dropped 130 on Atlanta. Bilal Coulibaly looks good.
Cats were 6-2. Commanders were 6-2. Or the Wizards going to 6-2.
That would be nuts. Yo, how about
2-2 now?
We got to talk about you getting in a 2-2. If the Wiz get to 6-2, I'll throw a 2-2 on.
I am sitting there this morning, and I get a notification. Damn landfill. I just started laughing.
What was it?
It said, if the Commanders get 5 more wins, B. Mitch would be wearing this would be his uniform or something said. I fell out laughing. So landfill, thank you for making me laugh this morning.
Yeah, thanks, landfill.
You're not talking to us?
No problem. I mean, it's the truth. I just gotta let the people know.
Hey, I almost retweeted. I said, nah, I'm not gonna retweet this
one. The deal is, if the Commanders win 11 games, B. Mitch is supposed to put a 2-2 on. I think it's they're at 6 right now, and they got 9 to play. It is quite possible. We don't need to get too far.
I better go start doing some curls, some toe raises, and I'll get my calves right.
I haven't checked your calves in a while, but your arms are pretty jacked. I wouldn't worry about the curls. Did you watch toe raises? Sure, go for it.
You don't have to worry about no curls when you get on the damn tutu. You got to worry about your legs looking good.
I just retweeted that, landfill. Well done. The B. Mitch Finley account. All right. Obviously, we're going to get heavy into the Commanders. We're going to hear specifically from Cliff Kingsbury and Joe Whitt today, the offensive and defensive coordinators, respectively, for Washington. We're also now only like 5 days out from the trade deadline. There's a game in between, which I don't think would dictate a lot of things. But certainly, I think trade deadlines with good teams, like you saw the Vikings get very active to go get a tackle because they lost Darisaw.
Yeah.
Like that makes sense.
Yeah.
You hope that doesn't become the case, but sometimes injuries will dictate how aggressive you want to be towards the trade deadline. Plenty of time to kind of look at all that stuff, and specifically to talk about the Giants. Washington, 3.5-point favorite on the road in the Meadowlands. I'd love to know the last time that happened. But Brian, did you watch the World Series last night?
I did not watch any of the World Series. I was eating steak.
Shout out to our friend Pete Brasia. Really nice
Turned
birthday.
65 years old.
I think it was 60.
I thought it was 65.
You say what you want. I believe it was 60.
Nah, it was 60. It was 60. I was messing with him the whole night.
They had a really nice party for him over at MGM National Harbor, and sitting outside there and watching the sunset over the river.
That's nice.
It was really pretty.
Yeah.
And then I had to go to work, and then you guys went and got steaks.
Yeah.
I
had a regular size one, then I had a JP steak.
A little guy?
Nah, I didn't have a JP steak. I should have. I would have had enough ounces if I'd have eaten your steak plus the time I eat.
I would have split one with Bees probably. That would have been my move.
Nah, Bees destroyed his. He destroyed it.
I went into NBC4, and have you ever heard of this restaurant, Holy Cow, in Del Rey in Alexandria?
No.
So it's a burger, shakes, beers spot, and they like to do kind of pop culture moments in time burgers, and they come up with a special burger for the day. And so they had them in it at Channel 4 because they came up with a Hail Mary burger.
Oh.
And we were eating them. Eating live on television there's no good way to do it. Like, you just look like a slob.
Or you just, I do it live on stream every day.
I know you do.
Listen, man, people got to understand. Lunchtime comes, especially when you're doing intermittent fasting.
Sure.
When you hit 12, can't wait till 2.
I get it. This burger, though, was banging. So it was Angus all beef patty, big joint, bacon, a fried egg, barbecue sauce, cheddar cheese, and an onion ring on top.
And you took off the onion ring.
No, I ate it.
You
When
did?
something like that is all put together, I don't. Cooked onions are closer to doable for me. Raw onions is a problem, but cooked I can.
If you
kinda
could eat an onion ring, which is just the batter is just fried around the damn ring, that you can eat live raw onion.
I'm
too.
allergic to raw onion.
No, you're not.
Yes, I
If you're
am.
allergic to onion.
Self-declared.
You're allergic to onion. You crazy, dude.
JW in the chat says JP was farting like crazy.
I just saw that.
Can't confirm or deny, buddy. It was a hell of a hamburger.
Well, we should get some of those today.
Maybe we can make that happen. They were quite good, but they're going to give us food out here. Also, Parrot Head Drew to bring a tailgate in tomorrow. I don't know if we're up for that. We can discuss.
I'm up for any time. Landfill, are we up for bringing in food?
Sure.
All right, there you have it.
Anytime somebody want to bring some food, because Drew always brings other stuff with the
Well,
food.
Drew's talking about like tomahawk ribeyes and stuff. So yeah.
Well, Drew, don't worry about JP. Hell yeah. What you say, Landfill?
Sure.
Landfill must be busy. This
Landfill, are you? What's wrong with you, man? Did you eat a gummy or something this morning?
Ooh, the old morning gummy. Aggressive.
He's delayed in everything he does today.
Well, maybe Jeff's not there, and maybe he's just like taking in
that's
the
what it is.
silence. I think we have Toby this morning.
Okay.
Tobo, you there? Maybe Landfill's on his own.
All right.
All right, we're going to stop
Well,
going back to
stop messing with
BC.
Landfill. Then.
Yeah,
There we go.
something's going on back
Let our
there.
man take care of his thing.
World Series last night. Yankees get up 5-0. Then the Dodgers load the bases.
Uh-huh.
They strike Shohei out with the bases loaded, but that was only the first or second out. They're up 5-0. They proceed to have this like series of little league BS, Bush League nonsense.
All that because that
errors.
little bastard grabbed that damn ball out of Mookie the other night. And then
You think it was
it's karma. And I'm listening to Gronkowski because that idiot went to high school.
they were
they were
college
He's
buddies.
talking about the guy is a beauty. He's not a beauty. He's an ass, is what he is.
Dude, it was so the Yanks give up 5 in the 5th, I believe, and then all of a sudden it's a tie game, right? I guess the Yankees scored 3 and then a pair of solo shots, I think, to get up to 5. So then it's a tie game. Yanks take the lead in the bottom of the 6th. They get through the 7th inning, Brian, and you know what I do? Because I have a 7 a.m. dentist appointment.
Went to sleep.
I went to sleep.
Yeah.
Dodgers score 2 in the 8th, go on to win 7-6. I never thought the Yankees bullpen was good enough to win this. I think Aaron Judge never got hot. And if you're going to make little dumb mistakes, and I think Judge had a huge error. Garrett Cole made some really – the Yankees just never seemed locked in enough to beat the Dodgers, who are an absolute wagon. Freddie Freeman is just outrageous.
I mean, Mr. What they call him? What the person said? what you call it when you get your teeth? What they call those?
Veneers.
They call him Mr. Veneer. They say his teeth are so big he couldn't close his mouth.
Yeah, it's.
But you know what? He know how to put a bat on a damn ball. I'll tell you that.
Dude,
6 straight homers in 6 straight games in the World Series.
those are some chompers he's got.
Hell yeah.
Baseball's over though, and it had me thinking this morning because, like right now, I did a hit with Linnell last night, and he asked me how good of a time is this to be a DC sports fan, and it got me thinking. And certainly, listen, the NFL is the most popular sport in America, and the Commanders are the most popular team in town. And it's by a fairly wide margin, right?
Yeah.
So when they're good, and especially right now where it seems like you might have a transcendent quarterback and a coaching staff that is delivering on all of their messaging and front office leader that is finding the right players, like everything seems to be breaking right. And if that happens in football, it's going to make everything feel a lot better.
Yes.
Caps are playing really well. Ovi's on track maybe to even break that record this year. The Wiz shockingly look pretty good. And then I'm like, baseball season's over, which means the next time we see them, the Nats, what some people keep telling me, might finally spend some money.
Let's see.
I don't know that I see it happening, but
I'm the type of person I believe it when I see it.
yeah, and dude, I've grown a little tired of they had to trade Juan Soto and they got so much back crowd, because you know what would have happened in the 5 years Soto's been gone? Maybe they just win more games, and maybe they make a wild card because they have Juan Soto. Like, and of the haul they got back, I'm not entirely sure how great it really is. Like Mackenzie Gore did not have the year many expected. I don't know. We don't need to get too far down the rabbit hole because none of it will matter if ownership is not committed to spending money. And we'll just have to see if that happens. I'll believe it when I see it. Yep. That's what it sounds like you are too.
I am right there.
We've probably gone too long on October 31st to not wish everyone a happy Halloween. Happy Halloween, everybody.
Yeah. Be careful out there tonight. I'm going to just say that.
I know you don't like Halloween, right?
I have no problem with it.
You don't like giving away candy.
I don't like having to get up every 5 minutes. So,
but your neighborhood's so big. Are there that many kids walking around? Like the lots are so big.
People come in my neighborhood and they ride. They come to, and they have like a caravan of kids in trucks and golf carts and everything else.
Okay.
Maya's going to take care of that.
Maya would be great at that.
Cool.
And you'll be sitting on the couch watching football?
Probably with a bourbon.
I got to get home to walk around for some trick-or-treating tonight.
I used to go to the back in the day when my kids were small, we would go to the mall.
Really?
Farrell's Mall always had the little thing. It was cool walking to the stores.
That's fun. We just do our neighborhood. It's funny how complicated Halloween has gotten, and like kids are going. Maybe this is coming for me down the road, but my 9-year-old Shelby got invited to go to like a different neighborhood to be with her friends, and it was very sweet. She was like, "Nah, I just want to walk around our neighborhood with you guys." I don't know how much longer we'll have that. Eventually, she's not going to want to hang out with me.
Just hold on to it. It's about to leave.
I know.
It's about to leave.
But the girls are very excited. Halloween party at school, the whole 9 yards. Got me thinking, to me, this is not much of a question, but do you have a favorite Halloween candy?
Favorite Halloween candy?
There's a lot I like, but there's a runaway of my one seed.
What's your one seed? Reese's Cups?
No, Kit Kats.
Kit Kats?
The Kit Kat Halloween size, the fun size, is the best product Kit Kat makes.
You know the Snicker with the 2 pieces in the pack?
Yeah.
The big one? And Bobby Mitchell used to always hand out Snickers all the time like that. And I would just hold on to all of them
like
the year.
Around Halloween, or he always had
It's
Snickers?
like he always had them on the plane, and I would hold them, and he'd give you extra. And then Halloween, I would give those out. That's when I used to.
So what, you were just recycling Bobby Mitchell's Snickers?
If he giving them to me in bulk, why the hell am I going to eat them all? I eat one of them. I can freeze them. Well, what I do, I cut off the nougat, then I freeze the caramel and the peanut part with a little chocolate on it, and I like to eat it when it's cold and hard. You know what I mean?
That is a remarkable amount of effort. So you're actually getting all these little Snickers out and slicing the top
I just
layer
got out
off.
the 2 that I was going to eat. I don't eat all of them. I saved the rest for Halloween.
That is a remarkable act of austerity, I would say. You are playing chess while the rest of us are playing checkers. You're saving up all year.
He would have
Snickers
tons of them.
bars.
He would have them, not all year, like during the football season.
Okay.
So, and it would come closer to Halloween, which if he has, let's say 100 of them, people didn't really grab them. I just grab a big hand, boom. And by the time Halloween come, I got a big bag like that. And then I'll go buy some more if I have to. So,
I think we're giving a bunch of candy away. We might be the house, though, because we both want to go with the girls trick-or-treating that has to do the bowl. And you know that just some, 13-year-old boy is going to run through the bowl.
No, and see, sometimes I have to just, we have a little thing that says trick-or-treat, smell my feet or whatever. It's like a little thing with 2 feet sitting out. And we just put it in and let people grab it themselves. And the kids,
sometimes these kids will take
yeah,
50.
they tried it. I was just sitting outside, and I was in because my car, my car is always in the front part of my house.
Yeah.
So I'm just sitting in the car. I had dark tinted windows, and they run there. And the
Scare
guy
the hell
goes,
out of 'em?
"We're gonna take all the candy." I said, "I wish you tried." I rolled the window down.
I bet you scared the hell out of that kid.
Locked on Law said the best candy is any candy you can take from the kids in the interest of safety.
No, you call it dad tax and you take as much as you want. I've been doing it. I think my kids, there's also the amount of Halloween celebration has really, really exploded over the years.
Mhm.
Like my kids did a trunk or treat. They've had various activities where it's like a Halloween party. So this is generally when my health and diet go to die for the football season. I kind of keep it together till Halloween. And then I have such a sweet tooth that I just eat all the little candies. And tonight will be a disaster. But listen, if you are a father and you're listening to this and you have young children, you can take as much candy as you want and you call it the dad tax. That's the reality of the situation.
Was one of those.
Lanville, what's your favorite Halloween candy?
I like Sour Patch Kids.
Okay.
What?
I don't.
Yeah.
I am a chocolate guy over like a gummy fruit candy guy.
I gotta find that.
But the Sour Patch Kids can be good. I don't mind one or two. Do we have Toby today or are you solo in there?
Toby's here.
Hello, Toby. What's your favorite Halloween candy?
Yeah, I'm going to lean with you, JP. Kit Kats are unrivaled. Kit Kats are fantastic at any time, but those small ones, like you're saying, are the best ones.
It's like 2-prong of a Kit Kat. And what I like to do most, my dad did this. It wasn't always Halloween. We just have bags of Kit Kats in the fridge. I like them in the refrigerator, not the freezer. So they're chilled, but not like frozen. I can't recommend those enough. They're fantastic. Also, Heather McDonough, if you're listening, you were out of the office for a few days, not feeling well. I did eat that whole bag of Kit Kats you had at NBC4.
You stealing somebody else's Kit Kat?
I'm telling her it's not really stealing.
Oh, it is stealing.
It was kind of out for everybody.
Dude, you've already taken it, so that's stealing. What the hell are you talking about?
Listen, here's the truth. You can't. I cannot be trusted left alone in a room with Halloween-sized Kit Kats. That's just the truth of the matter, man.
Or, in other words, you just can't be trusted.
Not with Kit Kats. No. That's the reality of the situation.
I don't understand it, Jay.
I love them.
Should not have sticky fingers, brother.
I love them. I am a Kit Kat gremlin. Correct. I did try to. I try to return the favor with the Kit Kat purchase theft, if you want to call it that. But when I went to Wegmans, they didn't have any. So
in other words,
SOL,
you never replace it, which means it is your fault.
Do you eat those too, JP?
What's that?
Do you eat those too?
At Wegmans?
Did you steal those ones too?
No, at a store you got to pay for it. If your friend, if your friend buys them, you can just help yourself.
You don't know who to kick out before in that refrigerator. That's not your friend.
At the office?
Yeah.
You're talking old stuff, man. That was years ago.
Yeah, last year.
Statute of limitations, baby. We are talking football next. Josh Kendall from The Athletic joins the program. Shout out to Deep Purple. Right now, you're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on 106.7 The Fan. We are excited to welcome in Josh Kendall from The Athletic via the BetQL guest line. Sports betting has come to Maryland. Don't place that first bet without checking with BetQL. BetQL analyzes every game to find the most profitable betting opportunities. Get 3 free days of BetQL access by downloading the BetQL app. Josh, what's up, man? How are you?
Good. How are y'all?
We're good, man.
We are doing well up here, dude. It's a very different feeling to be at Halloween and know that the Commanders are a very legitimate playoff team. As somebody that covers the whole NFL, what have you seen from this Washington team?
Well, I mean, I've been as surprised as anybody, frankly. I don't think anybody expected, 6-2 Jaden Daniels playing as well as he has, as quickly as he has. Dan Quinn and Cliff Kingsbury hires got a lot of, people looking down their nose at him how many months ago now? And, suddenly they look very smart. I think Dan Quinn is a guy who was a good fit from a confidence, get some juice back into the building for a franchise that needed it. And Cliff, we can all go back through Cliff's record and we can pick apart the way seasons have finished, but right now they look really good.
It's really interesting you bring that up because you're totally right. I mean, people in town, when the hire got made, everybody was screaming about Ben Johnson. Obviously that went sideways. They go with DQ. And I know Ron Rivera. I like Ron Rivera as a person, but it's almost like Dan Quinn is delivering what Ron said he would. It's so easy to throw around the culture word, but it's kind of happening now.
Yeah.
And I think DC fans and maybe across the country folks were like, you can't do this retread stuff, but DQ seems to be a different type of cat, man.
I think he's done what they expect players to do. If something gets stale, they expect the player to reinvent themselves. I think both he and Cliff did that.
Yeah, I think Dan has learned some lessons, but I also think this is who Dan was in Atlanta. I mean, Dan got a lot of juice flowing in Atlanta. The Falcons, we all remember 28-3, but he got the Falcons to the Super Bowl and to the verge of winning a Super Bowl. Not a lot of people have done that. He did a good job for a time in Atlanta. And then, after 28-3 and then the next season, then it starts to, kind of come apart. And then all of a sudden the Coach Bro stuff and the slogans on the T-shirts and all that stuff doesn't go over as well. That stuff wears thin after 5 or 6, 7 years. But in the beginning, when you're coming in the building and you're firing everybody up and you believe in everybody and you're giving some players who have kind of been kicked around for a while some confidence, that's bound to help.
I agree. And then you add in a rookie quarterback that's taken the league by storm. What do you make of – I mean, I know you cover the Falcons and you're all over the league, but of Jaden Daniels so far?
He's been fantastic. I mean, I think that he and Cliff have been a perfect marriage. There were a lot of people, if you go back and look, not a lot of people, but there were enough smart people who said, yes, Caleb Williams is going to be the number 1 pick, but don't forget about Jaden Daniels. But we believe that Jaden Daniels could be the best of this bunch for X, Y, and Z, one of which being he's played a lot of football, one of which being he's NFL ready on the deep ball. He's got something that we know he can do this. We know that this works in NFL systems. And if they'll give him a chance to sort of, let that be his comfort zone and then build everything else around it, he can have success and he can maybe have early success. Nobody expected it to be this early, though.
Nah, nobody expected this early. But when he was coming out, it was all the knocks on he takes a lot of sacks. I haven't seen that so far this season.
He's done a really good job of protecting himself, and he did take – it was not even so much that he took a ton of sacks in his college career, but he took so many just spectacular sacks. I mean, he just got – more than anybody I can remember recently, he got blown up several times, and you worried
Bama
that
hit, the Ole Miss hit.
Yeah, I mean, you worried that just one of those in the league, and that would be the end of his season. That's legitimate worry, but he has done a really good job of protecting himself. They put him in position to protect himself, and so far, knock on wood, I mean, nobody except maybe Dallas fans, want to see this kid's season stopped short. I mean, this is a lot of fun.
It is a lot of fun. Actually, I just saw this from a dude named Ryan Cooley is where I'm seeing it. He does data for PFF. There was all this talk about Jaden's pressure to sack ratio coming out of college. Right now, his pressure to sack percentage is 17.5%. That's 11th best in the NFL. So very far from a concern.
Yeah.
Dude, Josh, let's zoom out a little bit and talk about the NFC as a whole. I'm looking at your power rankings from The Athletic this week. You go Lions 1, and there's an easy case to be made. Green Bay, you go Lions, KC, Green Bay, Buffalo, Houston, Baltimore, then Washington. As we kind of get closer to these, not playoffs, but like at least seeding and getting some semblance of what's going to happen, Washington's got a big NFC East matchup this week. Obviously, winning the division is paramount because then you're at least getting one home playoff game, probably two. How do you think the NFC East race is going to stack up between Washington and likely the Eagles?
Well, I think that'll be fascinating, but I think that Washington, I mean, right now I feel very comfortable telling you that the Lions are the best team in the NFC. I don't have that same comfort level at number 2. I mean, I could make an argument for the Packers as I have, but I could argue that the Commanders are in there. I could argue that if the Eagles have really figured things out on offense and have figured out a way to put Jalen Hurts in a better situation to have more success, they could be that number 2 team. That is still a stacked roster. I'll be fascinated to see who sort of settles as the next best in the NFC once we get to the playoffs. It absolutely could be Washington.
Well, if Washington gets another win too, does that kind of change things a little bit for you?
Yeah, I don't know.
In the next 2 weeks, if they're sitting at 8-2.
Well, dude, especially with the Steelers looming.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that, but I mean, here's the thing for the Commanders from my perspective. You've got to start thinking about playoffs. I mean, the season, the complexion of this season has changed. I think you need to not, yes, each week is its own season, blah, 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 blah. You want to get yourself in the best position you can, et cetera, et cetera. But this team now, I think, is going to be judged on what happens late in the season, not what happens in this middle point. You got to get through, but you got to keep getting better and put yourself in position to capitalize because as much as you think Jaden Daniels is going to transform this team for the next 15 years, look how great things are going to be. We've seen cases where that doesn't materialize. You've got to strike when you've got opportunity, and they've got opportunity this season.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I don't think it necessarily means with the trade deadline looming in 5 days or whatever that you have to get super aggressive. But the focus does need to be on tightening up things now, right? Like,
yes,
we've been talking a lot because Washington's red zone efficiency has been a problem. And I'm not suggesting that it's a do or die, fix this or you won't win another game. But like if you want to play deep into January, those are the kind of things that you got to fix up. Right.
And why not? It's been a long time since you've been in this position. Why not, see what you can do?
For sure. When you look ahead to the trade deadline, do you think there's been a lot of activity already? Is there another big name out there that you think could get moved? And do you see Washington making any moves?
Yeah.
I don't. I couldn't tell you, if the Commanders don't strike me as the obvious target. I think for everybody in the NFC, the obvious concern is that Detroit is going to make a big move for a pass rusher to replace Aiden Hutchinson. I think that,
sure.
If you're Washington, do you feel like you need to make a move to keep pace with something like that? I don't know if they're quite in that spot yet, but for me, pass rushers moving is probably, we've seen the wide receiver run. That's probably about over. I think you'll see some pass rushers change hands. Cleveland may be offloading Zadarius Smith. I don't think they'll offload Myles Garrett, but we'll see. But I think if you're Washington or anybody else who fashions himself as an NFC contender, you hope that the Lions don't get a deal done for somebody who's an elite edge player.
Sure.
Yeah. And who you think other than somebody from Cleveland? Because both of those guys, people would think would be obvious. Anybody else out there that seems to be somebody that they would try and go after?
Well, this doesn't necessarily work for the Commanders because I'm not sure about how willing the Giants would be to trade in the division. But I wonder there, not a Dexter Lawrence, obviously they're holding on to him, but a guy like Azeez Ojulari, just a guy who can make a difference on the fringes. That for me is a guy that I wonder if he finds a new home.
Dude, we talked about the Giants as a potential seller yesterday, and what does that mean? Like, it just gets harder and harder for me to see that ownership's really going to stick with their current leadership to allow them to go through the rebuild when, whether it was begrudgingly or not, they paid Daniel Jones. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Last one for me. You're in Atlanta. You're covering the Falcons. That team all of a sudden looks to be on the inside track to win the division. They're 5-3, playing some decent football. What do the Falcons have this year?
They have a little bit of hope. They're on the next rung down from the Commanders. This is not a team. I don't think in Atlanta that is an NFC contender. Is an NFC championship game contender. They've certainly put themselves in position in the NFC South. But Atlanta's got 6 sacks. You talk about things that put a cap on your competitiveness down the road. Atlanta's got 6 sacks this season. They're on pace to have the second fewest sacks in the NFL since at least
8 games. Have they had a bye?
No, they have 6 sacks. They're averaging 0.75 sacks a game. Baker Mayfield threw 50 passes last week and did not get touched. Not only just didn't get sacked, they didn't get a quarterback hit. So this is still a team in Atlanta that has got some flaws that will eventually be fatal. But the Kirk Cousins experience has been what they thought it would be. He has made the offense a professional offense. They have been fun to watch, which they haven't been in a while. Probably going back to when Dan Quinn was the head coach here. So Atlanta fans are happy with what they've got. I don't expect them to be big movers at the trade deadline because I don't think that they are quite in the realm with the teams that we've been talking about in the NFC right now.
Wow, that is really, really poor production getting after the quarterback.
6 sacks.
Hey, Josh, thanks for your time, man. Really enjoyed it. We'll have to do it again.
Thanks for having me.
All right, appreciate you.
That is Josh Kendall from The Athletic. Give him a follow.
That's bad, dog.
That's really bad. At Josh The Athletic on X. 11:30, Chase Hughes joins us talking some whiz. Whiz are hot. Don't go anywhere. B. Mitchell Finley 1067 the Fan. Hey B, you remember how much fun we had watching Hard Knocks off-season Giants edition?
Yeah.
Where Joe Shane and Brian Daboll just gave us wild stuff
They sure
seemingly
did.
every episode. You remember how much it seemed like Daboll liked Jaden Daniels?
Oh, he did.
And listen, I can't imagine I need to do this, but just in case you're listening to this program and don't know who the people are we're talking about, Brian Daboll is the Giants head coach, and Joe Shane is the Giants general manager. Washington takes on the Giants this weekend in New Jersey at the Meadowlands. You got to hear this. Daboll was asked yesterday about facing Jaden Daniels. And if you remember, Daboll kind of tried to pop quiz Jaden Daniels.
And he got pop quiz.
And he just gave one of the best answers ever. And now knowing Jaden a little bit, it's just so earnest how he responded. Daboll gave him some like wild scenario, and he's like, what would you do? And he's like, throw a touchdown? And I just thought that was so great. And then if you remember Joe Shane, they showed him on draft day, and he has 3 or 4 young children. And one of his kids are like, Dad, you got to get Jaden Daniels. He's the best player. And Shane was just like, yeah, thanks, dude.
Maybe he's not smarter than his kids.
I don't think
he's not smarter than the 5th grader.
But the reality of the matter is Jaden wasn't available. Like,
yeah, he wasn't.
Mark Davis has said Max Crosby's not available. Please stop talking to me about trades. That's basically what Adam Peters told the rest of the NFL when it came to Jaden Daniels on draft
Yes,
day.
indeed.
Now, this week's a little more interesting because the Giants at 2-6 are facing the Commanders at 6-2. Giants head coach Brian Daboll spoke yesterday and was asked about Commanders rookie quarterback sensation Jaden Daniels.
You obviously liked what you saw of Jaden coming into the draft. Then you got to see him in week 2. What have you seen in his development since then, now that this will be the second time you see him?
Well, he's one of the better quarterbacks in the league already. He's got great vision. He can throw the ball in any area he needs to throw it. He can throw it under pressure. He can escape, make plays with his feet. He can escape, make plays with his arms. He's got good command, which we knew. He was a smart guy when we spoke with him. He's playing really well at a high level. And you can tell there's a lot of confidence in him. He has a lot of yards per attempt, 8.5, which is really good. Makes good decisions. He does a lot of good things.
So I heard that yesterday, and then I saw this tweet from Ben Standig. He tweeted the video out, and he just said, Brian Daboll talking about Jaden Daniels with the enthusiasm of someone having tuna fish on wheat toast at lunch for the 8th consecutive day. I just thought that was perfect. Daboll is clearly so pained at the prospect of Washington landing this quarterback and him being stuck with Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
Like it's so obvious how unhappy he is with the quarterbacking situations of the two teams facing off this week.
Let's be real, man. They were, in a way, forced to make that deal with Daniel Jones. And then they tried to get out of it even after they had just done it the year before.
So
it tells you a lot.
Specific to Brian Daboll, I'll quote Taylor Swift and just say, I get drunk off jealousy. Like him being mad about the Commanders quarterback situation. Like anyone being jealous of the Washington Professional Football Organization quarterback situation just feels great because it's been a long damn time.
It's been a long time, and we've always felt jealous. So.
But specific to that, they had no choice. I remember Armand we used to work with?
Yeah.
I remember Armand telling me they had no choice but to Supermax John Wall, and they have no choice but to Supermax Brad Beal. And Giants fans, especially after the win in Minnesota in the playoffs, they got no choice but to pay Daniel Jones. You always got a choice. You always got a freaking choice.
You got a
man.
choice, but you know what? Sometimes, man, it's just you look at him and you start looking around and you say, well, he's in our system. We're going to pay him. That could be a problem. But that's what I mean by they get forced. They were forced into it.
I think, listen, sometimes you get a Kirk Cousins in Washington situation where they were forced to pay him and probably should have and didn't.
Yeah.
And they tried to figure their own way out of it. When the most dangerous thing in the NFL is when you have a somewhere between decent to good or maybe even quite good quarterback, and then you pay them quarterback money,
Yep.
you really put your franchise
Handcuff
back.
yourself.
We don't have to worry about that.
No.
and now it's like this is a whole different. This is like.
But I just love his whole demeanor and the way he is more than anything. I think we've seen people come along that you just know this person is not going to do what they're supposed to do.
All right, here is what we're going to do. Washington heading to the Meadowlands to take on the Giants. Vegas got them as 4-point favorites, 3.5, depending where you're shopping. Washington 6-2, New York is 2-6. New York hasn't won a game at the Meadowlands all year. I think both their wins are on the road. How confident are you in Washington this week? How do you feel about this game?
You asking me or you asking the folks?
I'm asking everybody. We'll do it next. Phone lines open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. I think Landfill's doing a bit where he's playing Rob Zombie because it's Halloween. I have no idea if that's accurate, but it seems to be like a Halloween theme. I'm going to try to crack that code. Brian, how confident are you in the Commanders going up to the Meadowlands on Sunday?
I'm actually confident in the
Hang on.
I'm confident in the team at this point now. But, you always have that little thing in the back of your head because this is one team that always seems to give us fits. And I'm in a mindset that I think we're getting over that hump this year. We've been exercising a few demons.
Sure.
And I think this is another one that can be exercised this year.
I definitely tend to agree with you. I coined the phrase "no fade in Jaden." I just think he has created something different entirely here. And it's not just him, right? Like there's a million factors, but he would be the lead singer of the band. That everything is different. And I think going up there will allow them to really show that they're a different team, right? And I think if you look back on week 2, I think Washington's significantly better than they were week 2, and I'm not so sure the Giants are.
They aren't.
Losing Tyrone Tracy, I think, is a big loss for them. I guess it's not official that he's out, but I think
the running back?
Yeah.
Well, that would be a big plus for us.
He had the concussion Monday night.
Yeah, but
and
he ran for 140-something?
He runs hard.
Yeah.
But I think, a guy like that in concussion protocol, Monday night game, short turnaround. My only caution is this time last week, everybody with a pulse was saying Baltimore was the best team in football despite having 2 losses. Then they played Cleveland in a division game and lost. Division games are different beasts entirely.
They are totally.
I want to let the folks weigh in. 800-636-1067. Let's start with our guy, Jupe, on line 4.
What up, Jupe?
Fellas, what's good, yo? Hey, listen,
good, man.
as long as we got I'm good. As long as we got Timothy Daniels back there, I'm confident we can win against anybody. And we keep talking about trades and so on and so forth, but the reason why I keep saying I'd rather just stay put and wait till the off season and then see what we can do. One, because let's save our draft picks, front office shown that they hit on everything they pick up. And then 2, I want him to go through, I don't want everything to be easy for him. I want him to go through some adversity so that way he can learn to overcome it. And, and year 1 is the year to do it. So, but I think with Dan Quinn, with Timothy Daniels back there, we're in good hands. So overall, we're good to go. We're going to take care of this. I'm a little bit nervous about the Steelers game, but after that, the Eagles game, it's kind of up in the air, but so far, Timothy Daniels is undefeated in prime time. But that's all I got for you, fellas.
All right,
Thank you,
man.
buddy. This game's not in prime time, Juke, but I don't want to necessarily point that out.
Anytime you play the Giants, it's prime time.
Jaden does feel like a game changer for all of these conversations.
Yeah. He doesn't get bothered by much. You watch him. I kept running that little 13 seconds back in my head. The dude never seemed flustered the whole time. Then you watch him before he got rid of the ball, he double hitched to make sure he got himself in the right position and let that thing go.
Totally.
That ball from where it left his hands to where it tipped the guys was like at the 2-yard line. That goes into the end zone anyway. So it just, you see people like, I remember who was it? Baker Mayfield, like last year trying to throw a Hail Mary, and he basically threw the ball on the ground because he was trying so hard and he just threw it out in the ground instead of getting it up in the air how it was supposed to be. So,
let's keep these phone lines going. Some folks are feeling confident. Blake is very confident, I understand. Blake, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Look, you got to be confident going into a game versus the Giants. I know, JP, I know Mitch is going to be very skeptical on the pod this week. I know he's scared of Daniel Jones. But I got 2 reasons. This Johnny Newton and Phil Mathis. They really look like they want to play. That defensive line, despite John Allen being hurt, has really impressed me. And the defense as a whole, yes, you could talk about Jaden Daniels, but I think that defense and that defensive front with Phil Mathis and Johnny Newton have been really making a difference in these last 2 games, and I'm feeling really confident, JP. Happy Halloween, guys.
Thanks, brother. It's a good call.
I'm happy he said that because we've been talking about Newton. Mathis has played.
Yep.
That this staff comes in, what we saw in the first 2 years is not what we're seeing now.
Dude, and the linebackers are playing so well largely as a result of him.
Yeah.
How about Tischler just getting name dropped there, just getting randomly trolled? That was something.
Hey, man, he deserves it.
Let's go to Nikki G. Nikki G, how you feeling about Sunday's game against the G-Men?
Well, watching these boys always make me nervous. This is a trap game because every time we play the Giants, Daniel Jones seems to be a superstar. I just feel if we give the ball to B-Rob, power left, power right, power left, power right, I think everything will be just fine. But then again, we got to stay to the script. So any given Sunday, anything can happen. But I have faith in my boys, but they just need to come through. That's all I want. Victory on Sunday.
All right,
Let's
man.
go. Let's go watch this man.
Thanks, buddy. Any given Sunday. Not inaccurate.
Yep.
Breaking news on the Fan. Tell me your level of excitement for this, Brian. Jaden Daniels was voted as the Pepsi Rookie of the Week for Week 8. It's his 6th Rookie of the Week award this year.
Just give him the award.
Yeah, dude.
6 out of 8 weeks.
I'm so happy that just happened. First off, I was talking to Toby about it 2 minutes ago, and Chicago Bears fans have been such whiners about Caleb Williams not winning that award. For Jaden Daniels to win it in a performance against the Bears just makes me so happy. I hate the Bears and I hate their fans.
When
I
did
love
they
Jaden.
think, when did they think
like
he's supposed
this
to win it?
version of Landfill.
I was a couple weeks ago. It was the first time that Caleb Williams looked like he might be semi-competent as an NFL quarterback. The morons in that useless town decided that he should just win every award that exists. Screw him.
I think it was
Caleb Landfill?
Yeah. I think it is.
Damn.
Caleb was good in London. I think he had 4 touchdowns. And that might have been when Jaden was okay against Cleveland. I don't remember what the game was, but Caleb did have the better game. Like, listen, man, if you're
I think it might have been the week when they lost to Baltimore, where he still had outstanding numbers.
What is the age cutoff where, as a fan of a team, you should care about Rookie of the Week awards? I'd say
I don't think you could put a cutoff
10
on it.
years old,
Nah, man.
12 years old.
Nah, Jay. Fans.
If you're over 10 years old,
Nah.
you got to not worry. You should not
fans
impact
are
your day.
fanatical. Fans care about every damn thing. You even care about everything. If anything pops up sometime and it's not getting this play is not getting their love, you don't like it. I can understand what they're feeling, but you know what? They have nothing to base it off of. They're idiotic.
If you're mad this week that Jaden won it, tell Caleb Williams to throw a Hail Mary.
Yeah. Well, I saw something this morning. I hope it was just somebody making a little trying to mess with him, where he said, "I gave us a lead. I can't play defense at the same time." That had to be. He couldn't have really said that in the press conference, did he?
Who said it was Brady, wasn't it?
Caleb.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah,
I remember
it was,
Giselle
I
said
hope the
he
hell
can't catch the ball too.
I hope the hell he didn't say that. That's all I'm saying.
Let's go to Cairo and Ashburn. Cairo, how confident are you with the Skins going up to the Meadowlands?
I mean, I think normally in the past, 2 or 3 years, I would have been like everyone else who's just like, I don't know, Giants, Daniel Jones, they have our number. But after what happened this past weekend, I think, with Jaden Daniels back there, anything is possible. I think, we have a chance to really dominate them, and I think we should. But I mean, it is a division game. Those things are kind of weird. Weird things happen. So, I mean, I'm pretty confident regardless of that. I think we should go up there and dominate and show that we're really the team in the NFC East. But we'll see. I mean, you never know, right?
We shall see. That's what makes it fun. Thanks for the call.
Play the game.
Jaime is in Manassas. My gut tells me Jaime is confident.
Is very confident.
What up, Jaime?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thank you for taking my call. Yeah, I think the team's playing better. I think Jaden Daniels is playing better since we played them the last time. That it was a kicker's fest, as we remember. the kicker that make all the field goals, and the other one that got injured. So, but I think we're playing better. The defense is playing better. B-Rob is back healthy. He has a hamstring problem now, but I think he's going to be fine on Sunday. And I think we should win by at least 7 points. I think we should handle this. It's about time to start dominating bad teams. If we're good, we should be taking care of bad teams like we did with the Cleveland Browns. And I think we're going to at least win by 7 points on Sunday.
All right, man. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you, Jaime. They have beaten bad teams down.
They have.
And these guys might qualify.
That's when you begin to do that to bad teams. That's when you're going to arrive. Everyone just think, oh, if you happen to upset this good team, oh, we're good now. No. When you take care of business with the bad teams, you know, when you go into a game and you're actually better than that team and you beat the hell out of them, that's when you know you've arrived.
Apparently that Caleb Williams thing was fake.
Okay, that's what I said. I wish it was.
Let's check with Pete in Landover. Pete, how you feeling about the game this weekend, man?
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call, man. I tell you, Jaden's just like a bottle of wine. He's just getting better every week. He's learning more. Chicago brought the heat. They did a good job of handling it. And at the same time, I think it's shout out to the linebacking core and that front four on defense. They just did a good job on Chicago last week. I would say if I had a worry, I would say probably getting in the end zone more when we get down the red zone. A little concerned about the illegal man downfield a couple times. Seems like little things like that can really come back and bite you in the butt too. But
that's still something a point of contention the league is trying to do, and they're calling people for that a lot.
And it does get a
Some
little
of them are
trickier
too
with the
damn
RPO
close.
stuff.
Yeah.
When linemen don't know where it's
Employee of the
going.
week. That's Pepsi Employee of the Week. I work for Pepsi. I'm glad to hear that. So I'm just so excited for the team this year, guys.
Thanks, brother.
All right, man.
Appreciate it. Let's check in with Marty up in Jersey.
Marty, what's up?
Yo, what's up, guys? Hold on.
What's
Let me switch this up. Oh, shit.
Oh,
sorry.
All right.
boy.
Martin's got to go.
My bad. Wait. Oh, sorry. Hey, guys.
Yeah.
You're off to a hell of a start, Martin.
My bad, because I had my AirPods
That's
in.
fine.
I know you guys don't like that
Just
stuff.
hit it. How confident are you?
Go ahead, brother.
I'm mostly confident, a little nervous about like the little letdown that they may have. Thinking that it's the Giants, but I think it's going to be a lot better because it's a divisional game, so I think it's going to be really good. I'm also the guy that has the company I sent you guys those JD5 hats. So Mitch wore it. I was so proud that
awesome.
you had it on.
Appreciate that, man.
Jaden.
Yeah, I got to find
I'll be
mine.
at the
It's
game
in
at
the
MetLife,
studio
so I'm trying to
somewhere,
bring home
right?
the dub. What? What's
All
up?
right, man. You can send us some more if you want.
Yeah, thanks for the hats, dude. Appreciate you.
I'll be at the game, so I'm gonna try to bring home the dub.
All right, babe. Appreciate
Very
it.
cool.
Gotcha.
Let's try. Our guy Kevin is in Fairfax. Kev, how confident are you?
I'm so confident. I'm already on to the Steeler game, and I think that's the game that everybody that showed up on Groundhog Day is going to get a free ticket to, right?
I think you're no. What? 2222? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, the Groundhog Day event in Bethesda, they came out and said, yeah, everybody's going to get a preseason. Well, that never happened. So is the default game against the Steeler game that we're all going to get a free ticket to?
I don't have a clue of what you're talking about.
I do remember at the preseason game they said it was the 106.7 versus 980 event at the Draft House, right at the Jazz Club, whatever it's called.
Correct.
The Commanders said everybody here gets a free ticket to a preseason game.
Yeah.
I don't think, sir, that means you get a free ticket to the Steelers game.
Steelers game. They said preseason. They didn't say regular season.
Oh, man.
But good luck with that.
You made it sound how you wanted it to sound, right?
You know who you should call is Wendy. Now, I don't know her number or anything, but Wendy's in charge of all things tickets. She comes on with us every Tuesday. She knows a ton about sports. So I think you should call Wendy. Good luck.
Wendy's sitting there right now saying JP is an ass.
Let's get Mama Stu real quick.
Mama Stu.
Yo! Oh, hell no! What's going on, fellas?
What's happening?
We're good. How are you?
I am blissful, and I'm fairly confident in our coaching staff to have these guys ready to go up there and do what they do. Division games are always, our division play hard against each other, so I'm not going to say it's a gimme, but I'm confident that these coaching staff, this all-star coaching staff, will have these guys ready. And even in the red zone, we saw what happened with them with the Giants the first time, and then they got their stuff in order, got it corrected. We saw what happened in Arizona. So I'm confident in the coaching staff to have these guys ready. Whether we win or not, listen, I'm confident in them, and my confidence in them says, hey, we're going to go up there and do what it do.
All right.
Appreciate you, Mama.
Appreciate it.
All right. No, don't take any more calls, boys. I'm going to knock out the ones we got. Doug is in Brandywine. Doug, how you feeling about Sunday's game?
What's up, fellas, man? What's going on, B. Mitch and Finley?
Good,
We're good, bud.
Man, I'm confident about the game. I think we're gonna go up there and dog them boys. It's a different team since game 2. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I think the play calling gotten better. I think he was kind of, taking it slow with Dayton at first. But my whole thing is this: like, as far as like our red zone woes and when the offense slow up, why doesn't he stay in the two back set with that pro set formation? Like, all 3 of our running backs can catch. Every time we go to it, we get positive yards, 5, 12, and then he go away from it. It's like, I don't understand. Like, we use that 2-back set, our offense become unstoppable because the defenses don't know if Jay's gonna keep it, he gonna pass it, the running backs check and block. So if he put that in the game plan, like, we'll dog the Giants, man. I think we're gonna get in the business. I just want our fan base to stop being pessimists. The days of old is gone, man. We need to get that attitude like we're gonna dog whoever we play. Let's go, DC.
All right, brother.
Strong call. Appreciate you, man.
Like it.
Here's what we're going to do. Everybody on the phones, check in with Toby. We'll get you back for Bleep You. You'll be at the top of the list. We got to bust out, talk a little bit of Wizards basketball. Let's take a whiz. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, Mitch here. The NBA is back, and FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbooks, want you to catch all the action. And right now, FanDuel is giving everyone 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do to catch every tip-off and buzzer beater is place any $5 bet on the NBA to get 3 months of NBA League Pass courtesy of FanDuel. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to make every moment more this season. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. After 3-month free trial, the full price of League Pass will automatically be charged monthly. Cancel anytime. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We interrupt your regularly scheduled 4 hours of straight football talk because the Wizards have won 2 in a row, and they've done it in impressive fashion. And Bilal Coulibaly looks like a serious player. And to help us figure it out, we welcome in our friend, Mr. Chase Hughes, Monumental Sports Network. Chase, what up, dude?
Not much, man. That song takes me back to covering the Nats. Reminds me of Jason Worth.
There you go. I like it. Tell the truth. There's no way you expected them to be 2-2 through 4 games.
No, he expected to be 4-0.
I did not expect them to be 2-2 through 4 games. Obviously, their 2 wins have come against the same team, the Atlanta Hawks. But the Hawks were in the play-in tournament last year. You know, they're not bad. I thought they had a really good offseason. And what's funny about that 2-2 record is the 2 teams they've lost to are arguably the 2 best teams in the league. The Cleveland Cavaliers and the Boston Celtics. Obviously, Boston won the title last year, and they're 4-1. And Cleveland is undefeated. It's 5-0. So it's not just 2-2. It's who they've played.
Yeah. Well, JP has been raving about Bilal Coulibaly. What are your thoughts on his plays thus far?
Oh, I mean, he has been so impressive. We knew he was athletic. We knew he could defend. But what he's done offensively this year has been, I think, a bigger leap than anyone expected to this point. He grew an inch over the past year, and he's 10 pounds
Damn, he's still
bigger.
growing.
He got
How old is he?
Yeah. And he's still only 20, and he's still growing. But what's, I think, been a huge effect from that is he's just so aggressive and confident when he's on the court. He's playing like he knows he's one of the biggest, most athletic players on the floor. And he worked a lot on his ball handling this offseason. He broke his wrist down the stretch of last year, so he had to basically only do things with his left hand for a few months. And he got to work and improved his left hand. And you're seeing it in the numbers. He's getting into the paint like 3 times as often as he did last year. He's shooting really well from 3. Last night, he had 27 points. That was a career high, which surpassed the career high that he set 2 games before that. So he is becoming a much better offensive player than anyone expected, especially with the ball in his hands, because we saw him knock down shots from the perimeter on catch and shoots last year. But now he's been a primary ball handler and looking like he fits that part.
Bilal has been, seems like he's way ahead of schedule, even for the people that were most excited about him. Does that seem fair?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think there's a lot of people around the league that feel that way. I've talked to people from other teams who, were picking and like beyond the lottery last year. And they said that, as of like a month before the draft, they had their eyes on Bilal Coulibaly. Like they thought he was going to be there. And then, he started being in the mix for a top 10 pick, and the Wizards ended up having to trade up to 7th to sort of ward off other teams to get him in that draft.
I'm going to show B. I retweeted you last night, this clip. Watch this. This is Bilal on defense. The clip you posted late second quarter where Bilal makes the steal on the pick and roll, pushes. Watch this follow, B. So he's throwing it to Alex Sarr, who you'd like to see finish. Ooh. Dude, I hope you enjoyed the grunting there, Chase. What is
kind of interesting? I'm on both sides of the thing right here.
What is Sarr giving them right now?
A lot of really good defense. He's blocking a ton of shots. He's had multiple blocks in each of his first 4 games. That's a franchise record to begin a career. And I believe it's the longest streak any player's had since Joel Embiid back in 2016 to start an NBA career. He's showing up really well in terms of contested shots. And the thing, I think if I were to point to one stat that's really stood out to me, it's not just the blocks, it's not just the contested shots, but he's up there around top 5 in the league in contested 3-point shots, which is absolutely not normal for a 7-footer. And I think it really illustrates the potential they saw in him to be a versatile player on both ends of the floor, but specifically on defense, someone who can cover a ton of ground and competently switch on to smaller players and hold his own on the perimeter, because that's just not something a lot of big men can do.
Isn't he more of a defensive guy, though?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I think this whole draft class, honestly, was more defensive than on the offensive end. And, it's taken a lot of flack for the lack of scoring. But for a team like the Wizards that wants to build a defensive foundation, which I think is really smart, because if you look at all the teams that go deep in the playoffs, they play defense. it really worked in their favor. And Bilal Coulibaly was a defensive pick. Now we're seeing the offense come around, but he was a defensive pick. And so was Alex Sarr. And GM Will Dawkins has said that himself, that was a guy that they targeted for his defense in particular, and they'll wait and see what he can do offensively over time. So I think they're evaluating him more so on the defensive end than they are with his scoring, but they like his potential there too, because as we've seen, he made play last night off the dribble where he threw a nice little pocket pass to Bilal Coulibaly. He can handle the ball. He could shoot a little bit from the outside. I don't think the percentages are going to be particularly high over the course of his rookie season, but you're also seeing flashes of his scoring as well.
I don't know who we need to talk to, but on Google box scores, they have Bub Carrington listed as Carlton Carrington. We need to get that fixed. Like, he should only be referred to as Bub and not Carlton.
Well, on his birth certificate, it says Carlton.
Yeah, but you always say don't give out my government, right? They need to chill with
Well,
this.
I tell you, don't give out my government.
How good has Bub been?
He's been really good. The Wizards PR department had a great stat about him last night. He had a game, I think it was 16 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists. And he's the 6th youngest player to have that stat line. And the other guys that were ahead of him were like LeBron and Kevin Durant. It was like a very exclusive group of players. So he's the youngest player on the team. He was 18 when he was drafted. They love his intensity and his mindset on both ends of the floor. I mean, he talks a lot of trash. He is a very
I like him already.
player. Yeah, he's a very aggressive player, getting into the paint. I've been trying to avoid the phrase "he's a dog" because that's what people keep saying about him so often. It gets cliche, but he is a dog on both ends of the floor. And the Wizards, they could use more of that. They need more players like that who are dogs on defense in particular, and he absolutely brings that.
He's a Baltimore kid, dude. He's got no choice.
It was in him when he came here. So all right, we understand that they're doing a rebuild and all this stuff, but if you wanted to tell people about this team, how would you describe them to get people to say, I need to go check them out?
Well, they're very young, but they're also very big, and they're versatile, and they play hard. And I think, however many games they win this year, that's sort of the characteristics that they expect to have when they get on the other end of this rebuild, whenever they're ready to compete for the playoffs or hopefully more than that. They want to have one of the biggest, most versatile teams in the league. So I think it's exciting to kind of watch those things sort of start to shine through, because they mean something in the big picture. Whatever the stat line is for an individual player at the end of the game, you don't want to make too much of that, but the style that they're trying to play, especially the defense that I talked about with Bilal Coulibaly and Alex Sarr, like 5 years from now, however long it takes, they want that to be their identity. So I think it's fun to watch. It's always fun, to watch really talented young players sort of find their way in any league. And the Wizards have a bunch of them right now because, they made a few trades to get 3 first-round picks. They had the 2nd pick, Alex Sarr, the 14th pick, Bub Carrington, and, of course, also the 24th pick with Keyshawn George. It's not often that you can see that many first-round picks play on the same team as rookies. It ties the franchise record. It's only happened 2 times before for the Wizards. So, they've got a lot of young talent that they're trying to develop right now.
We're talking with our friend Chase Hughes, Monumental Sports. You can follow him on all platforms at Chase DC Sports. And I feel like you make really good TikTok videos. I've been enjoying them. I know that the Wiz are your profession and a passion, but I also know what the Commanders, the Skins mean to you. And you've posted some really good content. Listen, I'm not going to get too excited about the Wiz from a win-loss standpoint. I am allowing myself to get excited about the young team they're building. And if you look at the track record of, especially Dawkins and OKC, like there's reasons to like this, right? The Commanders, though, we might have said that, and now we're at the halfway point of the season, and it's like, okay, we're excited about the future, but right now is exciting. How do you feel about the Burgundy and Gold?
Really excited. I'm still sort of in shock at what happened on Sunday. It was the most surprising win I've ever seen them have, at least based on how the game finished. I was at the You Like That game. I've seen basically every game since the mid-'90s, since Brian Mitchell was playing. But I was kind of trying to rack my memory what it reminded me of, and certainly the Monday Night Miracle. I think the most surprising win for me before this was probably in 2006 when they blocked the field goal against the Cowboys and Sean Taylor ran it back and had the face mask penalty to set up a game-winning field goal. But this was absolutely stunning. And my favorite part about it is I was able to watch that game with my family, and I could just tell, like, as it happened, that like that was going to be a special memory for me moving forward. And we haven't had too many games like that, and that's like kind of, I think, what makes football so beautiful, especially in this area, is just like, being able to share it with your family and your friends. And we just haven't had too many moments like that. And on top of that, it felt like one of the first games where, like, okay, this is our team again. When they rebranded it, it was kind of like an expansion team, and it took a few years, but I feel like we're getting back to that. And obviously with Jaden Daniels, it's being taken to a completely different level.
Yes, it is.
All right, last one then. We've been asking this on the phones. How confident, you've been watching this team a long time. You know what has happened in the Meadowlands. How confident are you for Sunday game against New York in New Jersey?
I would say confident, but not like I heard a caller earlier say he's already on to the Pittsburgh game. I'm not saying that because
I'm glad he's not a player.
I mean, dude, any division game in the NFC East, you can't overlook anyone. I mean, just think about on our side of things. Like we would always get one. Like remember Colt McCoy on Monday Night Football against the Cowboys? Like anything can happen in the NFC East. So I would say,
bro, last week the Browns beat the Ravens. Division games,
I mean,
man.
exactly what Jameis Winston. Yeah, so you just never know. You can't take it for granted, but certainly I'm probably more confident than I've ever been going into a matchup against the Giants.
All right, Chase.
All right, Chase.
Appreciate you.
Brother.
Hey, dude, listen to me on this. Monday night Wiz Warriors. I would keep an eye around courtside for what could be some very broad-shouldered guess. Call it an educated guess on that one.
Wow, I was just talking about this last night. I wonder when Jaden will show up to a game. I don't know if that's what you're referring to, but when he does, I have to think he'll get a pretty big applause.
It'll be interesting to see. Thanks, buddy.
Okay. All right, thanks, guys.
All right, man.
All right, that's our friend Chase Hughes. Give him a follow at Chase DC Sports. Coming up later in the program, it is a Bleep You Thursday, and I'm going to try to eat 50 Kit Kats. All right, B. Something I want to point out. Just I feel like we're all working together to try to make each other smarter, right? And that part of the collective agreement we've struck here on the B. Mitchell Finley program.
Yep.
So somebody tagged me in a post from NFL Rumors at NFL Rums, NFL RUMS. Okay. How great is that? The Commanders just tweeted out a picture of Jaden Daniels dressed up as Batman for Halloween.
Hi, I'm Batman.
He looks like he's 5 years old or something there, don't you think?
Yeah.
All right, but NFL Rumors says the Ravens, Chiefs, and Commanders are reportedly in on Rams corner Tre'Davious White. I'm not saying that is or isn't true. Frankly, I don't know. But Tre'Davious White was quite a player at one point. He's had some injuries. Believe he's an LSU guy. But all I would caution is that the Twitter account in question here, maybe not in question, but in reference here, misspelled Chiefs.
Yeah, but Chiefs,
they have CHEIFS instead of IE.
That's the new way.
I before E is a pretty basic rule when it comes to spelling.
Totally.
And I just think if you're gonna be taking your NFL Rumors from one of these possibly kind of fake body,
normally that's a sign of something that's fake. When
like
they misspell words.
If you misspell Chiefs, the back-to-back Super Bowl champions, I would at least hold my breath before assuming that rumor is true. That's my piece of advice. Does that seem fair, Brian?
Makes sense.
Okay. Thank you, buddy. Here's what the plan is for us. We're going to take Cliff Kingsbury live at noon, and then you can hear for yourself what the Commanders offense coordinator has to say. Undoubtedly going to talk a little bit about some of these red zone woes and what needs to happen. I do more and more think it's an execution thing. And, kind of once you get through that, if you can just get through a game where you don't have any penalties inside the 10-yard line, I think your red zone efficiency numbers are going to skyrocket.
They'll go way up.
Yeah.
They'll go way up.
It's
like the thing about it, they get there and they've shot themselves in the foot. They just got to find a way to stop doing that.
Right. I totally agree. Let's do this. ESPN has this list of the mid-season report. What have we learned about these NFL teams? ESPN, and it's weird how all these websites have different calculations. They have a calculation for the Commanders to make the playoffs right now at 84%, chances to win the division at 45%. People still like the Eagles. The Eagles are still the favorite from Vegas standards too. Can I write this? Yeah. What we know, Washington has found its quarterback. Rookie Jaden Daniels has been everything the Commanders hoped for, a dynamic player who set multiple records for accuracy. He has impressed coaches and teammates with his work ethic and leadership. You agree with that?
I agree totally.
Wholeheartedly. That's an astonishing thing to have complete agreement in, and I think it should give people a ton of reason for excitement. What we don't know yet, how would you answer that?
How would I answer what we don't know?
Yeah.
In Jaden's situation?
No, about the team.
About the team. Oh. Just, I think injuries always is a problem, how they overcome.
Yeah, separating that because you never know where that's coming, right?
Yeah, you don't. But what I don't know about this team is I just don't know if they could keep it up the whole year. I mean, I believe they can, but you don't know because we've seen seasons that end differently. I just believe they've done so much way quicker than I thought that I'm kind of like, I'm in awe.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think what ESPN writes is that they just don't know about the defense because they've shut down bad ones but struggled against good offenses. If they keep playing bad teams and a lot of these offenses don't look that good that are remaining on the schedule, ultimately the stats are the stats because you play who you play and you take it from there.
I mean, you can't, they play in the same team other people playing.
How about this, B? Right now, the Commanders are averaging 30.1 points per game.
Okay.
Do you know the last time they averaged more than 30 points a game?
What, in the 90s?
Yep.
91?
Yep.
I'm not gonna think about it. La 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 la. I'm not going there. I'm not going there, Jay.
Dude, in 5 of the past 6 years, they've averaged fewer than 20 points per game.
Oh, we talk about that every year, man. Like, my whole deal was 3 touchdowns and a field goal.
Right.
24 points give you a chance to win most games. If you look at 24 points output and you take the schedules for the last 25 years, let's see how many times we'll have a better than 500 number.
And then this last thing I think is really, really relevant. The injury to watch at this point. I think a lot of people would say Jaden, but he hasn't missed any time, right? I guess he came out for a play against the Giants weeks ago. But Brian Robinson is a vital part to this offense. Brian Robinson missed a game, has been questionable in 2 others. B-Rob landed on the injury report yesterday. We've heard about the knee, right?
Yeah.
Yesterday he was on there with a hamstring.
Well,
limited.
when you hear about a knee, you can bet those other things are going to follow.
You know what will follow us? Cliff Kingsbury on the B. Mitch and Finley 1067 The Fan. Cliff Kingsbury is the one calling all the plays for the Washington Commanders. He's been dialed in so far. Cliff Kingsbury talking to the media ahead of Week 9 against the Giants.
Mary, right? How much cleaning goes into something like that? I mean, just in practice during the weeks.
A ton of reps throughout the course of a year. What's crazy, we have a guy on our staff, Dave Rye, who's been a part of 5 now. So 3 in Green Bay, 1 in Arizona, and 1 here. So he's kind of the expert. But when we got to Arizona my first year, he and Tom Clements, who's Green Bay quarterback coach, legendary, one of the best quarterback coaches of all time, Coach Favre, Rodgers, all those guys, they kind of installed it like this was just going to happen. Like, it's a normal play. I'm like, this shit never happens. Like, what are y'all talking about? But they had been a part of 3 with Rodgers. So we kind of bought in and have been fortunate to be a part of 2 of them. And the guys, I mean, it's about players, not plays, like I've said. And the guys just executed flawlessly, and incredible play by those guys. Oh, there's no doubt. And the last one was COVID, so there were no fans, and it was just kind of us screaming. So this was a lot more exciting, and that was really, Kyler made an incredible play, and he saw Hop one-on-one and took his chance. There's just Hop going up and making a play, and this one took everybody, and so that was really special.
Hi, Coach. You met the Giants earlier during the season, and this team is much different team this time around. Could you just talk a little bit about the matchup this time around and what you're looking to see?
Yeah, you always hope you made significant improvement from week 2 up until now, and there's always a bit of a battle of attrition this time of year with injuries and things of that nature. But they've played really well on defense. They continue to get better, not giving up many points, very disruptive as far as recording sacks. I believe they lead the league. So it's a impressive group to watch. Shane has done a great job schematically each week, I think, really tailoring it to their strengths. And so it'll be a huge challenge.
Being the first time that Jaden's going to see a team for the second time in his NFL career, what kind of challenges does that provide for him?
It's always difficult. You know each other really well at that point. You have a lot of intel, and you've seen each other on the field. And so to me, it's about not trying to do too much and just stay within yourself and execute at a high level, which he's done so far this year. But it's a disruptive group. Like I said, I think they've gotten better and better. And the games always haven't ended the way they wanted. They've been in every game, and the defense played at a high level.
When you have a receiver like Terry McLaurin, what's the balance between having an offense or a playbook that goes to him too much or not enough during the course of a game or the course of a season?
Yeah, I'd say, I mean, every game with a guy like that, you come out of it saying, I wish we would have gotten it to him more. I mean, he's that type of a talent, and he plays hard. And like I've told you before, the beauty of him is he never asks for it. He never comes back, complains, and never gets on the quarterback. He just does his job. And when that guy is doing it like that and blocking, playing without the ball, then everybody else is going to get in line. And that's kind of the beauty of him. But yeah, I think he's a guy you want to make sure every week, if the money's on the table, like the ball's going to him.
Jaden has had a number of those throws where they haven't had a high probability for success, for touchdowns. Why is he good in those times? I think he's had more than any quarterback in the NFL this year. Why is he good in those moments?
Yeah, just he has a fearlessness about him when he plays. You know, he cuts it loose and believes, and you know, he in practice it's not like he's just trying to complete it. He's trying to make the perfect throw, and he judges himself on that, which you know, the great ones do.
And is there one? First of all, it's funny because we watch him on Fridays, and the other guys are sticking it in that yellow bucket, and he's not. And it's funny, you put him in a game, and you're going to put your money on him, I would say.
Yeah, there's no doubt. He's not great at the trash can drill, but he's really good on the field. So I think that'll work out for him.
What are those throws that he's made this year that just jumps out to you besides the Hail Mary?
Ooh. I mean, he's had a bunch. One of the most impressive throws all year was the one that Luke caught. I think it was the first drive of the game. Sweat's barreling down and pulling his jersey, and he drops it in there. You know, Luke almost gets his feet down, but his like off-platform, off-schedule stuff has been really, really impressive.
You guys obviously are up tempo a lot. It looked like the Bears were trying to, with late substitutions, were trying to slow that down. Was that is that kind of what was happening, and is that something that's kind of new that you guys are seeing?
No, we've seen it sporadically throughout, and it's just really on us to make sure that we're concise with our substitutions and we're nailing it. Otherwise, they're going to be allowed to, you know, hold the ball, and when we sub, they sub, and they tend to take their time doing that, which I understand. It's part of the game, and it's built in that way. But that just means we have to be really good when we do go fast or we sub that we're dialed in.
What is the protocol? I guess I know they get the sub before you guys can snap, but like they seem like they're doing it like fairly late. Like what's the, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean it's very subjective, crew to crew, and yeah, I'm not going to get into that too much, but they are allowed ample time, in my opinion.
Hey, good afternoon, Coach. Obviously, as an offensive coordinator, play call, you want to stay as flexible as possible. How valuable is it then to have so many guys that you can trust to help protect if need be or chip? You know, Austin, obviously, Lee McCaffrey, John Bates, etc. How valuable is that for you?
Yeah, it's been huge, and take pride in it too. Those guys take pride in that, and playing without the ball and making sure they're buying more time. And it's hard for these linemen to block those guys. They're some of the most dynamic athletes in the world playing DN and rush in this league, and so you're going to need help at some point, and we try to do that and take some off of them, and those guys really embrace that role. And a lot of times, you know, they're the ones who get the ball too, because it tends to be they'll chip, defense will drop them or forget they were there, and then they end up catching a check down for a positive play. So it has been a good part of our offense, and it's been cool to see those guys really embrace it. Yeah, it definitely needs to be better. I thought we moved the ball well at times against Chicago, but had a chance to really put it away a couple of times. I thought that could put a lot of pressure on them, make it more one-dimensional, and we just floundered around down there, whether it was bad play calls or not the type of execution that we expect. And it was similar to the New York game as well. Just have to call better plays and have to execute better, and our guys know that. We can't expect to win like that. Defense did a tremendous job continuing to get us the ball back, continues to give us a chance to put that team away, and we just didn't do it. I wish I could say so. No, we were trying to score as many touchdowns as possible. We just did not get it done. Yeah. Thank y'all. Appreciate it.
P. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. I like that line from Cliff joking that Jaden's not that good at the trash can drill, but he's still pretty good when he's on the field. Yeah. You know, with Cliff, I think he is striking the right tones. I thought it was pretty interesting. I thought the Bears were really, really intentional about trying to slow the game down a lot and trying to do the really late substitutions.
They did that on purpose.
Now, and Cliff clearly was pissed about it and didn't want to say it, right?
Well, I think the referees have to be more cognizant. Yeah, you get the ample time to do it.
To sub.
But you watch them walking back. They were taking their damn time. And the ref just sits there. If they're not doing it in a regular manner, the ref should just move out the way and let them snap. Catch them offside.
Well, you could blow the whistle and then it's 12 men on
Hell
the field. Yeah, I think it's one of those things that there's probably not a lot of answers for, but at some point, if it's clearly intentional, let them blow the whistle and let them snap it, and it's 12 men, and then it'll change. Because what you generally notice when there are 12 men on the defensive side of the ball, some dude, whether it's a big 300-pound D tackle or it's a safety, they are hauling ass to get off the field.
Yeah.
Because they don't want to get caught in that 12-man penalty.
True.
And yet, against Washington, they're able to just chill.
And just walk like, I'm just lollygagging around, and the ref allows it. They should know at that moment what they're trying to do.
Totally.
So
I totally agree with you. Landini, I'd like to run Joe Whitt too. I'll let you tell me when you want to do it. Kind of looking ahead to Sunday and then Tuesday, you know, you do have this kind of lingering trade deadline. What, if any, DQ kind of shut that down yesterday, said, yeah, you know, I talked to Adam and that's his part of town. Do you think Quinn and Peters are having more advanced conversations around that?
Around talking
trade deadline?
I'm sure they're talking about, hey, look, man, we didn't expect to be here. You think you want to try and ask somebody else? And if so, who? So I can start putting out feelers and figure it out. or maybe he comes in, just asks a question. Dan, like, nope, I like what we have. We're going to try to go with this year. Let's save that stuff for later on. Then Adam gets to decide if he wants to do that or not.
Yeah, I think you got to kind of slow play it to Tuesday afternoon. I think the only spot I really see that you can add, barring an injury this weekend that would impact your roster build out. If they were to lose a lineman or a DN or something, then it changes.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing right now I'd be really interested in adding that probably won't cost much is a veteran corner. And there are veteran corners you can look around the league, and not necessarily the Denzel Ward where you're willing to pay a high price, or even like a former first rounder, JC Horn or something. But you can get a veteran corner that knows how to play football and can help a playoff team without paying that high of a price.
Yeah, I agree.
Like it's a 5th rounder or a 6th or something.
But whatever you do has to be the right price.
Right.
I think a lot of people they hear trade deadline, they automatically assume you got to go get somebody, and they don't care what the price is. But the price needs to be right no matter who it is.
Agreed. I think that has to be the expectation regardless. That I will not be mad if they pay up, if they're able to find something that they think helps them now and for the long term.
Yeah.
Pay for it. Go get. We've said it 100 times. I don't think it's going to be available, but Denzel Ward, like that's a dude that helps you for the long haul. Go get him. If that requires, you're probably going to draft around 26. You know what I mean? 20.
Yeah. Let's hope we're in the late 20s.
Yeah.
when you're drafted in the late 20s, that's a good thing. That means that you were good the year before.
I did want to reference this story real quick, and I will, if I know me and you will run out of time. Dave Zangaro is a friend of ours. Dave Zangaro covers the Eagles, and he had a story this morning on NBC Sports Philadelphia, how Jahan Dotson is staying patient without seeing targets. And he's got some good quotes in here from Jahan. And I just think right now is a really good point of time to remember that you got faith in Adam Peters, okay? Whatever happens between now and Tuesday afternoon, listen, there's some much more important stuff that's going to happen between now and Tuesday afternoon. You could let the trade deadline be secondary on that list. Me and B both early voted. It's way easier. You should do it. I can't imagine the people that are going to go vote Tuesday now knowing how easy early voting is.
There'll be some people that's going to wait anyway.
I know. And I mean, most of the time I've been that dude, but now that I've seen the light, I ain't never going back. I didn't know this. Did you read this article yet?
Nope. I just saw it, and I did not have much interest in reading it.
How many? This is wild. How many catches do you think Dotson has on the season? And he was traded before the season started, so there was a little acclimation.
He has about 7 to 10.
Dotson right now has 13 targets and 6 catches for 35.
Damn, I missed that.
Yeah, you were
7 to 10.
You went over. You wouldn't have got.
Wow.
You would have been out. Price is Right rules.
Mm-hmm.
I like Jahan. I knew the young man. I know that there's clearly some questions about what the hell happened.
Listen, man. I like Jahan. I would always talk to his mom and dad.
Nice people.
But then all of a sudden, there's a point in everybody's career and everybody's life where you're going to hit that point, and either you're going to piss to get off the pot. We got to do one or two. All right. And he was still sitting on the pot.
Totally.
You listen, you're going to be challenged, and you better damn well be willing to face that challenge and fight it. You know what I mean? And he wasn't. And we've talked to people, talked to Ike, and I've talked to several people since. And they called me when it happened. And I said, look, man, I'm going to have to be honest with y'all. They said, well, that's why we called you. And I was straight, brutally honest. And they have seen everything I said. So Did he change? No, he hadn't changed yet. Because they're seeing what I said on the first day. That's nobody's fault but himself. Because the dude has extreme talent. Route running was his thing, so he has that. But you got to find a way to get past your thought process and all the stuff that gets you hung up and go make it happen.
It's funny you say that because Dan Quinn yesterday talked about there's always going to be stuff, and it's how you deal with the stuff and get past the stuff. And sure, he's talking about football, and this team has to get past a wild Hail Mary win last week, all those things. But in life, man, like in life, my oldest had a little cold, and a little cold in our house offsets the entire flow of things, right? But like, it doesn't mean I'm not on the air at 10 a.m. Like it just, life is going to keep happening, and it's not always smooth, and you got to push through it. I think Dan Quinn is so good at approaching that. He talked earlier this year that he likes guys that have a little journey on them, that have overcome adversity.
There you go.
And I feel like for Dotson, in a lot of ways, whenever the adversity started, and I think it was last year, I don't know that he's pushed through it yet. I thought these quotes were really interesting. Dotson hasn't had a catch in either of the last two games. And last week, who did Philly beat up pretty good? The Bengals.
Yeah.
He didn't get a single target. Zangaro talked to him. These are the quotes. Asked if that bothered him. He said, a younger me, I would say 100%. But me now, especially with the people I have in my corner, just me always trying to mentally challenge myself to be better and better and better, I feel like I'm in a very good headspace where that doesn't bother me. A younger me, that would have bothered me. I would have been mad. But it's bigger than me at the end of the day. I'm all about team, team, team. And whatever I can do to help them win football games, I'm going to do. Whether that's 0 targets, whether that's 15 targets, whether that be the game-winning block, whether that be 2 plays, I'm going to try to do it to the best of my ability to help this team win.
Well, a younger me would be pissed off. An older me would be pissed off. But the older me would be pissed off but not say anything.
Right.
I would internally take that, and my work and what they see me doing afterward would tell them he's about some business right now. You know what I mean? Everybody has reached points in their life where they feel like somebody don't believe in them. Do you just sit back and let it happen, or you find a way to let them know that they thinking completely wrong? You know what I mean? So, hey, we'll see.
Right. It's a fascinating situation up there, but it also kind of doesn't matter.
True.
Washington's playing New York this week. Good luck to whatever's going on with Jahan Dotson. But the focus here is the New York Football Giants, Daniel Jones, Devin Singletary, Malik Neighbors. What does Commanders defense coordinator Joe Whitt have in store for the Giants? You'll find out next. It's Mitch and Finley. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Happy Halloween, everybody out there. Halloween's all about being scary and spooky. You know one dude who definitely gives off the kind of scary vibes? Like, don't mess with this dude.
Who?
Commanders defense coordinator Joe Whitt.
Totally.
The whole DMV is doing nothing but celebrating after that Hail Mary, except Joe Whitt. Here he is.
I was really pleased with the efforts of the men from a communication standpoint. To start off with, we understood that the Bears were probably the second most, not probably, they are the second most tempo team in the league behind us, okay? And why do you go tempo? You go tempo for a number of reasons. One, from a structure standpoint, what you can do to the defense, typically you keep a defense in their 4 or 5 down structure, or you keep them to middle field open, middle field closed while you're going fast, and they can be very predictable in what they are going to deploy against that tempo speed. So what did we do? All right, we asked our men to let's not be simplistic in that, okay? Let's be able to go 4 and 5 down. Let's be able to go middle field open, middle field closed. Let's be able to bring a pressure from the field and from the boundary while they're doing tempo. And asking them to do that, the communication had to be A1. And it starts with Bobby Wagner. He was able to get us into our tempo calls, and there were one-word calls where I was saying one word down, and he would communicate it across the board. That he would have to put the front, he would have to put the coverage, the direction of the blitz, and we didn't miss it at one beat. So I think that was part of the reason that we had them playing behind, because they were anticipating us being in one deal, and we were able to get to a pressure if we wanted to. We were able to get to 4 down, 5 down when we wanted to get to it with their tempo. And so I give credit to the men. We talked about coming up here a number of times and said communication was a little bit of a problem for us. And if you go back and look at the film, you can see the over communication of the men, and that's why we were able to set our feet. We were able to play downhill, and we let the big run get out. That was because we came under blocks and we didn't get off a block on the edge. That we got to shore that up. And then at the last touchdown, to be honest with you, I didn't particularly like the call. I gave a safe call, but it wasn't the perfect call. And we had the perfect call in the bag. So I got to be better in that situation right there. So with that, any questions about the last game or the game moving forward?
You mentioned Bobby. Is what you were describing, is that what makes Bobby so great, or is this something that's sort of born of his experience, his time in the league, and everything he's seen?
It's just part of what makes him great. First, he studies more than anybody. When we're in there as defensive coaches, and I know everybody talks about the way that Jaden prepares, Bobby's in there as long as we are on Tuesday when on players' day, their day off. So I can easily go. We start off with the run game. I can go in there and talk to him, or Ken can go. Ken usually goes in there and talks to him. Then we go to the pass game, screen it, whatever, and he's there the whole day, watching film on his own. Then he makes the rest of the linebackers come in for part of the day and watch with him. And so that's what makes him special. And that's why he's going to, have that jacket on here when he gets finished playing.
He's almost like a player coach.
He is, exactly. Yeah. There was a couple times when they went tempo, and I told him, if you feel stressed, what I want to call, you make the call. So it was 4 times in the game. He made the call, right? And he made the right call, because there was no wrong call. As long as he knows, hey, we're going to make the call with the right personnel group, boom, we'll rock with it. And that's the confidence that we have in him, that I have in him, and that his teammates have in him, that he's going to put us in the proper call.
Mikey Senior, still just his play on the outside, especially of late. Has he surprised you at all with what he's been able to do outside?
He hasn't surprised me. It's needed. I've been pleased with it. I've been pleased with the physicality of not only him and Noah. We talk about the toughness of our defense is how well our corners will tackle. And those 2 young men have tackled really well. And bringing that physicality to speed. And now with him being outside, he's learning how to read from that. It's different from being outside and inside, but he's learning it. And he, it's going to be hard to move him back inside because he's playing really well outside.
Hey, good afternoon, Coach.
How you doing?
Doing good. How are you?
Great.
Just your initial thoughts on Johnny Newton getting his first career sack this weekend?
Oh man, excited. We talked last week about Johnny being able to help fill the void with J.A. being out, and that's a big void to fill, because Jay is just a really good football player. But for him to, not just him on that play that he got the sack, but the whole defense to recognize, we understood that they were going to try to hit the screen game on us, and screens have hit us in the past, okay? And for everybody to recognize it, to recognize the formation, we talk about looks to own, and then for him to get the play. But you got to give credit to Clee on that, because if Clee's not in that window, the quarterback throws it. And so, but I'm excited for him. He had a number of other plays in the game that were really good. He had constant pressure on the quarterback. He played the run game well. So I was pleased with just not that him getting his first sack, but the way that he played.
I think you talk a lot about learning through adversity. Johnny, just getting even onto the NFL field to start his career, has had some adversity. Can you just talk about what you've kind of learned about the young man as he's battled through all that?
He's the type of player that we wanted to bring in here. He's a commander. All right. He works extremely hard. He's tough. He's physical. He's smart. He's diligent with what he does. And so the brotherhood that you hear that these men talk about is real. There's no fluff to it. Those guys care about each other, and they put it out there for each other. And if there's somebody that's not willing to do that, it sticks out. And so he's a culture guy. He's a guy that we can build.
Hey, Coach.
Hey.
This defense has improved week in and week out in almost every category. Could you talk a little bit about the secondary, that whole group, and what you like about what you're seeing them going into this game against the Giants?
Yeah, the last 5 weeks, the whole defense, we've played well. Even the Baltimore game, that's part of the last 5 weeks. But the secondary, Jason Simmons, Tommy Donatel, William Gay, they've just done an outstanding job of gluing those guys together. Okay. We talked about the front rushing as a unit. Well, they're covering as a unit, and there's times that we might be in man concepts, but we still have to pass routes, if we want to lag it or whatever we want to do from that standpoint. But when we're in our zone concepts, over routes, we've done a really nice job of passing those. I don't think we've given up a lot of explosive passes. I know I think we're like 6th or 7th in the league and fewest explosive passes, and we would like to be top 5 in that area, because if they don't get chunks, it becomes hard to score. I think the last 5 games, I think we're giving up at 15.6 or 7 points a game, and if you're in that range, all right, now you're playing high level defense, and so the secondary, they're not giving up chunks, and they're really communicating and playing together, and we have to continue that. All right, we can't come up here next week and say but this game, so that's what we're working for.
And this team is much different playing the Giants this time around. Could you talk a little bit about this matchup this time?
Once again, they're a team that has a really good scheme. I know they might be a little bit frustrated with the numbers or the output, but the scheme is really good. They have outstanding players that we're going to have to make sure that we account for. Neighbors, he had a really good day on us last time, so I have to do a better job of making sure that we have a plan for him that doesn't allow him to just get loose like he did last time. But it really starts with the quarterback. The quarterback is a guy that has arm talent and can beat you with his feet, and they're not afraid to run him. Okay, and so that opens up a whole bunch of things that they can do, and we just have to make sure that we communicate at a high level. We understand what we anticipate them to do, and we go execute our plan.
To the point, Daniel Jones, you guys did a pretty good job last time you played of not letting him beat you too much with his feet, but you also only kind of got 1 sack on him. How do you balance kind of that running control, rushing the quarterback controlled, and not letting him beat you, but also trying to get those big negative plays?
Well, part of the first 3 games, we didn't get sacks on anybody. So I think we've really starting to find a niche of how we want to utilize the men, putting them in better positions. Like, we talk about the first couple of games. Was it the Bengals game? Critical situation. I didn't have Us on the field. That's not very good coaching, is it? And so I made sure that after that game, I say, Joe, I don't care, and the reason I didn't have him on the field was I wanted coverages that he wasn't necessarily in the package. Well, it's players over plays. So we're making sure that we have the right players and situations, and let the players, if there's a play that I want that Us is not on, that he's not a part of it, I'm not running it. It's not that good of a play if he's not part of it, And so we'll generate the pressure, because we're putting people in better positions, and it's players over plays. Give them fast plays, let them set their feet, let them play downhill, and they'll play with balance.
you said that Bobby was having the other linebackers come in to watch film with him. How many times have you been around groups like that where a linebacker's leading it that way and having those guys come in like that?
It doesn't necessarily have to be a linebacker all the time. It could be anybody, but I've been around it before. Typically guys will bring people in, but the good teams do it. And usually it's the good defenses that I've been a part of that do it. And it's somebody like a Bobby. Charles Woodson used to do it in Green Bay with the whole secondary. He'd bring everybody in. I would put a tape together, boom, they will watch it and go. So it's usually those guys that are really better, that are better players, that want everybody to see it how they see it as well.
Because of that, how much faster do you feel like this defense is playing even compared to 4 or 5 weeks ago?
The running hit has been there the whole year. All right. Now the anticipation and the speed of the defense, I think it has picked up because they're just communicating better, and we're finding our own rhythm of, okay, how to use each individual better, and they're gelling better, and they have a better anticipation on what I'm going to call in certain windows, and so this is a growth process, and we're still growing, and we're trying to get 1% better each game. And if we can keep doing that, we will continue to play high level football. If we don't, all right, we'll get up here and talk about why we didn't.
Jeremy Chin thought had a good game.
Yeah.
How have you seen him evolve over the course of the season? Maybe took some time, maybe perhaps to get comfortable. And how have you kind of seen his role develop?
Well, I should have not neglected him when I talked about Bobby, because when the calls went in, he made sure the back end had the one word calls, and his communication ability, he makes everybody around him better. And then he's just been playing solid football on his own after making everybody else, getting them on the same page and making them better. I've been pleased with what Jeremy's doing. I wish I probably would send him a little bit more, but I haven't. And so, but he's a player that's really good, that I need to utilize a little bit more.
And with your defense,
Commanders defense coordinator Joe Whitt talking there. I love that line. It's players over plays. It's
Always.
just, it's Jimmy's and Joe's, not X's and O's, personnel over scheme, whatever phrase you want to hear. I love when coaches are willing to admit that they are not the ones out there making the tackles, and you need the players on the field that can make the best tackles. It's refreshing, and it's true, and it's honest, and it's accurate. I enjoyed that. I could listen to Joe Whitt talk all the time.
Yes.
Something tells me Joe Witt's going to be a head coach. The more and more I hear him, and the more and more they can put impressive results, he's at least going to get interviews, dude.
Oh, yeah.
That ship is coming. The other ship that's coming tonight, Thursday night football, you got Jets, Texans. Let's take a look at some same-game parlay props on the ESPN Bet app for tonight's Houston-New York game. You can find them by tapping the SGP tab next to the matchup. Check this one out. I like this. For your parlay, you could build 3 legs like this. I think Houston's going to win. The Jets are a mess. So you take Houston on the money line. Don't worry about the points. Plus 110. Now, the Jets are going to be able to move the ball. You got wide receiver Garrett Wilson. Everybody's going to be thinking about Devontae Adams. Garrett Wilson is still a stud, and he's probably 10 years younger. So take Garrett Wilson over 50 receiving yards. And then as much as everybody talks about C.J. Stroud, Joe Mixon has been the best offensive weapon for the Houston Texans so far this season. Take Mixon over 70 rushing yards. So you take Houston on the money line, Garrett Wilson over 50 receiving yards, Mixon over 70 rushing yards. Parlay those 3 legs, and your total odds would be plus 275. You got to like that, man. You can make some cash. Download the ESPN Bet app and claim a 30% profit boost to use on your same game parlay for tonight's game. Now, you must be 21 plus. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Bing, bing, ding, ding, ding. What a baseline that is. All right, B, I want to do an exercise real quick. In 10 minutes, Bleep You Thursday. Phone lines will be open. Everybody can get down, all right? Quote Dan Quinn, that's how we get down. Quickly, I wanted to go do an exercise. There are people that are freaked out about Cliff Kingsbury leaving and what that will mean, right? I think it's premature, but I think it's worth pointing out Kingsbury's still making a boatload of cash from his extension in Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
So the motivation will not be money because he's making head coach money. That's number one.
Yes.
You can always make more money. I'm not naive, but like he's not right now just a well-paid OC. He's making head coach money.
Yep.
So start there. 2, because he's been a head coach, recognizes how hard it is, recognizes what he has now. You can be a little choosier, right? Like you can be a little pickier, more picky, more choosy, whatever the terms are. So it just got me thinking. I don't know. So you need a situation if you're Cliff. This quarterback class, this draft class, this ain't Caleb, Jaden, Drake, even JJ McCarthy. Like last year's draft class, there were a number of players that people love.
Yep.
I think going into this coming draft class, probably Cam Ward, Shador Sanders. Maybe I'm leaving somebody off Quinn Ewers. I don't know.
Could be.
But those dudes aren't going to be the caliber of prospect that came out last year.
Yeah.
If it's me and I have a first pick of quarterbacks this year, it's Cam Ward by a pretty wide stretch.
Mm-hmm.
But still, we're not talking Caleb and Jaden. And Drake may even. As a prospect, he was elite. So when you add all that up, to me, for Cliff to leave, you got to find damn near a perfect situation that already has a good quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And those jobs don't often come open.
True.
So
but like my whole thing is this, man. Eventually, he may. And what did Joe just say that you love so much? Players over what?
Players over plays.
Okay. Eventually, the quarterback is going to be the one making it happen.
Sure.
Not necessarily the play caller.
I agree with you.
You know, and if Jaden is the guy who we have began to think he is, Cliff is going to leave eventually. But Jaden ain't going to stop working because Cliff is gone.
Right.
And still, you can call what you want. The guy got to go out there and make the plays.
And then add on top of that, a number of coordinators last year didn't really leave. Ben Johnson, everyone here is aware of that, didn't leave. I imagine Ben Johnson at the end of this season will still be the most coveted offensive coordinator to become a head coach. Maybe it'll be Cliff. Who knows? But Bobby Slowick, I think, is the Texans coordinator, and he decided not to take interviews. But so I'm just saying, think about the type of scenario required for Cliff to even really want to entertain it.
Yeah.
And I just don't think there's that many of them.
Probably not, but I just think stop living in fear. Hell.
The only two that jump off the page to me, and I don't know that there would be a change.
Mm-hmm.
But I think if the Bengals continue to bottom out here, maybe they want to change something with Zach Taylor. They're not known for paying dudes off, though, and that might require paying a staff off. Now, the Bengals job, that'd be pretty appealing. If you can get Joe B to stay healthy, you got some weapons, that could be pretty appealing.
Yes, indeed.
I don't know, Brian, but I wonder if Buffalo again falters in the playoffs, how firm McDermott's seat is. I don't know, but he's a defensive guy. You've got Josh Allen. Like, maybe you just got to change it up at some point. But, dude, just looking around, the Dolphins, Tua, no thanks. The Pats, the Jets, Tomlin's not going anywhere. Nobody wants the Browns job. Harbaugh's not going anywhere. D'Amico Ryans isn't going anywhere. Maybe you could talk yourself into Trevor Lawrence and the Jaguars. I doubt it. You got to really like Jacksonville.
Yeah, but I think just like we say about players all the time, it's not the color of the team. It's green.
Sure.
And that could. My whole thing is I'm going to go what I just said. That dude that wears number 5, I don't think he's going to stop being good if something were to happen. And I would anticipate something happen if things keep going like it's going.
Totally. You know what's
maybe
funny?
If it's not this year, probably after next year.
You know what's really funny, I think, is the Bears' job could be an interesting one. And frankly, I don't think they should have kept Eberflus around. They did. I kind of think they'll change that after the season.
Mm-hmm.
That would be Cliff reuniting with Caleb. They had the year together at USC. A lot of people have already put Ben Johnson into that job. We'll see about that. You know what I do think would be a good job for Cliff? Arizona. Good young quarterback. But they already tried that record.
He's already there.
I just think the assumption that Cliff is 100% gone after this year, I think is a bridge way too far, man.
Yeah, but I just think that it's something. Listen, instead of sitting here getting worried about what could possibly happen, like, it's going to go to hell in a handbasket. No. I believe that the young man that's in that position is still going to be someone that people want to play with. He's going to still keep working like he's always worked.
Yep.
I don't think he's working like that because of who's coaching him. That's who he is. And if you have that first, you can get everything else.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I mean, what if Vegas gets the top pick? Right now, it'd be Carolina again, and then Tennessee. Do you think both Carolina and Tennessee would be in the quarterback sweepstakes again?
I don't know if they're going to just Tennessee. It's possible.
I think they should be, dude.
Because listen, man, you can play around with that type of money. For what they pay the guys, it's a lot of money.
Hell, Levi's is on a second round. He's not even on a first rounder.
They can definitely go.
The
look
money's
for them.
definitely not the issue.
Yeah.
But like, whoever the GMs are of these programs, do they have the wherewithal to admit a mistake and get like?
Well, let's say this.
Those are ugly
who don't want to
situations.
admit the mistake and keep trying to fight, it catches them anyway. Because at this point, you're paying them. So if you're the owner, you're gonna pay them anyway.
I think everybody needs to chill with the assumption that it's a done deal. Cliff leaves. I think it has to be the absolute right job with the right quarterback or the right opportunity to get a quarterback. And that just ain't that simple. What is simple is how Thursdays at 1:00 work. Okay.
Yeah.
Thursdays at 1:00. It's time for Bleep You Thursday. Whoever has made you mad, whoever has wronged you, whatever slight inconvenience in your life you want to call in and scream about on the radio, this is your opportunity. 800-636-1067. Let's go. It doesn't sound like Bleep You Thursday music. Is this a Halloween song, Landville? You might get bleeped for this. All right, I guess it is a Halloween song.
Mm-hmm.
Every Thursday, we come together as a group. We get to say bleep you to whoever, whatever we want.
Yeah.
And I got one. I'm going to lead us off.
What you got?
So yesterday, I drove from here to MGM National Harbor to go to Pete Brassia's birthday party, right?
Which way did you go?
The bottom of the Beltway, Wilson Bridge.
Okay.
I did the Easy Pass lanes, so I spent whatever it cost, like $17, but I moved pretty good. If I had not done the Easy Pass lanes, I bet it would have taken me 2 hours.
Yeah, it was crazy over there.
But so I got over there, and because it was a surprise party, I didn't want to get to MGM early and I have an innate ability of messing things up in those situations.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to avoid it, right? And they got the outlets right there, which outlets are cool. It's a way to kill a half hour. So I went into a store, and I won't name the store, just, everybody's a potential client, right?
Yep.
And they were nice, helpful. It was cool. So I ended up buying a couple things. At some point, Pete Haley has this great line. If you put salt on everything, does anything need salt? You know what I mean? Like if before you sit down and eat something, you just put a little salt on it, then at some point, or like some people are with hot sauce, they put hot sauce on everything.
Mm-hmm.
But if you put it on everything, do you really even need it? It's just an existential question, right? So you're walking around the outlet mall, and every store, everything is 50% off. But if every store, everything is 50% off, maybe that's just the actual cost, and they're convincing you it costs more, and they're giving you a deal. I don't know.
Yeah.
But everything was 50% off, and it was cool. I got a couple neckties, all right, cool. I'm out of there. I am going home so I went from outlets to MGM to NBC, finally to my home. And I'm going home, and I was showing my wife this sweater jacket thing I got. And I looked down, and these father duckers didn't take off the ink pad thing that you're not supposed to be able to remove it from the store.
You walk
with
out
it
the
on.
store like that?
Yes, in a bag that they gave me. I paid for it. They just forgot to
It didn't
do it.
go off?
No, but I bet if I try to take it off, it'll explode everywhere.
Yeah, take it back.
So bleep them. Yes, take it back is
Or
simple.
go to any store. Any store that has that, they can probably take it off for you.
Do I have to go to the same store, you think? Not the same physical location by MGM?
If you know the store and there's one closer, go to that one.
But all the outlets are further out.
But
You know what I'm saying?
it may not be an outlet. It may be another store from that outlet. Like you got a Nike outlet, but you go to a Nike store.
Yeah. All right, you're not wrong, and that's what I should do, and hopefully will, and I'm not sure I will.
But you're gonna try to take it off yourself.
I may do that.
So if you ever wear the ink shirt, I'm gonna know which one it is.
But I also shouldn't be inconvenienced. I'm the freaking customer.
Well,
they should have done it.
Well,
so
they
bleep them.
should have done it, but you know what? Now you got home and you have to get it fixed. You just purchase it. You're not gonna want to wear it, and I hope you don't wear it with the damn ink thing on it.
I hope I don't wear it with the ink thing on it. Let's get to these phones. Our guy Drew is on the line. Hello, Drew. How do you do? Who you mad at?
Hey, JP. So, we're playing the Giants this week, and I can remember back when they drafted Eli and they did that trade with Rivera, and when Eli was on his game, we had to hear for years and years how they got this quarterback that's winning Super Bowls, and we had a revolving door at quarterback, and now they got Daniel Jones, and we got Jaden Daniels. So bleep you to all those Giant fans. Payback's a bitch, especially bleep you, Vince.
Yeah, bleep you, Vince. Although I've now met Vince a few times, and he's a very nice fellow. But great call, Drew. Thank you, buddy.
Anyway.
Let's go to Jimbo is in Manassas. What up, Jimbo?
Jimbo.
How you doing, buddy? Who you mad at?
Happy Halloween, fellas. How y'all doing?
We good, man.
All righty. I tried to call in last week, but now it's my chance. College basketball season's on the way. And look, I love you boys, but unfortunately I'm going to have to bleep every single one of you on the program.
Why?
My feelings were a little bit hurt a couple weeks ago. I got to defend my man, Coach Tony Bennett. as a proud UVA alum, the words Tony Bennett and coward can't fly out of my mouth at the same time. They just can't.
Well, I'm not a proud UVA alum, so I'm gonna say coward. So when you run away from that competition, that's coward to me.
I understand, but like this dude is Joe Gibbs, Gary Williams, John Thompson, like to us, and I feel like the system is set up well enough there. He has a lot of assistant coaches that have been with him, even players that have come back. That I feel like there's enough continuity to where it just won't be a total shock. I know from the outside it looks bad, but look, this is a class act. I mean, he brought us a championship. The worst thing I can say is that he lost to a 16 seed and he redeemed himself the next year. So I just got to defend my man, boys. That's all I'm saying.
All right, man. It's just like when you got a person at your house, you're going to protect them. And if I say something about them, you get mad, but you can say something about them. Just be honest about it. You know you were pissed off when he left.
It's a tough time to leave. That's a tough time
Come
to
on
leave.
now.
Thank you for the call, dude. Landfill, do you have any bleep views? Anything you need to get off your chest?
Yeah, but we don't do the thing where we call out individual places, particularly ones that could be sponsors. But I'm furious at a company right now.
Just give us a general.
Yeah.
What kind of company? Do they sell
I ordered
hammers?
pizza at 11:14. Do you think I have any pizza?
Ooh, that's 2 hours ago almost.
Is this a place that you can order with an app?
I think you need to just stop because you'll be giving it up.
I'm not. I think
Landfill. Bleep that place. Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm gonna help you out.
You
JP will he will slip.
Never let me slip, because if I slip, then I'm slipping. Let's go to Carlos. Los at Severna Park. What up, Los?
What's up, guys? Happy Halloween. Hey, man,
buddy.
I don't know who I got to bleep. I got to bleep Pittsburgh Steelers fans or these fake A's of, Commanders fans that are just looking for a buck. Bleep whoever is trying to sell. Hey, I'm a veteran. I go to the Salute to Service, Commander Salute to Service game every single year, except for this year because the Commander or the NFL people thought it was a good idea for the Commanders to play the number one traveling fan base in the NFL, the Pittsburgh Steelers, charging over $300 per ticket and all. They can go bleep themselves if they think I'm going to pay $300 to sit up in the nosebleeds for the November 10th game. That's all I got to say, gentlemen. Bleep you to the Pittsburgh Steelers fans or those fake Commanders fans that are just looking to make a quick dollar.
All right, Los. Hey, if anybody wants to, Los is a veteran. If anybody's got a ticket for Salute to Service, they want to bring a veteran, call in and let them know, and we'll connect you with Los. Los is a good dude, a big fan.
Yes.
Let's go to Dwayne in Silver Spring. What's up, D?
Hey. Thanks, guy. Hey, I want to bleep you, JP, for always cutting people off in the interviews. And I got so many examples. Today you cut the guy off just to show B. Mitch a video, Kumali dunk or some highlight. So I want to say bleep you to you, JP, and I'm going to hang up before you hang up on me. Bye.
All right, Dwayne. You know what?
Hey, Dwayne came prepared, dog.
Listen, just kind of how I operate. And also, that interview was with our friend Chase, and I was just showing B. Mitch a clip that Chase tweeted out so he could know what Chase was talking about. That was providing context. All right? Damn, coming at me from all over. Toby's upset about something, is my understanding.
Toby's upset? I thought Toby was the nicest guy in the world.
Yeah, Toby's supposed to be the
I
good
try
kid.
to be nice.
Jeff's the bad kid.
Well, I try to be nice. Speaking of Jeff, bleep Jeff Walker, because I could have been at home right now. So bleep Jeff Walker. And then
but he's not at home.
Wherever he is, he's not at home and he's not sober.
And,
I don't know the rest of it, but
second thing, we won't name the establishment, but I ordered some, just coming in this morning, getting some breakfast. I wanted some sweet tea, but there was no option for light ice. It was either no ice or regular ice. So I just went with regular, and I'm pretty sure they put extra ice. So I got next to no sweet tea this morning. I'm a little frustrated about it.
Ice is tricky, dude.
Man.
Ice is tricky. Well, I'm sorry, Toby. That's a big deal, and I apologize for you.
Yeah, Toby.
Toby, you may want to hear this though. This dude that is a very loyal listener and has like over 10,000 bobbleheads. Carl Grebe just tweeted me and he said, "I called in and got hung up on, so bleep that guy." I'm pretty sure that guy is you.
As you, Toby.
It's all good. It's all good. Not everything can come to air. It's all I can say.
I'm just glad Toby's doing his best Jeff impression and making the callers mad and just arbitrarily screening them and hanging up on people and doing his thing. Rusty is in Delaware. What up, Rusto?
What's going on, fellas? And I'll say Toby screened the hell out of me, too. I was like, who am I calling the right station here? What's going on?
Yo, Jeff just wants to know your name sometimes.
We're to the point now where Jeff, like, answers the phone, Rusty, I got you, and puts me on hold.
That sounds about right. That's our guy.
My bleep you is to my oldest son's 4th grade teacher. She has decided to schedule not just the weekly spelling test, but also a science test for tomorrow, a day after mine and everybody else's kids are going to be all hopped up on sugar until 11 o'clock tonight. So
that's junk,
thank you, Mrs. G. We're not going to say a full name, but thank you, Mrs. G, for keeping the spelling test on the schedule for Friday and the science test as well.
That's junk. That's a fair one, Rusty. My kid's school, I just found this out. I actually think it's pretty damn smart. School starts at 10 a.m. tomorrow. They're like, these kids are going to be zombies. We don't need them in here fist fighting, eating candy. They can sleep in and come in at 10.
I think the kids should have to go to school at the same time. And just don't eat the candy. You got this weekend coming. Save the candy. Eat a little bit tonight and then eat the rest on Saturday.
Says the guy that won't give out candy. Unless he's gotten a stockpile from Bobby Mitchell.
I don't want to sit there and be bothered all day. But that has nothing to do with them going
in the evening.
That has nothing about them going to. If I'm sitting
You're
there,
not excited to see all the kids' costumes?
Hell no. I've been excited to see costumes since I was a damn kid. I could care less. I love being in college.
What was your favorite Halloween costume?
I was always me.
No, when you were 8 years old.
I was a cowboy then, but I used to wear like little football outfits every Halloween. I wore a football outfit, and in college I was throwing eggs at people.
Listen,
I shouldn't have said it because now they know who hit them with the egg.
There is no better time in college than Halloween. I mean, it is.
I don't know about that, JP. After you run 4 touchdowns, that's a great time too, brother.
Not all of us experience that, but all of us experience Halloween. Let's try Jamal is in DC. What's up, Jay?
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, Jay?
Man, nothing much, man. I want to send a bleep you to everybody that's hating on our Commanders. It's almost like we not supposed to have nice things, man. We finally get it together, and people hating on us, especially this Adam Rank dude, man. I ain't never even heard of this Bama until recently, man. Like, who is this dude, man? Like, he over here talking about Jaden Daniels ain't play as well as Caleb Williams. Dude, bleep you, bro. You just clearly trolling. You want attention. I'm gonna give it to you today, bro. Like, stop playing, bro. Like, I don't know what the hell game you was watching. That man had 31 yards passing up into the 4th quarter, I believe. Like, whatever it was, man. He did not outplay Jaden Daniels in no way. Bleep you and the rest of you haters hating on our Commanders, man. We finally got it right, and we're gonna sit back and enjoy this season, man. Thanks for taking my call, fellas.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I just pulled up Adam Rank and say Adam Rank is the biggest clown in sports.
But you know what Adam Rank is getting by people being so upset? Exactly what he wants.
He's getting followers, and
that's a content.
But see,
play.
that's what I hate about that today. You just go out and say the dumbest answer you could think of to get people to follow you, and then all of a sudden you are ranked high just because you say something stupid. Come on, man. It doesn't make any sense. But if he thinks if he thinks Caleb played better, he is a piece of crap.
He's just incorrect, certainly. Toby, lock up the phones. The 3 guys on there, we're going to take all 3 of these. Damon is in Oxon Hill. Damon, who you mad at?
Oh, good afternoon, gentlemen. Thanks for taking my call as always. And before I begin with my bleep you, I want to say thank you for giving the listeners an opportunity to vent their frustrations with whatever is on their mind. I mean, it's an open topic on Bleep You Thursday. And for me, it has become very therapeutic. It really has helped me to just, like I say, get out some of the things that I want to release and
get it out,
be
dog.
okay with it. So today's Bleep You is for all of the people that downplay the wordplay, people that limit their vocabulary with words, or they just limit themselves, they limit their vocabularies. As I'm going through this transition of caring for my mom who has dementia, I realize there's a difference between the word caretaker and caregiver. Caretakers take care of themselves when they should be giving care for someone else. And so Bleep You to all of the people that take care of themselves when they should be giving themselves to care for someone else. Thank you all again.
Thanks, buddy.
And y'all have a great day.
Appreciate you,
All right,
bro.
man. Good luck with all that
All
stuff.
right,
All right. We got two left. Wildcard Scotty and Jera. We'll start with Wildcard Scotty because this will certainly be incoherent. Hello, Scotty.
What was that, JP? What's up, man? What's up, baby?
How are you, pal?
What up, Scotty?
Oh, I'm spectacular on this sunshiny day. First, I got a couple bleep views for you. First off is for you, JP, for your hatred towards Penn State. You'll be a believer this week.
I don't hate
I
Penn
got a
State. I
nephew
think
to
Penn
Toby.
State people overinflate their national importance.
Yeah. That's just hatred, man. The look on your face when you were talking about Penn State showed your animosity. We don't dislike Maryland. We love the Terps. Just pent up aggression. I
There's
don't know
a
why.
reason Penn State, like everybody thinks Ohio State's going to win because Penn State hasn't won one of these games since Kijana Carter was playing. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
That's a
You're
long
right.
time ago.
You're going to be just like everybody else. You're going to be. Scotty was right, just like the Steelers.
Win the game this weekend, and then you guys deserve it.
Absolutely. And I got an FU for Toby for not knowing wild card Scott. I mean,
Yeah, I like that.
He just said hell with bleep. He just F you, Toby.
Thank you, Scotty.
All right, Scotty.
All right.
Scotty said, I'm not bleeping him. I'm like, F you, Toby.
Last one. We have a billionaire on the line. Things haven't been going great for our guy.
Not for him. No.
Hello,
No.
Jera. How are you, sir?
I'm doing fine, Finley. How you doing there, Brian?
Doing good, man. How you doing?
How's Landfill still sitting on his big ass?
Yep.
Hey, listen, that's not why I called. I want to blink you or bleep you to that Commanders fan that jumped them two Commander fans. I'm sorry, the Raven fan. I hope they put your ass in jail for 55 years, you little thug. And blink you to your damn mother that sat in the courtroom crying like a big-ass baby over your baby Huey ass. I hope that you learn what your ass is really used for now after a few years in that penitentiary, you dumbass. And y'all have, and then they sit there and say, I never lose. Well, you're about to lose about 55 years of freedom, you dumbass. Hey, y'all have a great day, and good luck with your winning season.
All right, brother.
Thank you, Jera. That was a hell of a call right there. Jera was mad, and we're going to go to break. When we come back, Peter Rosenberg joins the program. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. We just did our Bleep You segment. I'd like to do a quick thank you. Bears offensive coordinator Shane Waldron just spoke to the media in Chicago. Says he stands by his decision to hand off to backup O-lineman Doug Kramer for his first NFL carry at the goal line in the fourth quarter with the game on the line against Washington.
Well, he never touched the ball.
Waldron says he was confident in the call and would call it again if he got a chance to do it over.
Yep.
I hope you call it against Washington every time you're at the goal line. Peter Rosenberg joins us now from New York City. What up, Peter? How are you, buddy?
Guys, I feel bad that I haven't listened to you this week because I want to go back and listen to Monday's show and get the feeling, the real feel from the two of you, because it has been an amazing week, a special week in this journey that we've all been on as fans of the Washington football team. It has been a special, special week, and I'm thrilled to be speaking to you today.
Well, if you just look at JP's post, Peter, from right after the game, you saw how I was feeling.
Have you seen that?
I don't know. You know what? I'm pulling it up right now. Hold on.
It might be my last Instagram reel, I believe. And you got to get to the end because we can't play it on the radio. But
it wasn't. Oh man, I love it. I love all of it so much. I'm like, listen, I was just talking about this with my brother earlier today. Listen, if they'd lost that game and we go to 5-3 against, losing an out of division game to the Bears, like I really am not tripping. Honestly, I was annoyed. I was texting with my brother. I was texting with Wale. We were complaining about how, Wale's quote to me was, we should be winning by 28 points. And I felt a lot of frustration, both by mistakes that the Commanders made and also a couple of those calls. I mean, I guess as a non-football player, B. Mitch, nothing is more maddening because it's hard to understand the illegal man downfield when it looks like they have nothing to do with anything. And it brings back a huge play. But the point is, I was sitting there going, all right, we're going to lose to the Bears in a game we should have won. We're 5-3. I'm going to be in a bad mood for the next hour. But that's it. I was not thinking about it beyond that. But then to win the game, it goes from sort of like this annoying loss to a historic, a real, I cannot undersell this, guys. I mean, everyone listening to your show right now has watched this 50 times on their phone. It's, it was, I'm being dead serious, guys. So I've been on a mission over the last 5 years to turn my wife, who's like a half-ass, not even real Giants fan, into a Commanders fan. Right. And listen, she's not a Giants fan, but she's a stubborn New Yorker. And so but obviously me trying to win her over we met in 2020, guys. It wasn't exactly an easy time to try to say you should join up with what we're doing over here.
That's tough.
Oh yeah.
Bro, guys, I'm not even kidding. And I know this may shed my wife in an insane light. She shed a tear on Sunday. Like,
really?
Wow. Yes. Like this was so meaningful. This all of a sudden, this random game that
she was crying for you, Peter. She was happy for you. She was so happy.
No, it might have been. I know. She's
like, damn, he finally got something to celebrate.
So that's an incredibly long way of me just saying, guys, it was an important and wonderful day. And I just want to give a shout out to all of the people listening to your show who are true fans. Those of you who continue to be idiots like the three of us and watch every week during the hell of the last 10 years. And those of you who were smart enough to not. Y'all wanted to watch. I get it. You had kids to raise. Okay? You had soccer games to go to. I don't begrudge you. They didn't deserve your attention. So, I'm not even mad at the bandwagon, but welcome back, baby. It feels great.
I love it, dude.
Oh, yeah.
I think you're onto something, and it's funny that the only kind of concern I would take away from that Bears game is the red zone stuff. And we've talked about it a lot. I'm curious if basically I think the red zone problems, we saw it against the Giants in the first game, and then we saw it again against the Bears. Could that be as simple as just a couple bad penalties in important spots, or do you think there's a bigger issue?
Listen, I think it is a thing. I think I will say, I think that if there's an Achilles heel to this offense so far, it is that. However, and probably it's probably the stat that jumps off the sheet the most when you talk about Jaden's sort of potentially MVP, people believe now, rookie season, is probably the number of passing touchdowns is probably the number that like impresses you the least of what we've seen. And I do attribute that directly to whatever this red zone issue is. So there is something there. I'm not paralyzed by it. Like I do believe they have plays in the red zone, and I do believe like they will turn around and be able to punch it in this week against the Giants. But I do think there is something there. And obviously it's compounded by those two illegal man downfield penalties. But yeah, I mean, listen, this isn't a perfect football team. We've seen it. I mean, hey, listen, the rushing touchdown that they gave up to make this thing a game when it shouldn't have been a game, that's a problem. This is not. I don't like broken tackles. I don't know if we're winning a Super Bowl this year. My guess would be no. But this is a really good and constantly improving football team, and I really think that defense, man, it's really impressive. JP, I remember the call we had. I think B. Mitch was off that week, but we had a call early in the season about how basically we were kind of like, yo, this defense has a few good players and a bunch of guys who they filled in here. And those guys, no one told them, it seems, that they're just a bunch of guys. Like they actually are all ballers, and people are really, really impressing me. And a completely unrelated side note, but I don't want to forget it. I had a lot of people. I don't know if you guys had this because you guys live in the area. We've been on national TV a lot. So JP, you might have seen that post when I threw my phone up after it happened, and my phone was just blowing up with text. That's because we keep getting the Jim Nantz game, and everyone's seeing this. So everyone's hitting me. I don't know if you guys have had this experience. I heard from so many people, non-Commanders fans, who just love that black jersey. I think we're on to something with the black jersey. Yeah. I mean, at least 6 people told me who are not Commanders fans. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. That black jersey's crazy. Like, that's a regular conversation that I heard this week. Side note, but another fun thing as we register, similar to my friend Jody Rosen, who hit me this week and said, I got to tell you, the better this team plays, the more I start to like the name Commanders.
I think that is very legit, dude. We haven't had a call or a comment about
nobody's
the name.
talking about the name now.
Nah.
It's all about the
and
team.
B-Mitch, you've been saying that. B-Mitch, you have been saying that for 5 years.
Yes.
They could be called the Mighty Ducks. If you're winning games, it doesn't matter. It's like it kind of feels like if this season is great, are people really going to say let's change the name next year? You can't. Everyone will have bought merch.
Dude, if this continues, I don't even want to go down the name avenue because we'll get the crazies.
Yep.
But no, dude, Jaden Daniels has the highest selling jersey in the league. Like that is changing as we
Peter,
speak.
I'll just say this. When I walk into the stadium, that little store is packed. Once they open the gates, they got another little one down the way in the end zone. People are buying up everything there too. And they're buying Commanders gear.
Peter, what are on your show, ESPN New York in the afternoon, like what are people saying about this matchup? Brian Daboll damn near sounded like he was going to cry talking about having to face Jaden Daniels.
Well, I'll tell you the truth. So far, I don't know if you guys turned on Fox last night. No one has said a word so far about the football matchups this coming weekend. And that includes a Jets game that is
they're on TV again tonight.
Season. That's tonight.
They're always on TV. For some reason, I don't get that.
I know, right? But no, just being totally truthful with you, there's been zero conversation about the Giants-Commanders game this week because of the World Series. So, Aaron Rodgers should send a thank you note to Aaron Judge because that collapse really saved a lot of conversation around the football teams in this town. But I will tell you guys, I have concern about this matchup. I really, to me, we've done a lot of things that have shown that we're a different version of this football team. the real icing on the cake, wouldn't you guys agree, would be beating the Giants by like 10 or 17 points. That would be, to me, like, oh, wow, this is truly a different team.
Dude, I totally agree with that because there's still an element of, man, it's a division game and you got to go up to the Meadowlands, and this is a place, even the great teams, even Joe Gibbs' 80s, early 90s teams, the Meadowlands was hard.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, this is a difficult task. Now, granted, those Giants teams were really good in those periods too, but if you go up there, this is not thumping the Panthers at home. This would be a different sort of statement.
Yeah.
And I think it's entirely possible. No fade in Jaden.
Yeah, I love that. And I just please don't – I just don't want to look up and see that Malik Neighbors has 19 catches for 195 yards. Like,
sure.
You have to be mindful of that. But absolutely, it's a game that on paper, you look at the Giants' record and you see what they really are, right? And they're not a special team. But they're also not a dead team. Like, they don't play like a dead team. So this is not Carolina. This will be probably a challenging football game, especially after the last one. The Giants really have it stuck in their craw the way they lost that first game because they didn't have a kicker. I didn't know the kicker disease would get caught by Greg Zuerlein and the Jets. Apparently, it's in the stadium. Yeah.
Well,
So
dude, how about the
big one?
Seibert came from the Jets.
Yeah.
And he just makes everything in sight for Washington.
Wait. I did not even realize that Seibert
Really?
came
Yes.
from the Jets.
Yes. Yo, and to take it one step further, Peter, when we were up there for the joint practices and it was cold and rainy in August, and at that point in time, Washington had a kicker named Riley Patterson. Riley Patterson had an innate ability to hit the goalpost on every kick. He would hit the right side. He would hit the left side. He was hitting goalposts more than he was making kicks. About, 5 days later, a week later, the Skins cut him.
Yep.
He bounced around a little. The Jets just signed Patterson to their practice squad to provide competition to Zuerlein. Meanwhile, Seibert is in Washington making everything inside of 50 for sure.
Yeah, unless Tony Romo intentionally jinxes him, he makes absolutely everything.
I think that was
it's a wild world, man.
It's fun, man. It's fun. And I just looked. I'm going to Dallas for the Tyson fight in 2 weeks, and that Thursday night where I'll be down there covering the fight, we play Philly on Thursday Night Football. Like, do you know how stoked I am to go out to a Dallas bar this year wearing a Commander jersey to watch this team? Oh, this is fantastic.
Is he fighting Jake Paul finally?
Yeah.
Weren't we supposed to go to that?
Yeah, we were supposed to go to that.
I'm at.
It's gonna be hard to go to that now.
Come on, let's
Peter,
go,
dude. Thank you. Will we see you this weekend? We'll be there at the Meadowlands.
No. Honestly, that place stinks. It's like I'm coming home for. I went in Baltimore. I will see I saw you, JP. I will make sure I see you guys again the week of the I'm coming home for the Cowboys game before Thanksgiving. I'm there. But this Giant,
Okay.
I mean, MetLife isn't fun, bro. I'm gonna watch from home.
It's a very what do they call hospitals? Not stale, but like
sterile.
Sterile. Very sterile. Peter, thank you for the time, brother. Always appreciate you.
Appreciate you guys. Shout out to the whole DMV. Peace, guys.
All right, bro. Peace. Later.
Shout out to the whole DMV. Peter Rosenberg, a DMV kid, just like me, just like all of Brian's kids. And here's what I know. When I had trouble with my appliances at my house, I knew I wanted to talk to a DMV company. That's why I called Better Appliance. Better is a family-owned small business serving Metro DC since 1945. That's 70 years of service of appliance repairs and sales. They go above and beyond to help you. My dishwasher was acting up. They came over on a Tuesday night at like 7:00, man. And the guy sat there with my wife, tried to figure it out. He's like, listen, I'm going to try to keep the costs low. We're going to try a repair. If it doesn't work, I'll be back out before the end of the week. Sure enough, it didn't work. And they were back out before the end of the week. Got us set up with a new dishwasher that is dope. It's silent. Our old one sounded like a Harley Davidson starting up every time you had to do the dishes. Check out Better Appliance if you need help with anything, whether it's a new appliance or just a repair, or you can get on a service calendar. Maybe you don't get to the point where your dishwasher sounds like a Harley Davidson. Check them out, betterappliance.com. Better get better. BETTAR, betterappliance.com.
The Monster Mash.
Yeah, they got 3 courses there, B. They got Chambers Bay, Gold Mountain, and the home course. Looks dope. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Happy Halloween to all who celebrate. Let's go quick. What is your plan tonight, Brian?
Watch the game.
No help. Nothing to do with the children's ringing the doorbell,
My
right?
baby is 22.
Okay.
You think I'm worried? No. Maya will handle that.
Landfill, what is your plan tonight?
It's technically illegal, so we don't talk about it on the radio.
I thought it was all legal. Do it all legal, like Bugsy Siegel.
Technically illegal.
All right. So how much candy will you give away tonight, Landfill?
I don't believe in candy. I give away toothbrushes.
What, man?
All right.
I wish I would walk up to your house and give me a toothbrush. I'll fight you.
Now listen, Brian,
I'm gonna fight you, B.
This is a show full of degenerates. Toby is not one of us. Toby is a
Toby
good
is
boy.
a degenerate now too.
We're slowly converting him, but Toby goes to church. Toby does it right. Toby, how much candy are you giving away tonight?
None. I live in an apartment complex, so if a kid comes up to the door, he's going to be sorely disappointed.
What, are you just going to turn your light off and not answer?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to lock my door, and I'm going to be watching football, and I have a bag of Kit Kat minis, and I'm going to eat those.
Kit Kat minis are the GOAT. All right. You guys are all some straight up Halloween Scrooges, man.
Wait till your kids are in the 20s and you don't have kids like Toby and you're going to be just like us.
I would still hand out candy. Or
No, you
honestly,
won't.
I would let Lauren do
When
that.
your
I wouldn't be
kids-
like anti, though.
I'm not anti, but I'm not handing out candy.
I would hand out candy. But stuff's over by like 7:30.
Listen, God, please have me around when his kids get to be 22 and 24. He will not be handing out no damn candy. He'll be somewhere drunk.
Tonight, I might be that too, but I can hand out some candy. I don't have to drive a vehicle. Tonight, I will hand out some candy. I'll be trick-or-treating. I'll be doing it all. More importantly, though, let's make some bets.
Heard it here first.
All right.
Gather around. So what happened last night, Landfill?
Maybe Toby knows.
I lost.
I didn't. The Yankees lost. So I know I won that.
Did anybody win?
I won that.
You had a parlay, dude.
I didn't have a parlay yesterday. I had one bet.
I don't believe you. You
I
have a
bet
parlay
one
every
bet.
day.
I bet one bet yesterday. I bet against the Yankees because Jeff got on my damn nerves.
All right, who's doing what tonight? There's a football game. I'm betting football.
I'm taking the Texans.
I take the Texans, and I'm going to also go over here and give me.
I'm screaming out.
Where are you
Bleep
going,
that.
Give me the Suns and the Texans.
Give me the Jazz
So-
over the Spurs.
Give me the Tulane Green Wave going to Charlotte to win by more than 2 touchdowns.
Oh,
What you got on that?
sound like you on some crack or something, dog.
So it's just a regular Thursday. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Josh Kendall. Thank you to Chase Hughes. Thank you to Peter Rosenberg.
Peter.
Thank you for all the calls. Happy Halloween, everybody. Be safe out there tonight. Hope you enjoy yourself. If you're in college, I hope you really enjoy yourself. Grant and Danny coming your way next.
Watch out for the eggs.
Watch out for the eggs.
Yeah.
If you made it this far, watch out for the eggs.
A good Thursday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny on the Fan. It is Halloween, and we are fired up to be with you from 2 to 6:30 today. Thank you for making the show part of your afternoon. We're coming to you live from our homes today. Kudos and shout out to our boss who was kind enough to let us work from home so we could take our kids trick-or-treating as soon as we are off the air today, which I'm excited about. Daniel, how are you?
Very well, my friend. We have, speaking of Halloween, the school does a really cool thing where my kids go, where you drop them off, and then basically, I'm not sure what they do for 20 minutes, but and parents aren't really sure what to do for 20 minutes either, but you find something, and then they come right back, and they do this big Halloween parade, where all it really is doing is the whole school's outside, and they, they all walk in their costumes, and you get your pictures, and they walk as a class, and they pose, and then like the teachers do a relay race in their costumes and stuff. It's really fun, really cool activity. So I've already done that today. We've already had like a little appetizer of a Halloween situation. So we're going good.
That's a wacky bit. I kind of like that, though.
Yeah, it's neat.
We're making memories. Yeah, today I picked my kids up from school. They get out around, noon generally. And so I went and picked them up, and they were stunned that I was the one that showed up.
It's like, what are you doing here?
So then I took them over to Glory Days. We got a shark attack. They were really happy about that. I was told it was the best day ever, that I'm the best dad ever. I mean, this is that kind of day, man.
Amazing. And all you had to do was get them, what's it called, a shark attack?
Shark attack.
Yeah, good.
Now, you won't be surprised, as the father of a couple of boys, to know it was not my boy that said those things. It was my girl that said those very nice things.
Oh, well, I get one. It's so we vacillate. Within 15 minutes, I've been both best and worst, which is amazing. The fluctuation, the wide variance between best dad ever means like I grant the thing, and then worst dad ever, of course, is no, you can't eat said thing after you brush your teeth or something like that. Like I'm a tyrant. We know that.
Yeah, if you let them do everything they want to do, you are the best.
Best dad, right?
Pretty clearly. So that's all you got to do if you want to be the best. Hopefully you guys are excited, though, and ready to get out of work or head home, or if you're already out of the office, listening from home, whether you're passing out the candy or you're taking the kids trick-or-treating. Halloween is one that I do enjoy. It was at its peak probably around the college years, but it's still a lot of fun. It's one of the holidays, and many of them are this way, for me, where you get to vicariously live through your kids again and remember your youth. There's a nostalgia to it when you were putting on a costume and running around, but seeing their excitement and their enthusiasm is really, really good. The rankings for me are still Thanksgiving 1, Christmas 2, Halloween then is in the running for the bronze medal. Probably I'd have to give it some thought, but top of my head, it's fall. The weather's nice. There's candy involved. I think Halloween would probably be 3 for me, but it's hard to screw it up, man. Weather's very nice today. It's not going to be rainy like it was the last couple of years. So this is the good stuff.
Yeah, it's basically among those 3, which all take place, by the way, after the beginning of fall. Everyone recognize, please. You're basically talking Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State. Shuffle them up. Wherever you're in, whoever's got the best recruiting class that year. If the candy's the best, this is Ohio State's year. That could be Halloween. If Alabama's, under Nick Saban and they got a good enough quarterback, give them Thanksgiving. And Georgia coming up the rear with Christmas. It's all perfect. Shuffle them up. It's so good. That's all it is. You know what I mean?
It's so take.
What's that?
I think that's warm.
What's
so
that?
You're telling me that Halloween and Christmas or Thanksgiving, like you don't care how you would rank. You don't have Thanksgiving decidedly better than Halloween?
No, I definitely do. I must have misspoken. So my 1 seed's Thanksgiving. My 2 seed is Christmas. My 3 seed's Halloween. It's like yours, but there have been good and bad iterations of it. So like, in other words, they're all so good. They're all so much better than every other dumb day that we have and celebrate, where any one of them in a given year can win the Natty. But like my favorite every year, to me, Thanksgiving is the perfect day for human beings. Like that we've peaked. That is the pinnacle of what you can do. Everyone else around the globe has holidays. They've got all sorts of observances, and bless them. Thank you. We appreciate it. I love everyone. That Thanksgiving, your job is to sit on thine own tuchus and eat as much as you possibly can. Sorry. Take your other holidays and walk on down the line.
And I'm sure there are grown-ups listening by either people who are directly responsible for cooking the meal for their family.
Mm-hmm.
There are grown-ups listening who maybe your only job is at some point you've got to carve the turkey. There's someone listening who, you have some obligation every year where you're providing something for the feast. You're doing something to make the day work on Thanksgiving. I have my entire life. I am still undefeated at this. I have never had a job on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, nobody
I don't know
wants me
why
to have a
that
job.
is.
Everyone, with all due respect, our families have found us out.
Oh,
They
yeah,
know that we're not capable people.
Correct.
Like, Danny, you got a job, but make the potatoes in a different consistency. Wrong. I'll screw that up. Get the butter out of the fridge. I put it in the oven. Like nothing. Just keep me away. I mean, I am more of a hindrance than I am an assistant.
Yeah, I growing up just watched football
Mm-hmm.
the entire time and would go take food off the table, snack on whatever we had throughout the day, and then I would eat a giant meal for Thanksgiving. And you think at some point, like, oh, well, I'll be a grown-up, and I'll be a dad, and I'll have kids, and I'll have a family, and we'll be the ones having people over. And those things have all happened. And I am still doing the exact same thing now at 35, 36 as I was 25 years ago. And I've never been asked to do anything. And
That's right.
It's almost like if you are known to be incompetent, then no one's going to bother you. So just be incompetent. It's like one of those things.
Self-fulfilling. Yeah. Like if you show too much, I learned this years ago at my government contracting job. If you show that you can do it, it's your job. Like it happens very quickly, right? Where the one time I was the youngest person in the office. So it's funny to think of this way, but there was some sort of like tech question because none of these people, like me, I was the person that they went to as like a young person, the way we'd go to Ryan or Darius or somebody even younger. And I solved it. I answered it. I was like, no, you just close this window. I don't remember what the hell it was. I then became the person that they asked every time. Like anytime anything happened that had to do with like technical things is what I almost became like this senior tech advisor, which is the most outrageous thing in human history because I'm terrible at it.
People have no idea.
But they have no idea.
This is like me saying I was the cardio guy. Like
right.
You as the tech answerer.
Isn't that funny?
Is one of the most outrageous things I've ever heard.
Yeah, despite because it was one time I was able to go. I don't remember what it was. It was something as simple as just close the window and try to open it again. But at that level, this was like your grandparents. Like I just got a phone, and they're like smacking it with their pointer finger, not really sure what they're supposed to do. One step above in Zoolander when Derek Zoolander and Hansel are smacking the computer trying to get the files out of it. Like it's one step above that. And so I was able to answer a question, and then I became the person they asked every time. And I learned my lesson. Do not speak up, go to work, smile at people, say hello, be very pleasant, but never volunteer that you could do something. Otherwise, that's your job.
It looks like you're wearing a very thick wristband. Are you?
No, it's a wrist brace that I'm doing. I'm doing getting some push-ups in during the commercial break. It's a little wrist guard because I get the what do you call that? The carpal tunnels from typing and from gaming. So a little wrist weakness there. So when you push on my palm.
Do you wear that all the time or just when you're doing push-ups?
No, just when I'm doing any exercises that's a push exercise. I mean, you know this. You gave me the chest blaster program. Anything I'm doing where I've got to push or support my body weight or kind of, use your flat palm. If I don't have the wrist brace on, I just can't do it.
It's like the thickest armband I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, it's like a wrap. You want me to take it off and show you?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
Nobody listening can tell what
Ones of people on the YouTube page could see
That's
it.
true. The 1067 The Fan YouTube page is where you can stream us on video and watch Danny do whatever it is that he's doing with his wristbands on today from his home. I did put together a list, though, if you don't mind.
Oh, please.
Just top of my head today, going through some of the candies that I have seen either that we're passing out or that other people have been talking about passing out. I put together my list of best candies to give out today and worst candies.
Okay.
I want to see what you think of my inaugural list here.
Okay.
All right. Best candies to get on Halloween. Add what you need to. Tell me if you would take anything off this list.
Okay.
I've got, and you're going to hear the word sleeve. I need to be very, very careful about this. When I say sleeve, I'm talking about full size, king size, multiple of something. Like this is not one of, this is many of, right?
Okay.
So let's just qualify that. Sleeve of Reese's Cups.
Mm-hmm.
I think if someone's passing out full or king size sleeve of Reese's Cups, that's a gigantic win.
Yes.
Now, the mistake you're going to make, children, is you're going to get home and pour that out on the floor like I used to do, where you check out your big pile of loot. You need to throw those Reese's Cups immediately in the freezer and freeze them. You need them to be as cold and as hard as possible when you eat them. That is the only way you eat that Reese's Cup. I do love the Reese's Cup that is wrapped in the foil that you peel off, but what I'm talking about is the thinner, bigger Reese's Cup sleeve, Danny.
Yeah.
I think that's an elite Halloween candy.
Orange, and I think the king size either has 3 or 4 in one of the containers. You don't have to go through the foil process with each one. They're individually wrapped just on the bottom, and you go to town. The freezer thing is great. I'm not anti that. I think you could just go as soon as possible too, because it's so perfect.
I think if you pop them in at room temperature, you eat fewer of them. My experience is, I don't know where you're at on this. My experience is you get tired of them faster at room temperature.
So I will subscribe to that. I counter that by mixing in other things to cleanse that palate. Then I go right back to the Reese's. Like that's your main candy dish, so to speak.
Okay, I get allow for that.
Yep.
Number 2 on my list of things that if you're giving this out, you are crushing Halloween. I'm looking for the giant Kit Kat bar. This is not one of those tiny little Kit Kat bars where you got to, put your fingers together to tear it just so because it's a little bowl with 800 of these. No. This is a big Kit Kat bar with the big bars that you break off. I'm going to say it's wider than a dollar bill. It's about that length-ish. But if you're giving out the full or the king size Kit Kat bar, I think you're crushing it. Now, I would advocate that you eat these cold as well. I think that's the best consumption experience, but I am more willing to allow for room temperature eating of a Kit Kat bar. Yeah, again, if you have the discipline for cold, do it. If you don't, again, I think you're fine. It's chocolate covered wafers. You know what I mean? Like, hard to go wrong there. So far we're 2 for 2. You feel good about this? I like that. Yeah. So I just want to note going forward, I already know this about you because I know my co-host. You're going to have a huge, enormous, greatest offensive line ever opening up a hole gap without any caramel related things in your candy bars and desserts. And I want everyone to know listening that I'm aware of it, and we'll get to it at the end. So like, you're going to be like, how could you not include? I know it. You know it. Grant's going to continue, but know that I'm aware of the ones that he hasn't mentioned yet. So go ahead, please. So I appreciate that. This is the definitive list, though. This is not my opinion. This is
Your
the definitive list of what is good and bad to pass out on Halloween, just to make sure you're doing it right. If you don't have one of the candies that I am putting on this definitive list, you need to leave the office early. You need to stop what you're doing. Now, listen to the show on the Odyssey app on your way to the store. Of course, you need to go get one of these things. Next on the list, I am navigating away from the chocolate and peanut butter category. I am navigating away.
Okay.
Starburst. Starburst are great.
Starburst.
I will accept the little mini pack of 2. They come 2 side by side. That's fine when you get those on Halloween. If you can have a couple of those, especially if I dig in, hey, grab 2 from the bowl. Now I've got 4. That's reasonable. Not ideal, but reasonable. What I want is a sleeve of Starburst. Again, full size, king size. That's what you should be thinking. Especially, you should have 2 piles, frankly. You should have the candy that you're passing out to all the neighbor kids that you know, little Frankie, little Johnny, little Timmy, little Jesse, little Susie, right? The ones that are in your yard and you're walking their dog past your house all the time. They get the king or the full size. If it's just some little rugrat you don't know who's in a costume and you can't recognize and you want to do the bowl for them, acceptable. Not what I would do, but acceptable. Okay. But you need to have king and full for the kids that represent the neighborhood well or are growing up and making you proud. But the sleeve of Starburst, Danny, I think Starburst this time of year gets slept on a little bit. It's okay to have fruity snacks.
Yeah, they get underrated. So the way I would categorize it is take one bowl that's not chocolate. Okay, because there's a weird epidemic going on in our society, if I may, where kids don't like chocolate. I don't know what happened, how it happened, where it happened, or who's responsible. I'd like them held to account, by the way. But I would then go, not to jump ahead and take anything off your list, I'll keep my Starburst in there. I'll put my Twizzlers in there. Anything else that fits that description. Nerds, Spree, any of those non-chocolate candies are going in there. Then I've got like my chocolate subsection. Then I might even have a third section with, again, like anything that features caramel, chocolate and caramel in there. But I'm with you. The fruity candy gets slept on.
I like the organization. I think that's important. I will mention 2 more in this category. I'll mention them together because I think you kind of brushed past or touched on these. Skittles and Twizzlers are both in this category for me. Now, I kind of think you hate Twizzlers incorrectly.
Wrong.
And if that's true, that's a problem. Do you?
Where would you get?
I thought you said it's like plasticky. A lot of people, Twizzlers are not a popular candy. They're not.
First of all, that's jarring to find that out, that they're not popular.
Every time I mention Twizzlers, like on Twitter or something at the movie theater, or I mention it on air, somebody tells me like, "Oh, you like red plastic? Twizzlers are great."
Yeah, so I want you to remember that feeling of being 10 years old at the pool. You've got, now for me, it was $1. For you, it's probably like $7 with inflation. But when I was at like that $1, I could get a pack of Twizzlers and a soda. And I'm taking that Twizzler, I bite off the top, I bite off the bottom, and that's my straw for the soda. It don't get better than that.
I'll never do a Twizzler straw. I've seen people do a Twizzler straw.
Oh, it.
You know my Twizzler move. Tell people my Twizzler move.
What's your Twizzler move? I've seen it, of course.
Oh, we've talked about it so many times.
Yeah.
At the movie theater, I bite off a piece of Twizzler, I wrap it around a piece of buttery popcorn, and then I eat the Twizzler and the popcorn at the same time.
Yeah, your Twizzler corn move. That's right. I forgot. I couldn't remember which one is the one, like you split a combo. Like there's one that's not combos. You split like a
goldfish.
Chip. Yeah, goldfish. There you go. You bite off the tail like some sort of wild orca, and then split the thing in half, very dainty like a squirrel.
One more chocolate candy that I do have on my list of things that you should be giving out today is M&Ms. If it's a full bag, now the smaller little pouch, you could do that or Skittles. If you do both a pouch of Skittle and M&Ms small, that's fine. But I think a big bag of M&Ms, the traditional though, I want the brown bag. Yellow peanut M&Ms are not really for me. I'm not as interested in those. You can save those. Miss me with that. But the brown bag, the old school, the way Dad did it, just traditional, iconic M&Ms, Danny. What better night to get a bag of M&Ms than tonight?
Yeah, that's perfect. And so if you do the little small ones, you can do like, hey, take one of these and then one of something else, or you can do a double. You can take 2 bags. It all depends on the time of night. You want to make sure it all lasts. But yeah, the small bags of M&Ms are fine if you give them something else. If that's all you're giving, that's a little stingy.
All right, so those are all the best candies to give out. I want to bounce my worst candies to give out off you next, and we can actually take some calls on this if you guys want to get Halloween started on Grant and Danny. The phones are open at 800-636-1067 on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. So, Danny, tee up your best candy to get tonight and worst candy to get if you're trick-or-treating, and we'll take calls on that at 800-636-1067, best and worst. I've got 4 candies that if you're giving them out tonight, I'm not going to advocate that anybody eggs your house. I think that's the wrong thing to do.
But if it were to happen, be real
if
shame.
it happens, you'll know why. It's because you gave one of these 4 things out. And if you are planning on giving any of these 4 things out and then your house gets egged, I don't think you can be upset about it. I think you've just got to take it as a learning lesson, apologize to whoever's involved, and try to do better next year. You're listening to Grant and Danny. How about the Wiz? 2 straight wins over the Atlanta Hawks. I don't know what that says about Atlanta. As the
It's not a great compliment there. Yeah.
are expected to pick number 1. They're now 2-2 on the young season. I'm not worried about them winning. I know a lot of people say, oh, don't win. Well, first of all, I think it's going to be okay. They're going to lose a lot more than they win. So just settle in, number 1. Number 2, when their young guys play really well, which was the case last night with Bilal Coulibaly, 27 points, 9 rebounds. Keshawn George, 11 points. Alex Sarr had double-digit points with 5 boards. Bub Carrington had 16 points. And when they're veterans that are trade chips like Jordan Poole, 24 points, 9 assists, plays at a high level, it's all good. I mean, if Jonas Valanciunas is going to go out and go 22, 8, and 6 in 25 minutes of action, that's eventually going to get you something back.
Indeed.
So I'm not upset about that.
Yeah, it's a listen. I honestly rather they be 0-4 and have some of those same stats and things happen. But to your point, this is a process thing. If your kids, as they're learning and growing, and Bilal Coulibaly played his best offensive game last night, combined with his best defensive game I've ever seen him play the night before, or I guess it was 2 nights ago, whenever the math was, where he shut down Trae Young. Sorry, sometimes your young kids play well and you win a game or two. Maybe you mess up the program, and that's part of it. That's part and parcel. So, there'll be plenty of nights, I think, where they come in second, to your point. And, I mean, I look at it every time Jordan Poole plays a really solid game or gets white hot from the outside, or Kyle Kuzma is able to create not only in transition but in the half court. That's something more they'll probably get back in terms of a future asset to build this thing.
Coulibaly is fantastic, by the way. He is trending toward stud status. I don't think he'll ever be a superstar. I don't know what the offensive upside is, but 19 points to go with 6 rebounds and 3 assists with a steal and a half per game right now. And he is still so young.
He's better than I thought he would be years from now on offense. I didn't really see it offensively. I go, okay, he'll be a problem, guarding 3 or 4 different positions, the length, the athleticism, the want to. I wasn't sure what he'd be offensively. He's already light years ahead of where I thought he would be. So I'm with you on not a superstar. There's only a handful of those guys. They don't make many of them, but a really, really nice piece to have on a good team. I think they got that.
Yeah, he's 20 years old, by the way. And it feels like he's trending toward core member, core stud player on a first division championship type team. I thought he acquitted himself really well at the Olympics this summer. It was cool to watch him taking on America and some of the other teams with stars that he was getting to play against. I think that experience for him was probably invaluable. But that was good to see. By the way, they're roommates at Capital One Arena. The Caps play tonight, a Halloween matchup with Montreal. Nice opportunity for them, unless they let down a bit against a opponent that sees the skill drop off from where they've been playing the last few games. They could be 7-2 in their first 9 games with 14 points here out of a possible 18, which would be a big, big deal for them.
A couple of Washington teams going for some 7-2 records this week.
Yeah, be nice for sure.
Always.
All right, let's finish off what we were talking about. I know a couple of people are waiting, want to hop in. We're getting a lot of tweets as well at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny. So these were the candies that I said, if you're giving these out, you're doing a good job. Sleeve of Reese's Cups, giant Kit Kat. Give me the sleeve of Starburst, Skittles, Twizzlers, M&Ms. I think that's my 6 that I'm going to put as elite over everything else. If you were going to add something to that category, what would it be?
This is in the elite category. So, of course, you ignored all things caramel incorrectly. That's just cooked sugar. We should always remember what that is. Honorable mention to Reese's Take 5, which you sleep on. That is a pretzel, peanut butter, caramel inside of chocolate. It's phenomenal. With all due respect to Snickers, the Three Musketeers bar, the answer is Twix. The answer is Twix. It's a cookie. It's caramel, and it's also chocolate. You get not the little one, not the fun size, nothing fun about less. The great, big, bad you-know-whos. Left Twix, right Twix, insert, and have a grand old time. The thing that should be punted. No. I don't even want to bother Tressway with this. Get Elon Musk on it. Or somebody else that has a space company. Load these up and shoot them directly into the center of the sun. They're a tandem. Mounds and Almond Joy. Mounds and Almond Joy. It's weird that anybody would go, I want these weird texture pieces of paper, a.k.a. coconut. I'm using that in quotation marks. That's a sarcastic coconut inside of anything that has to do with candy.
I hate the taste of coconut.
Of course you do. Now, Coconut water, fine. Coconut is an accent. Coconut is part of an ensemble. Okay, we can have a conversation here. All right. But what coconut actually is, it's like pencil shavings in terms of texture. That type sensation when you're biting it, wrong. No one should ever do that on purpose. The best thing that should happen is you're not paying attention. You're mid-conversation. You take a bite of it, you go, oh my God, and you get rid of it. And you never eat it again. You always remember, hey, I need to look before I leap. Make sure that never touches these lips again with my sophisticated palate. With all due respect, these are wonderful companies. They're doing an awful lot. I want whoever's in charge of this thing to go, you know what? For the good of humanity, we're just going to stop making them. Let no one be tempted by Mounds and Almond Joy.
I'm pretty sure my dad loved Almond Joy.
Mm-hmm.
And I say I'm pretty sure because it became like the candy that when we saw it, we'd go, oh, I'll get some of those for Dad.
Grab one
but
for
I
Dad,
never
yeah.
actually saw him eat them. It's the same as like at Christmas time. Every year, you got to get your dad, present. You're looking for something that, would make him happy. You're a kid. He's a grown-up. You don't really know what he wants. I know he likes the Beatles. So the joke was always we'd find a Beatles magazine. And me, my two brothers, my sister, he would just get the same Beatles magazine from like 3 of the 4 of us every year that we saw at the mall. And we just give him a Beatles magazine.
Uh-huh.
And we're like, that'll make Dad smile.
Magazine about the Beatles and Almond Joy. Perfect.
I mean, that's DP.
It's
So
that
I
holiday
never
season.
saw him open the magazine and read it, and I never saw him eat the Almond Joy. So for all I know, he didn't actually enjoy either of those two things.
Next time you go home, we'll be in the recliner with like a bowl of Almond Joys reading the Beatles magazine.
Probably
Just doing a bit.
Here were the candies, I think, if you're giving them out, all bets are off in terms of how you're going to be treated by the neighborhood kids.
Uh-huh.
Now and laters, I hate now and laters.
How about never and nose?
Now and laters stick to your teeth in a way that is not rewarding at any point. Like that happens with dots. If you're familiar with like that little box of dots,
Mm-hmm.
I like dots. They stick to your teeth and they're a pain in the butt to eat, but there is some, reward at the end of the experience. You don't get that with now and laters. Smarties. I'm not 7 anymore. And even if you are 7, you realize that you shouldn't be eating that. It's powder. It's gross. You're familiar with Smarties, that little sleeve with those little powdery candies?
Yeah, I can't get with you on the Smarties. I think they're generally unoffensive. Now, if you're asking me, are there better options? Of course there are. There's probably 40 or 50 better options.
Dan, if you
but
gave
I don't
someone
find those
Smarties a
offensive.
month ago, I'm not going to kill you for that. But
Mhm.
tonight, the Super Bowl of giving out candy, your option of all the things you could give out, you're going to give out Smarties, and I'm supposed to accept that?
I wouldn't do it. But again, it may be it's your way to be different. Maybe it's your way to stand out a little bit. Again, if it's part of an ensemble, grab a handful. I'm with you. There are better options. Maybe that's what we're talking about here. Be excellent, right? Don't just half-ass this thing.
Yeah, go be great.
Yeah, don't give out like a yogurt or like bran flakes. But yeah, I'm with you.
This is a big game. Today
Yeah, I
is
find
a
the
big
Smarties
game.
unoffensive.
This is not a normal game. This is a division game,
Mhm.
championship
Sunday
on
Night
the
Football.
line.
Yeah,
What do they say? Big players make
big plays.
big plays.
Yeah.
Smarties is not a big play. Taffy. If you're giving out taffy, scrap that plan. Call your wife, call your husband right now. Say, we cannot give away taffy. We have a reputation in this neighborhood to uphold. I will not be known as the neighbor who gives away taffy. What are we doing with it? Any kind of whatever that is. You know what I mean by taffy.
Sure,
It doesn't
uber
have to be
chewy. Yeah,
you get the theme. Like, stop with the chewy.
yeah. I'm a taffy guy, but only if I'm at a boardwalk at a beach. Then you get your saltwater taffy. I don't know why they call it saltwater taffy. Maybe it's just near saltwater. Like, I'm down with that. Like, that's a beach thing. That's fine. But when we're in a really individualized package here, and it's like, oh God, 17 minutes of chewing, and 94% of it's still stuck in between my upper right here and the lower right there. No, thank you.
My teeth hurt just thinking about taffy.
Mhm.
Last one, candy corn. I don't think anyone actually gives out candy corn for Halloween, but in the event that you do, I had one neighbor when I grew up years and years ago that would put a bunch of candy corn in a little baggie and would hand, like, the little baggies of candy corn would be the Halloween treat. I didn't know at the time how vile that was that she would do that, but now I do, and it changes how I feel about her as an adult.
When did the pushback on candy corn start?
Was there ever not pushback on candy
It
corn?
was wildly popular for a time. And it's never bothered me anywhere near as much as it seems to bother the masses part of society. But it became this like cool thing to have backlash about, where people are like, you should be arrested. I'm
Wow,
like,
it sounds like you're pro candy corn.
I'm not anti. No, that's pro makes it sound like I'm an advocate. I'm not
You're
doing candy
defending
corn.
candy corn's honor.
I never had much of a problem with it. Unoffensive. He didn't bully me in high school. Like he's in my graduating class. We haven't kept in touch.
When's the last time you've eaten candy corn?
Yeah, decades.
Okay.
Decades.
That's fine. As long as you're not sitting there like popping it in your mouth. Right
Yeah, it's like I hold it up on the YouTube page. Here's my candy corn. Yeah,
Right.
I'm not doing that.
Edwin in Silver Spring is on. Grant and Danny wants to hop in. Best candy to get tonight if you're trick-or-treating, worst candy to get tonight.
It's so funny because I had my answer and then you just began to trash it, you know?
Oh,
I
no.
was gonna say the one,
What was your answer?
The one you should not get. Huh?
What was your answer?
Well, I'll start with the one that you should not get. Twizzlers has no value whatsoever.
Oh, my God.
It's like chewing recycling, basically. It has no texture, has no real flavor. What is it you're eating? Molded syrup or whatever? What is it? What is it? No value. Do away with the Twizzlers, please. The one that I said I feel that you should get, you were just trashing it now, but I feel like I'll challenge you right now to put a poll on your social media or whatever and ask, is this candy in the Hall of Fame of candy? Yes or no? No qualifications, yes or no? I bet you it would win. Almond Joy is a great candy.
Oh, stop it, Edwin.
Whoa,
Yes,
your
it has
candy
nice
takes, bro,
coconut,
are tough.
Almond. It doesn't have any junk, you know. It has substance to it. Coconut is nice. It's flavorful. There's a reason Almond Joy has lasted for generations and generations. It's not some fly-by-night thing, you know. It stood the test of time for a reason.
That's a great set of terms. Edwin, I appreciate it, and I feel sorry for your broken palate. I don't know what happened. I don't know if you were held captive and they were forced you to eat it, then made you like brainwashed into thinking that you like Almond Joy. Those pencil shavings that you call substance. Oh my God! And hating on Twizzlers. You're like, what is it? Cooked sugar? I don't know what's in anything. All right, it's red tubular sugar. Deal me in.
I'm not as bothered by his Almond Joy take as I am the idea that there's no taste to Twizzlers. Pete in Great Falls, best and worst candy to get on Halloween.
EEP, but anyways, we've met at Nats Park with your buddy from Booze, if you remember my kid. But anyways,
cool.
The number one candy is Kit Kat. Now, you guys may not be aware, in Japan, there's about 40 or 50 different varieties of Kit Kats. They've got the wafers in there, but all sorts of different stuffings and coatings of different types of chocolate and what have you. And so if you ever get your hands on that stuff, it is amazing to taste.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Love it.
Team Kit Kat here. You're not going to get a rebuttal from us.
Get
on
some
that.
crunch, get some chocolate on the outside. Done. Thanks.
Squeeze one more in. Aaron in Virginia. It's Halloween night. Reliving the glory days in costume. What was the best and worst thing to get?
I think the best candy to get is all the candy that you will see at a checkout stand, like Skittles, Starburst, Twix, all that. That's the good candy. Halloween is not the time of year to be healthy. It's like the Thanksgiving of candy. You don't want to fast during Thanksgiving. You want to eat as much crap as possible.
There it is, yeah.
Bad candy is jelly beans. Who eats jelly beans anymore? And especially the ones that taste like popcorn and all the other food that you get. I hate jelly beans. So those are my best and worst.
Dude, flavored jelly beans stink.
Great call, by the way.
Those are so bad.
Hadn't
But
even
is
brought
anyone
him up in
giving
the no
those
pile.
out?
I haven't seen him in forever. The only time I see jelly beans now, it's like Easter. You know what I mean? Where it's like, here's all the jelly beans. It's like they're just saving up to insist upon themselves. No, thank you.
Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. We'll work some more of your candy takes in as we go. We should probably get into our regularly scheduled program here on Halloween and dive into some of the news and notes out of the NFL. Top of the hour, Commanders, Giants, possible trap game situation looming. Will Washington overcome? You're listening to the Fan. Halloween Thursday, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back. Thanks for making the show part of your afternoon. Danny, I saw Bill Barnwell of ESPN did a nice piece where he broke down really three categories for every team in the NFL. Those that should be adding at the deadline, those should sell or subtract at the deadline. And then the third category was, I don't really know what to do with these guys, but there's some major questions here. He's got the Commanders squarely in the category with the true contenders who should be buyers. The list includes, by the way, teams like the 49ers, the Bills, the Chiefs, the Eagles, the Lions, the Packers, the Ravens, the Steelers, Texans, right? Vikings. I mean, these are the really good teams in the league this year.
Rarefied air, that's right.
And right there, he's got the Commanders as a team that unequivocally should be looking to add. We're at a point now where, with the deadline looming next week, it is going to be a disappointment if they don't do anything. And my guess is that they will, for the record. I think Adam Peters and company will make a trade or two. I don't think it's going to be anything major, which will also maybe feel like a little bit of a disappointment. But my guess is they're going to do something. They're too good. They're 6-2. They might be 7-2 come the deadline, depending on what happens in the Meadowlands this weekend. It would probably be a mistake and a big miscalculation if they don't try to help this team a little bit based on how far ahead of schedule they are.
Well, what they've shown is a number of things. One, an aptitude to figure out what they have and what they need, right? So when you, in years past, if you or I, just regular people that love the sport and, study football and see what other teams are doing and how they're doing it, you'd go, okay, ours doesn't look like theirs. Make ours look like theirs. Talking about one of the good teams. And that was my axiom all summer long, going, why aren't they adding a receiver? Why aren't they doing more? Why aren't they doing more? Sorry, the offense is top 2 or 3 in the sport. They didn't need it. They figured it out, right? So where you and I can go, they've got a hole here. They're probably going, we can fill it without doing this huge high price thing, without compromising anything or whatever. So I'm with you in the sense that I expect a shrewd move, maybe like a around the edges kind of move that's going to pay dividends. I don't think they're big game hunting. That's not based on anything other than my own gut feel and kind of looking at this past offseason where they walked around with a lot of confidence going, we'll fill the left tackle spot, not with an incumbent who's been here for a while, but, a journeyman swing tackle and a third rounder that half the league thinks is a guard. We'll get it done. It'll be fine. And it was fine. That's kind of my thought is that they won't do the huge ticket item maybe that moves the needle more.
Well, I wonder if they will strengthen a strength, right? I wonder if they will try to add to an area where they've already been really good and account for some type of potential regression. On offense, they're number 1 in EPA per play in the NFL. The Ravens are 2, the Bills are 3, the Lions are 4. I mean, those are Super Bowl contenders behind them. That's what you got to do. We talk about this every year on this show. You want to be a Super Bowl contender, you better have a great offense. By that metric and by a lot of metrics, they are the best offense in the NFL right now. But we've also talked ad nauseum this year about the Cliff Kingsbury arc, the storyline, the narrative, where his offenses get off to these awesome starts and then regress. So is this a situation where if you're Adam Peters, you ensure that the offense sustains itself by going and getting another weapon, going and adding a receiver? Maybe it's someone that you think presents more problems as after they catch at tight end, or maybe it's the O-line, to your point on now that the tackle issue they're having. Or is it just address the obvious problem? They are bad defensively compared to their offense. They've gotten a lot better, which we'll talk about in the second half of the show, but that is still the weakness of the team that has been the Achilles heel. They're not strong enough at corner. They could use more pass rush. Do you just throw a resource at one of those obvious issues, which I think is what you do, because that's where they're going to be shopping this offseason. By way of either the draft or free agency, they will be in the market big time for young ascending star power at corner and off the edge. And if one of those guys is available now, why not throw some resources at it? Why wait? If you can find someone that can be the starter right now and beyond, there's no reason you have to wait. It's not like you're not allowed to do your Christmas shopping until after Black Friday. Like, you can buy something and put it up in the attic right now. There's no reason you can't just go cash in on a half season more of whatever you'd be adding this offseason.
And under Peters, there's an organizational confidence. And I don't mean to be flippant about this. I should not be an executive. Usual caveats apply. If I was, I wouldn't have had the stones to trade Jahan Dotson before the season. I just wouldn't have, because I'm not sure about this position. I think, but I'm not sure. Do we have enough? They have shown the ability to go, we got it. we know before everyone else does, which is the hallmark to me of a good front office, or one of the, right? So identifying a need and going, we're going to predict the need. We're going to predict where this is going to go in a while, where we can get great value, not do it just to hear ourselves complete a phone call. We're going to make that kind of move that you're talking about, where the opportunity presented itself. We're not rushing to do this, right? We're not in a panic. We're not going, we have to add or else. They don't have an or else right now. They've got that. Again, I don't have a better phrase for it than organizational confidence in their decision-making, their development, the staff, and everybody on down. It's fun when they're all pulling the rope in the same direction and guys outperform expectations as opposed to the exact opposite, which is what we've been used to here for 30 years.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. The Giants stand between Washington and the 7-2 start. Why don't we take a look at that matchup next? It feels like a trap game. It is sandwiched between what was a huge home matchup, picks 1 and 2, all the storylines of Williams and Daniels, plus the week in the buildup of whether he'd play or not, and a game next week with the Steelers team that's going to feel like a real litmus test against a playoff team and a stellar defense. These are the types of games that often can give the really good teams problems in the division, team that plays you close a lot, team you struggled with, right? And it feels like someone you're just going to walk in, roll the football out, and beat. How do they avoid a letdown? We'll get into that next on Grant and Danny. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. There are times in life when we see our loved ones struggle, especially as they get older. The exclusive sponsor of this show is the law firm Kondorian Murad, and they can guide you through the process of managing a health care or a financial power of attorney, or even securing guardianship or conservatorship for a family member. Schedule a free consultation with their elder law and estate planning attorneys today. You can do that by visiting kmlawyers.com, telling them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. The Beltway Blitz in 1 hour at 4. That's when we're giving away Caps tickets against the Penguins right here on the Fan. You better be listening at that time. Danny, we are out and about tomorrow. We are on the road at the Craft House in Fairfax, over in Fairfax Corner, for stop number 3 of our Friday field trip.
The tour so far, if I can say this, we're 2 for 2. I think we hit a bomb and like a stand-up triple. Keep it going. This has been such a cool, fun thing. Grateful to the station, obviously, for sending us out and everybody responsible for that. All the locations we've been to so far and we're going to. It's just really cool, man. It's a neat refresher to be able to come out and hang out with folks. And everyone was just so damned excited. Not about you and me, although a couple people have been mildly tepid in terms of excitement. But just to talk about a football team that's good and everybody's going, and then this was so much fun because I was watching with my buddy. And like that kind of energy hasn't been here in some time. So it's really, really neat to be able to share it directly live in color with folks.
Yeah, that's why we're doing it. And the team's responding. We didn't think they'd be 6-2, 8 games in as we were doing this field trip series. But as they were playing well, we decided to try to kind of continue to build the momentum. And that's what we're working to do. So we're coming to Fairfax. I believe our first stop in Maryland is going to be next week.
Mm-hmm.
We will unveil our next appointment for next Friday while we are live in Fairfax tomorrow. But coming out to Craft House and enjoy fellowship and camaraderie and fun times and food and drink. Should be a really, really good day. Live show from 2 to 6:30 tomorrow right here on Grant and Danny for our field trip. We are all over D.C. right now, the DMV on 106.7. We are now in Richmond over the air for the next 3 hours, AM 910, FM 105.1. If you want to stream us anywhere on the Odyssey app, you can do that. For audio and video, we are on YouTube, 106.7, the Fans YouTube page, for the remainder of this program today and every day. Next up, the New York Giants. They're the only team standing between Washington and 7-2. Back to a 1 o'clock kickoff. First time in 3 weeks, Danny. This is, I guess, what the bad teams do.
The regular folk, yeah, the peasantry.
They play the Giants at 1 with Chris Myers on the call. So you're getting that treatment this weekend for the final game, essentially, in the 1 o'clock window. But Washington is a heavy favorite, as you'd expect, again, on the road. And if they cannot have a letdown, it stands to reason they should be able to go in New York, handle their business, come back to D.C. for a huge game against the Steelers with a chance at their best record midway through a season in my lifetime.
The Giants are not good. That's at the core of this. But that hasn't really mattered over the years. And I can't stand leaning on cliches, leaning on those axioms that, those platitudes that people love to say, like, you throw out the records when it's a divisional game. Like, it's just, thanks for the analysis. Appreciate you. I'll see you post-game, I'm sure. But that's been the case here with these two teams. It sort of hasn't mattered whatever the circumstances are. The occasional Giants throttling of Washington, I think, kind of is the exception. But for the most part, no matter kind of where these two teams are, it's like this weird rock fight, kind of a pushing contest between the two. And it's always closer than probably it should be one way or the other. So I'm kind of expecting that, to be honest with you. Washington is superior. Nothing will change if they somehow don't play well and drop this game. They're going to finish with an infinitely better record than the Giants, who are going to pick in the top 10 and are going to look to move on from probably quarterback and maybe coach and GM as well. Washington is in a much better place. They are favorites, and they should be, but just something about going up there or something about this matchup, it always seems to be a quote-unquote weird game.
The Commanders have not started a season 7-2. Well, I should say ever, as the Commanders, if I want to be technical.
That's
but
fair, yeah.
Washington has not been 7-2 since 1996. Still kind of weird for me to play that game and pretend like the Commanders did it. But yes, Washington has not been 7-2 since 1996. I was 8 years old. How old were you, Danny?
1992. That's 13-year-old Randy Douye right there. I ended up turning 13 that year.
Come on, man.
Yep.
7-2. That was the last time. You wouldn't think it'd be that hard just to get off to a really good 9-game start. The schedule
So many teams
falls
have
your
done
way.
it. So many teams have done it. It's my bit with the Wizards and 50 wins. I go, it's not even that big a deal. Like, no, there are no 7-2 trophies in anybody's case. That's nobody has
when
any
they
sort
get
of celebration.
to 7-2, if they beat the Giants, it's not like we stopped the season for a celebration. It's just something that's not that difficult to do that they haven't been able to do. It's them and pretty much, I would imagine, nobody else.
Yeah, incredible first half, and that's it.
You know, I said they were heavy favorites. I'm sure there's somebody in a real market where there's a good team, you know, like Kansas City or something, who's saying heavy favorites. They're only favored by 3.5. There's nothing heavy about that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, 3.5 for Washington on the road is a gigantic number. Like, that's not territory we've been in a long time. We're in an era now where I believe you get 2 points for being at home just about. So what that tells you is that essentially odds makers think Washington's 5.5, 6 points better than the Giants at a neutral site. Tells me they're not completely buying in yet either necessarily. I mean, I know the Giants and Washington, as you just said, play a lot of close games in the division, and that New York, to their credit, have actually been a pain to play. It's not like everyone that plays the Giants is dominating them. In fact, the opposite is true. They played the Steelers to a one-possession game. They did get blown out by the Eagles, but remember, they were really close with the Bengals. Probably would have won that game if they didn't miss 2 field goals. They beat Seattle. So they could easily be 2-2 in their last 4 games against some decent football teams, which I get. But I'm just randomly going to pull up one other game here. Let me look at FanDuel. Like, the Falcons are 3-point favorites on the Cowboys. Essentially, and it's a home game, to be clear, but the Falcons and the Washington Lions are similar, and the Cowboys, you would think, are much more highly regarded than the Giants are. I don't know, man. It just seems like the line is not yet reflecting as if odds makers are really sold that Washington's one of the best teams in the league, which I don't have a problem with, but I think that's worth noting.
Yeah, no, it certainly is. When you go back to the last several matchups, the Giants have won 4 of 5. Washington won the most recent one. The biggest separation was a Giants 12-point win. There's a tie in there, and nothing but one score, really close games. I do think the history comes into play. Maybe
I don't care about that.
I know, maybe I overestimate it. I'm, you know, it's the kind of thing where I probably put too much emphasis on it because of the way the league turns over. But when you get a big enough sample over multiple years that these two teams play ugly, gross, weird games, I already got one this year. It was weird. I don't want to say
that's
it was gross.
relevant to me, though.
Yeah.
But like, what happened when Taylor Heineke and Kyle Allen were quarterbacks?
I know.
Respectfully, I don't care anymore. I mean, this is a whole different world. You're right, though. The same thing kind of played out. The same caliber of game, kind of game, played out for Washington and New York earlier this season. Now, my argument against that would be, I would poke back on you with, how much different is this Commanders team than that team was?
Different.
In week 2. Let's not forget, that was the second week of the season, and cover your ears, people who anytime you hear anything other than Super Bowl, MVP, Coach of the Year, and you take it personally. But week 1, the Washington offense was not good, and they couldn't really throw the ball. Jaden Daniels ran 16 times, but they couldn't do anything through the air that didn't involve their receivers. The first half of that Giants game was just as ugly throwing the ball. Remember, I think JD got sacked 4 times, maybe 5 times, and they again, receiver involvement was minimal. The passing game was not good. He was kind of hanging on to the ball. The whole thing changed in the second half of the Giants game. They hit on a couple inbreakers to Noah Brown. They went down and got the win late, and that was the first half of football where Daniels played at the level that he has for the rest of the year. It was as if something, like there was an epiphany or a breakthrough moment. The game slowed down for him. The next week was Cincinnati, when he still had arguably the best game any quarterback has played all season long for any team. And he's played at that level essentially since. But the first half of the Giants game was not good for this offense. And I guess it's fair to ask, do the Giants have a decent plan? Are they able to defend this offense well based on something that Bowen, their defensive coordinator, Shane Bowen, like figured out? Or is that just a different Commanders team because it was before Jaden Daniels solved the riddle?
That is the essential question to me is, you know, we asked, I'm blanking on her name, but for Blitz in the East yesterday, covering the Giants, I'm going, you and I had a discussion about it. It's not like we're watching the Giants intimately and breaking them down. You see them on TV like everybody else, but I still feel like that defense is pretty good. They've got some pretty good pass rushing totals led by Dexter Lawrence and company, and they can be disruptive at times. They haven't always been, and certainly their weakness is the run game. Well, you know what Washington's strength happens to be? Well, they got a couple on offense, but especially that run game. So maybe there's a great opportunity here where you go, now that we have all things firing, Jaden Daniels is fully armed and operational in terms of, the things on his plate and how well he's played, as you mentioned, since really the second half of that week 2 game. Everything's at our disposal. They can't stop us now, whereas maybe they could because we were limiting ourselves. That's sort of the thought. I don't know that this Giants defense is good enough to stop Washington. Even the good defenses Washington has played haven't stopped them per se, kind of outside of week 1 when they got one garbage time score against Tampa Bay, and that's it. But for the most part, even when it hasn't gone great, they're not ringing the bell for 40 points, they're still moving the football with some aplomb. They're still getting up and down the field and still making some plays, and I think that's going to be available to them this weekend.
They definitely did against Pittsburgh. I don't know how much they moved the ball when they scored 3 against Philly or 7 against the Bengals. By the way, their home games offensively have been horrific.
Oh, beyond dreadful. They're 0-4. I think they have 1 or 2 touchdowns at home.
They have a touchdown, I believe, at home. I mean, everyone's seeing that stat, I'm sure, this week. But look at the performances. They gave up. Well, they lost by 22, and they scored 6 at home in week 1 against the Vikings. Then they were on the road against the Commanders and the Browns. That was 2 pretty decent performances, actually. They lost by a field goal and then won against Cleveland. Came back home and played Dallas. That was the one game where they have actually scored a touchdown. They lost 20-15. Remember, that was a primetime game, and in fact, they were really close to beating Dallas that night.
Yeah.
They went to Seattle, had their game of the year, their second win, and they won 29-20. It was actually closer than that. If you remember, the Seahawks were kicking a game-tying field goal, a makeable field goal at the end of regulation that New York blocked and took back for a touchdown and made it a 9-point win. But very well could have been an overtime game that they lost. Then they've lost 3 in a row, 2 at home. Against the Bengals, they scored 7. They missed 2 field goals. Against the Eagles, they got beat 28-3 in the Saquon Barkley return where he ran for almost 200. They scored 3 points. So that is home games against Minnesota, Dallas, Cincy, Philly, 0-4 with a total of 34 points in 4 games. I mean, they're averaging right around 9 points or so, 8 points per game at home. That's hard to do.
In this day and age, in any day and age, really. I mean, since the advent of the Ford Pass, it's pretty hard
that's
to
why
do.
I have such a hard time picking them to beat Washington. I know strange things happen, and I know there's such a thing as a letdown, but this offense is so high octane and so dynamic that even in a game where, let's say, Bowen's defense bows up and they do a really good job, you're going to hit on a couple of explosives. You can keep Washington down. We've seen a couple teams do an okay job. The Bears did a really good job, I thought. Hail Mary notwithstanding, obviously. But, there has been this inevitability to the playmaking, mostly from Daniels. It's not really a whole lot of – it's not like there's a long list of guys that are doing it otherwise. But they find a way, to Kingsbury's credit, to get McLaurin open down the field for a big shot. They find a way to hit something to De'Ami Brown. One game it was him, 40 yards. Or – to get Austin Eckler on a screen that goes for 35. They do something to break out of the rut. And do the Giants really have an answer to that? Maybe against Washington's defense, they will. But I worry about them when they play offenses that can move the ball and score. When they play teams that are offensively challenged like Cleveland, they destroy them. Carolina. They have blown those teams out.
Yep.
This will be different at the Meadowlands, tougher environment than being at home like they were in the 2 games I just referenced. But I think any matchup where you're going into a battle with Washington with a bad offense, I mean, you're slapping in a boxing match, right? You are bringing the wrong weapon to a bigger artillery fight.
I think that's a good analogy there. I mean, again, I'm going back that the ghost of week 2, maybe again, it's not fair because your point is correct. These are different teams. Both are playing better. The Giants, their better isn't quite as better as Washington's, if that turn of phrase makes sense.
I was going to say, how much better are the Giants than
They're slightly better, but more better, but less better than more better. They're playing slightly better football at times than they were maybe at that point in the season. But now there's more swirling around. I mean, I always think about this. I said this before the Carolina game. I always feel like teams in this spot are looking for a reason. And what I mean by that is you're looking for a reason either to say, okay, we're in this one, and then you get frisky and you get the nobody believes in us. You do what Cleveland did this past week, right? Where you get that dead cat bounce for a team whose season is lost, but they're so overjoyed and they're there, they're in it, going toe-to-toe with a really good team like Baltimore that they feel themselves and have a great game. Then there's the Carolina corollary, where they're looking for a reason to go the opposite direction. You stomp them, you do something special early, that's it, screw this. It's just human nature, right? I think a team with everything swirling around them like the Giants have, they're looking for a reason. So if you give them a chance, they'll hang around and they can be frisky, and you can, end up in one of those heated one-score type games. But if you do something, if you dominate early, they'll give up. And that's kind of how I've,
So
sort
that's
of looking
interesting.
at this
Well, similarly, one thing I was thinking about with this game, and I think it's kind of the same thing you're saying. The fact that you're going to their building this week, I like. Because they've got this growing now swell where they're mad at the GM Shane, where they're upset with the head coach Dable, and they want blood. They want Daniel Jones benched. And I think Daniel Jones is kind of proven at this point that he's not the guy, that they're going to go in a different direction. But he has also not been a problem necessarily for them. He hasn't been the answer. But like going to Tommy DeVito or Drew Lock is not going to make them a contender. It's not like Daniel Jones is holding them back. Having said that, though, you hear that. Like you turn on any kind of Giants coverage this week, and that will be one of the big storylines. We were told yesterday by Charlotte from The Athletic when she joined us that, that's the biggest story right now is we're grilling Dabo. We're asking if they're going to make a quarterback change, and the answer, again, is no. I bring this up to say you go 3 and out on that first drive. You come out and you run the ball for 0 on 1st and 10. And then, 2nd and 10 is a 4-yard screen or whatever. And now it's 3rd and 6. And can you imagine if you misfire or there's an incompletion or a batted ball, and you've now been 2 and out twice, and Daniel Jones is 1 of 3 for 6 yards or whatever? Like, the Boo Birds will be out. If you're the Giants, and we can relate to this, I think, because this has been Washington for a long time, you'd almost rather be on the road at this point. And it's part of the reason why I bet they've played better on the road.
100%. You feel that pressure. You feel the tense nature of the crowd who's waiting. The other shoe number 1 has been on the ground for some time, and they are watching shoe number 2 descend towards pavement. You know what I mean? Like, everybody knows. Everybody's so mad. This isn't working. You know it. You're a human being. You're aware, but you can talk about eliminating the distractions and all the cliches and saying all the right things. You're a human being, dude. You can sense the anger and vitriol and frustration and irritation from tens of thousands of people that are just looking for a reason. There's that phrase again, to yell at you and express their displeasure. It's their hard-earned money, and they feel like it's your fault somehow. You're going to feel it. You're going to hear about it.
Are you guys worried about a letdown performance from Washington? It has been a little while since they've played a bad football game. Even when they lost to the Ravens, they were up to the challenge. 800-636-1067 is the number on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. If you want to join us, you can call in now. You can also tweet us at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny, if you want to get a hold of us that way. The Giants have lost 3 in a row and 4 of 5. They're 2 and 6 overall. They're 0 and 4 at home. Is this a spot you worry about a little bit with a big matchup with the Steelers looming back at home next week? You're listening to Grant and Danny. Yeah, I'm Grant Paulson on Halloween Thursday. You're locked into the Fan. We are getting ready for the Commanders and the Giants on Sunday. And as we close in, we're taking inventory on whether or not you could see this as a possible letdown spot for Washington. They're 3.5-point road favorites. Everybody thinks they're going to beat New York. I saw my first prediction graphic drop where I think there's 10 on the screen. 9 have the Washington Block W logo and 1 has the Giants, which has been reason for nervousness around here for many years. But those nerves are dying. I mean, that anxiety, frankly, is going away some, Danny, because what I've been most impressed by with the Dan Quinn operation so far is they have handled prosperity. Off the Bengals game, they blew out the Cardinals. Off the blowout of the Cardinals coming home, for sure this is the letdown spot. They destroy the Browns. They go to Baltimore, put up their dukes, give them their best shot. They lose. Then you came home to Carolina and you thought, well, maybe this is the regression in the skid, and they hang 40 on the Panthers, and then they bounce back to beat the Bears as well. So they just have not had that show-up small game, and the longer you go without one, the more you can start to think they're above that and maybe better than that.
100%. You put enough deposits in, then that kind of becomes what you are at this stage. My only counter to it is this isn't a Washington-specific thing. If you're asking me, is Washington better than the Giants? Well, duh. Yeah, obviously. Okay, let's move on to the next topic. But is any team above a letdown? Is any team above, another professional team having a good day? And I don't mean to speak in, these sorts of, hyperbolic kind of bits of weirdness, but a divisional game where you've already played a field goal game over the course of the season, it's not insane to me that they wouldn't play their best game in New York. Right? I mean, that's happened. Again, Washington is better. If they played 20 times, they win 15, 16 of those. Well, there's a handful of others that they might not. So you look around the league over the last month or so, right? Think about how many good teams played bad teams. And this is what's happening. A good team, Washington, is playing a bad team, New York. Green Bay probably very easily could have lost to Jacksonville this past weekend. Fluky stuff happens. The Ravens dropped the game to the Raiders earlier this year. Fluky stuff happens. My point here isn't just to say, oh, well, it's sports, that's why they play the games. I'm trying to go above that a little bit, but my point is I don't think anybody, let alone like an absolute buzzsaw juggernaut, they can't be defeated team that doesn't exist anymore in today's NFL is above kind of that trap game letdown situation. Despite all the rhetoric, despite all the efforts to the contrary.
I agree with you. I think it's mostly like it lowers the percentage, like how many of them you have when you're really good.
I think that's the way to phrase it. That's it.
Like the Ravens have now lost to the Raiders and the Browns, and it gives me a little pause, but they've won some other really tough games that makes it more okay. But a team like the Chiefs, and I'm not talking about this year where they're 7-0, but just by and large, they don't let down against Denver when Denver's bad very often.
Right.
But you're right. I mean, every team, no one goes 17-0. Nobody goes 16-1. 15-2 ain't walking through that door either. And I'm not talking about Washington. I mean, the great teams every year in the league. Mm-hmm. The best teams are generally 13-4. You just saw the Ravens lose to the Browns. This happens all the time in the league. They're good enough now that, let's say they lose in New York against the Giants, even if they play a bad game, I'll kind of chalk it up to a bad day.
Me too.
Not that, I guess maybe they weren't as good as we think. Like, I'm past that at this point. I think it would take 2 or 3 weeks in a row where they lower their own bar by playing poorly before I think, okay, they were playing over their heads and they've come back down to earth.
Because I think they just had that. Like, this was, like, again, they did a lot good in that Chicago game. I'm not saying they didn't. Defensively, they were great, especially in the first half. But offensively, shooting themselves in the foot, some of the miscues and things that you're going, that's not what they've been doing over the last, 6 weeks. I think they just had we got away with one game, right? Where, the Hail Mary doesn't get tipped to the right person. We're talking about a 5-3 team right here, right? Where they go, okay, lesson learned. We can't afford to take our foot off the gas, or we have to be on our P's and Q's. Like, to me, they've already done that, right? This past week had the quote unquote, I don't say letdown game. That's not the right turn of phrase, but we didn't do our best here. We didn't play our best.
I partially agree with that. I think that was a loss that they stole. But I also think they outplayed the Bears and should have won anyway. It was only a loss that they stole because they were behind with 25 seconds to go.
Right.
After the Bears finally scored. But I did not think they played a bad game. I thought they had a couple of miscues in the red zone, but I actually thought they played pretty well, especially defensively. That was a winning performance. But yeah, they obviously stole a game as it ended up that they could have lost. But I don't know that was like a letdown. I think they're probably even with the Bears on paper, and it would be a toss-up. If they played 10 times, it'd be 5-5 or whatever. Let's go to Will and Stafford on Grant and Danny. How do you feel about the matchup with the Giants on Sunday?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I just want to say on the candy real quick, Fifth Avenue, best candy bar ever made. I order a box from Amazon each year. My wife thinks I'm crazy, but I give out full-size candy bars of Fifth Avenue just to
First
spread
of
the
all,
awareness.
your wife should thank the lucky stars that she has such a lovely, wonderful husband that understands the value of giving out full-size, king-size, full candy bars, number one. What is Fifth Avenue, though?
It's peanut butter and chocolate, dude. It's basically they made the peanut butter crunchy somehow. And if you ask me how, I don't know. Magic. But it's basically a crunchy chocolate and peanut butter bar.
Yeah, it's amazing. Always has been.
Oh, they're fantastic.
Danny, you and I are about the same age. When the old ladies in the neighborhood would give out Bit of Honey or Mary Jane's, that filth went straight to the trash.
Garbage.
But I'll say real quick, guys, two things. I'm a little worried about the health of the OTs, Coleman, concussion, Wiley, and Cornelius, a little banged up. But also, it seems like MetLife, that turf there, we all know it's terrible. I'm a little concerned about health there. I mean, it seems like that stadium is notorious for taking guys out, with non-contact injuries. I mean, knock on wood, nothing happens. But I always get nervous when our team plays there, or pretty much any team other than the Giants. Thanks,
It
guys.
is the most
Good
hated
point, buddy.
surface in the NFL right now, and I don't even think it's that close. There was a time. It's funny. I'm old enough to remember when natural grass and poorly grown grass like FedEx Field was what everybody was worried about, when that was ripping ligaments. But yeah, now nobody wants turf. I mean, the players, the PA goes to the league year in and year out trying to get natural grass. A lot of the indoor stadiums that are being built have the ability to wheel the turf out into the parking lot so that you can actually grow grass. The types of turf on indoor stadiums that are being used are changing as well. But for whatever reason, I know they've done a lot of work and made changes. But yeah, he's right. MetLife Stadium has a reputation and is now notorious for non-contact injuries. That is the thing. I hadn't even thought about that specifically, but he's 100% right. I mean, with that offensive tackle question, certainly is a pretty important one, I would say. Trent Scott, with all due respect, you probably don't want him taking 80 snaps there at left tackle. So TBD on that. But yeah, the injury concern is the thing. What do you mean you don't want Scott taking 80 snaps?
I don't necessarily want him starting at left tackle. I'd rather have Coleman or Lucas.
I think that's the case at any stadium.
He brought up two things. I was talking about the turf, but he said
sorry.
offensive
Okay.
tackle situation and the turf.
Got you. Yeah, let me be clear. There's nowhere where Trent Scott's going to play where I'm going to feel really good about that.
You could have it on the moon or wherever. Yeah.
Grass, turf, if there's a new thing that they come up with, if we're playing the game on carpet. Sorry, I thought you were talking about regarding the surface. But yeah, that's the biggest concern of the game. I'm hoping Brandon Coleman plays. I don't really have a full reason to believe he will, but you generally don't miss 2 weeks with a concussion as a young guy. You're seeing Tyrone Tracy come back days after his concussion. But every concussion is different, obviously. There's no way to really predict that at all. I just think, based on the last several years, it would seem like a lengthy recovery if Coleman wasn't able to go. So I'm hoping he can play. But even in that case, we haven't seen him get a full week's worth of 100% of snaps. I mean, you'd still be asking him to do something he hasn't been asked to do, and it would be his toughest test of the season, not just because of the workload, but because Brian Burns is one of the better pass rushers in the league.
Yeah, they got a variety of guys, whether it's Lawrence or Burns or Thibodeau that's had huge games against them.
Thibodeau's on injured reserve.
Oh, he's on IR. That's right.
But you're right. I mean, Lawrence, a D tackle, he wouldn't have to go up against Coleman very often. But yeah, I mean, that's a pain in the butt that he's going to be a real big problem on the interior. Joe's in LA on Grant and Danny. What's up, Joe?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey, buddy.
Just two things. Well, first, I have to say Fifth Avenue is the best candy bar. So thank you, Will, for pointing that out. But then two things about the game. One, I think that the culture we hear about from Dan Quinn and from Jaden Daniels, who are the two most important people to hear from, it doesn't suggest to me anything about being susceptible to trap games. They just don't seem to have – they have the right mentality about putting in the work every week. And Jaden Daniels basically celebrated that Hail Mary for like 5 seconds before he was like, all right, we're on to the New York Giants next week.
You gotta love what he said about that, right? I mean, it's in the past, man. Now, I think, when was his presser? Yesterday. So Wednesday from Sunday was the first time we heard him talk. But even still, he says the right things every single time.
Every time and always. He's so special. And everything he does, just like he's like the perfect dude. You know what I mean? Just like it always turns up him. But yeah, I 100% love that attitude. And I guess maybe it's a matter of semantics. I don't know, Jeeps. But the idea that I would say they're less susceptible to the letdown because of the rhetoric, right? The way that these guys approach it and level of buy-in to it, right? Where you're talking about, doesn't matter who the opponent is, we have to do our thing. And when we talked to Austin Eckler on Tuesdays, right? It's a little bit less about what the opponent's going to do. We have to take care of our stuff, our thing. We have a standard. Dan Quinn talks about it all the time, not meeting the opponent, but we have to worry about what we do all the time. And that internal facing constant improvement, almost competing with yourself and competing with the standard that you're setting. It's like that Matthew McConaughey deal where he's like, my hero is me 10 years from now, my earlier self looking up forward to my 10 year from ago and later self. Like it's that deal where you're talking about self-improvement over setting yourself up against the competition. And so that would make them less susceptible given that buy-in.
I think Joe's gone. Joe, I didn't mean to end your call that quickly. I apologize, buddy. Thank you for calling us from out in L.A. on the Odyssey app. Speaking of the Odyssey app, Greg is in Florida on Grant and Danny. What's up, Greg? How are you?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Good, Bo.
So I hate to say it, but I'm taking the Giants straight up. And I don't view this as a letdown game. I'm just not totally convinced, believe it or not, until they beat the Giants in the Meadowlands. I don't know when the last time that's happened, but the Giants just seem to have our number for whatever reason. We either split with them or they win two. When was the last time we won two from them in a season? I can't remember.
It's been a while.
And I've been around for a long time. And again, I don't know whether they just have our number and know how to put together a game plan, but I'm a little nervous because, Daniel Jones is going to be running the ball to, get first downs on third and long. And I'm worried about our secondary, and it's not just against, is it Neighbors? Is that who it is?
That's it. Yeah.
He had 10 catches for 100 yards against Washington.
And so appreciate the call, man.
Last time they played.
2021 is the last time it happened. And even still, it wasn't two blowouts. It wasn't like, they just stomped them around despite the fact the Giants weren't any good. 1 point win. And then the last game of the season that was it was all but meaningless for everybody. They beat them by, I think it was 10, 12 points, something like that. But 2021.
They swept them in both games and they won in the Meadowlands. Before that, though, Danny, looking at it, I think you got to go all the way back to 2011.
Yeah.
To find the last time.
So the point stands, obviously.
And that was, like final week of the year, as you said, everyone's checked out. But if you want to find the last time where two games were played when the competitive portion of the season was still going, how about 2011?
Yeah, that's too long, quite frankly. That's one team having the better of the matchup.
But there's a lot of things happening for the first time since then.
Well, that's true.
If they win, they're 7-2 for the first time since 1996,
hum.
which is harder to do, it seems like, around here than just winning in the Meadowlands, which happens every few years anyway. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We'll get you a double play next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. 20 minutes from now, ahead of the Beltway Blitz, we will be giving away tickets to see the Capitals and the Penguins next week. You got to win those tickets coming up at the top of the hour right here on Grant and Danny. In 12 minutes, top of the hour, ahead of the Beltway Blitz, we will be giving away tickets to the Caps and the Penguins. They've got a matchup at Capital One Arena November 8th next week. You can be there just by listening and being the right caller at the top of the hour. Let's get to our double play, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
Jeeps, you're better at this than I am. You have a great attitude and ability to say it's just stuff. And I'm not worried about it. Since I've known you, since like 2009, I think, and this is numbers approximate, I think you've had 146 different phone chargers.
Yeah.
Give or take, right? Where it's, if you can't find it, I'm just going to get another one. I'm not going to look for, I can't be bothered. I don't have that ability to move on. So I thought, I had this long saga. If folks have been following the program, I had I was a victim of a hit and run, totally mild, everyone's fine, but like it was a pain in the butt, your normal thing that happens with cars and whatever, right? Dealt with it. I was positive that my sunglasses, nice pair of sunglasses, I'll be honest with you, I splurged a little bit, got some Oakleys for your pal, all right? They fit, they didn't have that gap between the actual eyeglass and my eyes because of my weird, stupid shaped face. They fit me really well. I liked them a lot. They're my one-seat sunglasses. In my mind, I haven't seen them in about 6 weeks. I go, oh, they're in the car. I'm pretty sure they're in the car. Like they're in the console there in the car. Well, I get the car back and they're not there. So now I'm left to go, what could I possibly have done? I've been searching high and low for these sunglasses. And my wife does the thing that I think you're about to do, where she goes, why don't you just get another pair of sunglasses?
Mm-hmm.
And I can't give up the hope or the idea that they'll turn up. I'll find them. They'll be here somewhere if I want it bad enough. I have looked everywhere a human being could possibly have placed his or her sunglasses, and I haven't found them. And I was convinced, oh, they must be in the car, and they're not. They probably never were, but I now don't have them. I have not had my A sunglasses, and I'm a sunglasses guy, as you know. I don't have them, but I can't bear the idea of going to get new ones.
You love sunglasses.
I love them so much. I light eyes. For people with fair eyes, it's really important. If you have beautiful, beautiful blue eyes, like I do, you have to take care of them.
So if I had something really nice, I think I would probably wouldn't go full Rouye on this, but I would be more inclined to live the way you're living, where you're going. I can't just move on.
I can't move on.
This is why I don't, though. Like, you get nice things because you like things and you want to take care of them and you enjoy them. I don't. I'm just, I'm going to get the used car that's going to get me to and from. And if someone runs into it, maybe we'll get it fixed one day.
Then it's more used.
Exactly. My sunglasses, they cost me $6.
Yep.
So when I can't find them, there's going to be another $6 pair. Now, if I dropped a couple hunch on Oakleys or something, or whatever they might have been, like, yeah, then I'd be really upset. But I know I can't keep them. I know I'm going to lose them. I know I don't take the, I don't have the ability, and this is a compliment to you, I think. I don't know this for a fact, but I think I do. I think you take things and take care of them well, right?
I
mean,
if money
like you carry things in cases and you have, so I think that makes it like you should invest because you're going to do the work. I know I'm not going to take care of them because I just don't have any, like, at my core, I am not wired to care about material things. I don't really have any appreciation for it. Like, I just don't. I don't need nice things. And so that's why the $5, I'll get another one. And that's where the philosophy comes from.
Which makes a lot of sense. I wish I had some of that. Right now, I wish I had it especially. But it's basically if money is spent, we're going to value it. Like, I don't know what I'm sure it comes from my parents, but it's like, I don't know if that's frugal or whatever the word is. Like, in general,
I think that's a good trait.
Yeah. The whole point is if we are, like the whole, why do I work? Why are we doing any of this? Why does anyone do anything? I want to provide for my children, wife, family, the whole 9 yards, right? Whatever I want to get you the Jordans. I want to get you the nice thing. Like that motivates me. It makes me so happy to be able to do that. If I get it for you, we're going to use it. We're not one time unwrap that Christmas present and then cast it aside. If I buy it. If that money leaves this pocket right here, my son's waving at me right now because he knows I'm talking about him. If that leaves this pocket and it goes to somebody else, we're going to use it. We're going to use it until you're tired of using it and then take a break and use it again. We are going to get our value out of it. And I got those sunglasses, I think, 3 years ago, and I've worn them a lot. I've gotten, I don't know, close to my money's worth. I can't let them go.
Yeah, so just as an example, I mean, 3 years is 50 years for me to have sunglasses.
in Paulson years, yeah.
I don't think I've kept sunglasses. Now, I never wear sunglasses ever, as you know.
Well, you also have regular glasses, so that makes it hard.
It does. But have you ever seen me wear sunglasses?
I had to have.
I
can't think
to
have, right?
I don't think I've worn sunglasses in years. So it's very possible you have.
I mean, I don't remember specifically.
My point
I can't
is,
pull an
let's say I
incident,
wore them every day. I wouldn't keep them. I would go through sunglasses every couple of weeks. It's like water bottles. I go through those every,
Oh, you're amazing
Oh, I'm
at
going to
that.
start carrying this to work, my thermos or whatever. Nope. It's gone in a week. I just can't do it.
You stopped doing the thermos, which is the giant soup cup from Walters. Are you
Yeah.
doing that anymore?
I still do that when I go to Walters. I get it to go giant soup plastic cup. But yeah, man, it's like a chicken or the egg thing, though. I don't think I get nice things and then don't take care of them. I purposefully don't get nice things.
Right.
If I were to get something nice, I think I would take care of it. But also, I have very young kids, so depending on what we're talking about, like, my wife wanted to get a really, really nice couch, and I'm like, we're having children.
Yeah.
Like, why would we do that?
There'll be
Now, we
several
still got a
running
nicer
around.
couch. Now, if it was up to me, we would just go to, like, Johnny's house around the corner on Facebook Marketplace and get it for
Mhm.
$23. We did not do that. We spent a lot more money than I wanted to, but we kind of met in the middle on the thing that cost as much as a car and what I wanted, which was $0.
Yeah, by the way, what we spent on this couch, it better go to 0 to 60 in 5 seconds.
Right, exactly.
This thing.
So we probably went about halfway to your couch, right?
Uh-huh.
But like, I want my wife to have nice things. She likes to have nice things. You mentioned your kids. As they get older, they don't know what's what yet, so we're getting cheap everything. But when they're in their class and their kids are looking at their shoes or whatever, I will want them. It's not like I'm some believer in we have to have no name brand. Like for me personally, I'm wearing a black T-shirt that has a pocket on it that is not a brand. Like I don't care.
Have you ever put anything in that pocket?
I actually had my phone in it earlier today.
Did you really?
Yeah.
You weren't
right
afraid
here.
of it falling out?
Like this.
Does it stay? That's a deep shirt pocket.
It is actually very deep.
I wouldn't think that would work because usually that pocket is not functional. It's like maybe my pack of cigarettes could go in there, and I know that's not something you're usually doing.
No, this is just a shirt that if you worked all day and then had a pack of cigarettes, you would definitely put it.
You
in
put
that
it right
pocket.
there. Yeah, put it right there.
It's kind of that kind of blue collar shirt. I don't know, man. You want to give away some Caps tickets at the top of the hour with me?
I don't know. Should we?
Let's do that.
Yeah, I think we should.
Ahead of the Beltway Blitz, the Commanders, the Capitals, the Wizards going to be covered. A juicy blitz on a Halloween Thursday. We're Greg and Dave. Caller number 10, who dials 800-636-1067 right now. Congrats, you're going to win 2 tickets to see the Capitals take on the Penguins November 8th at Capital One Arena. For tickets to the game and the complete Capitals schedule, go to thefandc.com/events. We are Grant and Danny. We are the flagship home of the Caps and the Nats, and more football talk than anyone about a team with a bright future. It's time for you to think about yours. The exclusive sponsor of our show will help. They are the law firm Kandori and Murad. They will update your last will and testament, set up a trust for you and your family. Kind of paperwork you got to get done if you are a grown-up with kids, man. Got to happen. Not fun, but you got to do it. Just get it out of the way. Schedule a free consultation. They'll make it easy, seamless. They got estate planning attorneys to help you out. Go to kmlawyers.com. You'll get a discount if you mention us. Good discount, too. kmlawyers.com is where you got to go. It is time for your Beltway Blitz. We're covering the Commanders, the Capitals, and the Wizards all in one segment on this Halloween Thursday. Why don't we get things started on the gridiron? Our buddy Michael Phillips, you hear him on 910 The Fan in Richmond. Of course, the Richmonder as well. Michael, I'm not sure we've talked to you since the Hail Mary, but what have you made of the last several days, the reaction, and just what that did for this fan base in town?
I mean, it's what we talked about in the Cincinnati game of winning on Monday Night Football, national TV. The kid outduels Joe Burrow, throws it right on the money to Terry McLaurin at the end, right? And everybody saw that because it was Monday Night Football, national TV. People are like, I'll dip my toe back into this. All right, that was fun. And then that's just that on steroids. Like, the whole country was watching. All the 425 games were over. Tony Romo, Jim Nantz are there yelling, screaming him the whole works. And it's an amazing play. It's a fun football play. And then you add in Tyreek Stevenson waving at the fans. It's the kind of play that gets your team talked about for a team that needs to be talked about.
Miguel, this weekend, they haven't fared terribly well against the Giants. They won this earlier matchup by a field goal, but coming in, they'd lost at least 4 straight, sort of going back over. It's been since 2021 that they swept that matchup. For whatever reason, they play rock fights against the Giants. What are you expecting this weekend?
Yeah, I would expect more of the same. I mean, this is a Giants team with its back to the wall as well, and Daniel Jones is playing for his NFL future. If Daniel Jones is playing, there's always that, will Daniel Jones keep playing in New York? You're waiting for the shoe to drop on that one. This is a desperate team, and this is a team with some defensive talent, and certainly you saw last week. I don't think Jaden's 100%. I don't think he will be this week either. I think it's a good enough team and roster right now to win, but I do have concerns on the offensive line. You think about Coleman and Lucas potentially being out. Those are major concerns, right? So I don't think this is going to be a win against the Browns or Panthers or one of these 40-point cakewalks. They're going to have to fight for it. But you look back at that last game and you see the field goals, the drives. They got a lot of yardage. Certainly the building blocks of success were there.
Michael Phillips, the Richmonder and Odyssey in Richmond, with us on our Grant and Danny's Beltway Blitz here. How much better is the defense right now?
It's so much better along the line, right? And I don't need to get into the hot take discussion like, oh, John Allen's gone, they got better. Like, I think it's been a natural trajectory of improvement over the course of the year. I think guys in the secondary have settled in. I love Frankie Louvu. Man, that guy's playing really good football. I think he's the best player on the defense right now. I think Deron Payne's pretty close, though. I think he's anchoring that front group, and they play good team football. Nobody's going to confuse them for a bunch of Pro Bowlers or a bunch of stud athletes, but they're playing well together. And I mentioned after 20 years of being on the other end of discussions about momentum, these guys have been talking about needing to communicate better for 20 years. It seems like maybe these guys actually like each other and don't mind playing on a football field with each other.
Why isn't this really good offense better in the red zone?
It's hard to score in the red zone right now in football. You look at what teams are doing, Danny. It's that too high safety, right? Like, we'll give you short stuff, we'll let you get down the field, and then we're going to put the clamps on you when we get to the red zone. Patrick Mahomes is having this problem, and Patrick Mahomes is pretty good at football, so I don't sweat too much. Jaden Daniels is having this problem as well. Defenses right now are saying, we'll give you 5 yards at a time. We'll count on you to make a holding penalty or a false start, kill your own drive. A lot of teams do that. Doesn't seem to affect these guys. These guys get in 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9 pretty regularly and just find a way to convert it all the time. So that's kind of its own astounding thing. But then you get in the red zone, that space isn't there anymore. The way you want to operate your offense isn't going to work anymore.
All right, Michael, the phone is ringing. I want you to answer it. Ring, ring.
Hello, Grant.
No, actually, this is Adam Peters. Who's Grant? How are you? This is the GM of the football team.
Adam, great to hear from you. I heard you guys taking care of business. I'm actually, and this is true, I just checked my P.O. box because I'm a businessman. So businessman to businessman, I'm going to enjoy this conversation here.
Well, I appreciate you enjoying it. What should we do at the deadline? I'm just looking for a little feedback from you before I make any decision.
I think you should stand put. I don't think you should make a move, push any chips in. If there's a cheap play to be made to make the football team a little bit better, do it. But this is a team that where you see what Jaden is right now, and Jaden's way ahead of schedule. When you have a rookie quarterback, year 2 and year 3 are the important years, right? He's not a rookie anymore. You can push some chips in because you don't have that quarterback salary dragging you down. Also, this offseason, your phone's going to be ringing off the hook. You're not going to need to call me asking for advice. Guys are going to call you and say, I want to sign a deal and play in Washington. I want to work with number 5. He looks fun. I want to play for DQ. He seems to have it going there in Washington. I think as tempting as it is to make a move, you got to stand put right now.
Michael, thank you, sir. Happy Halloween. Have a great weekend.
Take care, Danny and Adam.
Thank you. Just so you know, Michael, that was not really Adam Peters. That was actually me.
Taken. Unbelievable.
It was Grant all
Tricked.
along. There, sit that Capitol Center, please. Our pal Sammy Silver talking about the Washington Capitals in action tonight. What do we need to know about tonight's game, Sammy?
Yeah, the Caps are surging right now. That's the biggest thing to know. They've got to keep it simple. They got to stick to their game plan, keep the offense coming. Offense has been really easy to come by this season, which wasn't the case last year against a team like Montreal, who maybe isn't coming out of the gates exactly how they want to, but still has a lot of weapons. Nick Suzuki and, really good coach there, Marty St. Louis. So a lot to watch out for when you're looking at a team like Montreal.
I am old enough to remember watching a young Martin St. Louis play hockey. 4-5-1 Montreal. Capital 6-2 points. 12 points out of a possible 16 at this point. Great start. I thought that Rangers game was as fun as an environment as I've been at in the regular season in years. The first period was as good as 20 minutes in terms of the 3 goals, a fight at center ice. Ovi scored twice, had a monster hit on the boards. Like, what else could you possibly want? That was as good as it gets. I saw Carb say something to the effect of he loved that the game was on national TV because it was just good for the sport. But man, oh man, was that good hockey.
Yeah, that was a great game. That was honestly, probably one of the best games I've been to in a long time. It, like you said, it had a little bit of everything, but really what it was just a game that really solidified and symbolized how different this Capitals team is and how good they are this year. You saw, not just Ovechkin doing well, but Alexei Protas. That was a huge game for him. He was all over the place. Connor McMichael keeping up his hot start to the season. You have Stromer, chipping in assists, and, you had the blue line stepping up when a guy like Chikrin's out with injury. So really good game all around and really what you want to see from this team.
Sam, you mentioned Ovechkin. What have you seen from him thus far this year, just in terms of how he's moving, how he's playing, et cetera, as he chases down that impossible record, which doesn't seem so impossible anymore?
Yeah, I see a guy who's 39 and having a great time. He's living his best life right now. He's moving really well. He's feeling good. You can see it from the way he's shooting the puck, the way he's moving his feet. He just has a jump in his step, and he's just really enjoying the new roster and, welcoming everybody. And, just the energy from him right now is contagious. And, that's exactly what Washington needs from their captain, especially with a hot start like this one.
There are some shakeups needed based on injuries, particularly on the blue line now where Alexiev gets into the mix. No Chikrin, still no Matt Roy. Can you give us some updates on some of the injuries on the blue line?
Yeah, it's tough. So both were skating in on-contact jersey, which isn't the best sign, but it's still good to obviously see both out there, especially Chikrin after, he left so early last game and we don't really know what happened. All we know is that's upper body for Chikrin, lower body still for Matt Roy, but he's getting closer and closer. As for where they are going into the weekend, we still don't really know, but it's a go from there kind of situation. And regardless, great opportunity for Alexiev. No call-ups right now, so that's a encouraging sign, but a lot of it's just wait and see.
Sammy, thank you as always. Have a great weekend.
All right, thanks, guys. You too.
You got it. Darius, hit that wizard sounder, please. Welcome on. Varun Shankar covers the Washington Wizards for the Washington Post. That's why he's going to talk about the Wizards here on the Beltway Blitz. Couple straight wins. I could get used to this, Varun. Pretty simple, right?
Hey, it's 2-2 record. They're 500, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, playing good basketball. To me, it's not about wins and losses, and I think they've done a good job of sort of keeping fans' expectations in line in that regard, not, trying to sell you something that isn't there, but watching the kids play well against a not a particularly strong opponent. Pretty encouraging stuff.
It absolutely has to be. And, it starts with Bilal Coulibaly, who's taken a bigger step than most expected so far in his second season. He looks like a real two-way impact player. You saw what he did offensively with 27 points, resetting a career high he set just 5 days ago. And on the defensive end, whenever he was on Trae Young, Young looked much less effective than he did in a otherwise frustrating night.
How good could Coulibaly, who went 27-9 last night, end up being? What kind of upside are we talking about?
It's tough to say. I've heard people throw out Paul George comps, and that's a lofty comparison, but he's got the athletic tools. He's like 6'10". He can jump out of the gym. He's got an improving jump shot, an ability to drive. And one thing that I think is underrated and is evident the second you start talking to him, this is someone who's got a really interesting mix of humility and a real drive to improve, but he's also really developed this confidence over the last year. And that's something that the Wizards brass and everyone around the team has really emphasized. So keep shooting higher.
Varun, I really like Alex Sarr. Similar question to Grant's about Coulibaly. I'm not sure exactly what he is. I just know that I'll take my chances with a 7-footer that moves like that. There are a couple of those moments here or there where you watch him come from, seemingly out of the play to block a shot or get a rebound or handle the ball in the open court, and that assist he had last night to Coulibaly in transition. I just go, I don't know what he's going to be, but damn, it's fun to watch right now, and it's fun to dream. What is he?
I agree. It's, they've done a really good job throughout the preseason, especially Coach Brian Keefe, emphasizing the defensive side of things and kind of tamping down expectations for his offensive game, because Sarr right now is a already impact defender with his length and his ability to block shots around the rim. You saw him alter a lot of finishes in the game against Atlanta and beforehand. He could switch out to the perimeter, and offensively, it's a work in progress. He's taken a lot of threes. He's not making that many, and his touch around the rim is suspect, but that's stuff that can improve with time, and his defensive game gives him a great floor to work off of.
What about the other two first-rounders? Bub Carrington had 16-6 and 6 last night, and Keshawn George, who was such a preseason star, he poured in 11 in 32 minutes. What's the report on those guys through 4 games?
Yeah, with Carrington, his pull-up shooting is translating. And one thing I'm going to be interested to see is his pull-up shooting is concentrated in the mid-range a lot now. Obviously, that's an inefficient shot by people in the analytics game. Can he move that back to the three-point line and become a more efficient scorer? And his defense is going to be really good. He's got the length, he's got the size, he's got the mentality, as you saw a little bit when he got that hard foul from Garrison Matthews. This is someone who's not afraid to get in there and really, put his nose in and be a dog defensively. And then you have Keshawn George, who I don't know exactly what he is yet, but like he told us at practice today, he does everything at a good level already. He's a good shooter already. He's a good passer already. He's a good ball handler already. He's a good defender already because of his length and his size. But what the question I have for him is, what of those skills can develop into excellent? And that might really depend. That might really affect his ceiling.
Varun, my last one is I think of Jordan Poole and Kyle Kuzma and maybe even Valanciunas to a degree as the better they play, the more enticing they are to teams that aren't Washington, right? Who are in different places who could use those guys. Just what's the timeline there? What's the thought process there for two guys that are going to carry the scoring load?
Yeah, so I feel like Kuzma and Poole, they get lumped together with obvious reason because of when they came into the team and their, the positions as far as being stars. I do want to separate them a little bit just because of their age. Kuzma's 29. I think Valanciunas is 32. Poole's 25 years old, and he's having a great start to the season.
Yep.
It's so early. He's shooting an unreasonably high, percentage from three. But moving back to the point guard spot really does seem to have unlocked him. And the conversations about him playing well might shift from this is someone we can trade to this is someone we can actually have as a part of the future.
Great information. Good hit with us. Thanks so much.
Appreciate it. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, buddy.
Absolutely. Check out Varun's work in the Washington Post as he joins us here on the Beltway Blitz. Good intel on the teams in town you care the most about. There is one professional athlete who is not a Halloween guy. We will tell you who next on Grant and Danny. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. It is Halloween on this Thursday. We'll take you up to 6:30 and keep you company as you get home to pass out candy or get the kids out into the neighborhood dressed up in costume. Should be a very, very fun night in the area for so many of you and your families. Looking at the injury report that just dropped officially. So some notes here for those of you just jumping in the car. Best news for Washington is that Brandon Coleman is out of the concussion protocol and was a full participant at practice. This is relevant because he's going to be their starting left tackle. But it's even more significant because Cornelius Lucas, who splits time with him at left tackle, who's dealing with an ankle injury that saw him leave last week's game and not come back, didn't practice again today. So, Danny, he's 0 for 2 Wednesday, Thursday, has not practiced at all, trending toward inactive. We'll see if he ends up practicing tomorrow and changes that. But right now it looks like Coleman could be in line, not only for his first true start, but legitimately 100% of the timeshare for the first time. They've been doing this kind of 50-50 splitting the job routine. If he plays every down, in and of itself, that's a huge leap up from what he's been asked to do previously. But then you got to go head-to-head on many, many snaps with Brian Burns, who's got a sack in 4 straight games, who's got a sack in 5 of 6 games, who's one of the best pass rushers in the conference at this point. That would be a gigantic challenge for Coleman, who's technically made 3 starts, but who's never really played in more than half of snaps.
Hasn't exactly played like a starter. It's a unique thing. You don't usually see that left tackle rotation, but this is the only, what's the right word, concern or thing that you got circled here for the Giants is their ability to wreak havoc up there on that defensive front in terms of pass rush, as good as anybody in the league with Lawrence and Burns, whom you mentioned, and others. This is one of those kind of puzzle pieces and challenges where you'd like to get some shots. You'd like to be able to go down the football field, but can you make sure you block it up? You make sure, this is probably, you're chipping Ben Sinnott or having Ertz not necessarily stay in, but just, a chip on his way out in the route, and you're delaying some timing on certain things. How much you willing to sacrifice? Because you can't have too much help out from the guard next to him, because that's where Dexter Lawrence roams. And I got to make sure I know where that dude is. And there are 4 hands on that guy pretty much every play. If I'd like to run something, I'm going to have to knock him around a little bit. There's very few times where I think I'll have a pass play where only one person's trying to block him singled up, and if it is, it's a screen or something quick. So that's kind of where the chess match is going to come here for Kingsbury and company, really testing this protection.
What I love though is that this is going to be ultra revealing as to where Coleman's at. Whether or not they need to spell him a little bit, whether that's why they're doing it, or maybe then you could just take the kid gloves off, right? You could really take the training wheels off and say, all right, it's your gig. I mean, if he goes out there and plays 64 snaps against Brian Burns and, on 23 dropbacks, let's say he's one-on-one with him and he gets 2 pressures and doesn't have a sack and he handles his own, then, well, TJ Watt's looming and he plays on both sides of the line, so it could be a different conversation. But, there's certainly one better guy coming up on the schedule, obviously. But for the most part, I would say if you could block Brian Burns and have success in that matchup, you're going to be okay. I mean, this is a guy who's on his way to 11, probably 12 sacks this year, who we've seen have a monster season in his career. I mean, how many guys are going to be on the ledger that have a 12-plus sack season like Burns does? And he was even better than that, I think, than those numbers that year in Carolina as part of that defense. But so far, based on what Coleman's been asked to do, it's a gigantic win of a draft pick. Because when they took him where they did in the 3rd round, you just assumed maybe he could eventually be a starting tackle. But it's not going to be this year, and it's certainly not going to be right away. And by the time camp had ended, the rumors were he was going to be pushing for the starting job. If not for an injury, maybe he would have been the guy in week 1, and he's kind of been coming back from that slowly here. And they, to the conversation we're having, really have not been aggressive in putting a lot on his plate. But you remember, they didn't sign a tackle, and you and I said mistake. Then they didn't go get one in the 1st round, and we were upset. They didn't get one in the 2nd round, and it wasn't until pick 67 finally with Brandon Coleman that they pounced on a tackle. And it just felt like they're taking a flyer on a guy a lot of people think is a guard. They're playing the lottery. We'll see what happens, but this is probably not the answer. Right now, this moment, he looks like the answer.
He certainly does. And again,
the first time I saw him at training camp, I think I said this to you, Danny. It might have been like after 1 or 2 practices, I remember I came back and said, I think that dude can play left tackle. Like, he just swallowed. Now, their DNs in practice obviously weren't great, but he was dominating. I mean, he was really, really good in the 11s. And what's changed to make you feel worse?
Yeah, so the story this year, obviously, is Jaden Daniels. And it should be, right? Everybody knows that, et cetera. The football junkie story, or the you know how like with a comedy, with a great movie that's so quotable that everybody quotes the same quotes, right? The ones that you love, kind of like that second or third level type quotes, or little bits of subtlety that are thrown in there that you see that nobody else does. Whatever that is for football is the fact that they might have gotten their left tackle correct with the 3rd round pick in the same draft. They got their quarterback right.
How many teams do you think have done? I mean, there's no answer off the top of our head, but how hard is that to do? I guess
Beyond hard.
Question.
Beyond it's either
same draft.
Yeah, it's basically lightning striking, where like some 6th rounder turns out to be a stud, or some converted defensive tackle turns into the guy. I mean, like, it doesn't happen that way. You usually have to use a premium high pick to get that guy. And you look at how first rounds typically go. It's the quarterback, the guy that the quarterback's throwing to, the guy that protects the quarterback, and the guy that hits the quarterback. That's who goes up high. Like, that's how teams find their franchise left tackles. Teams don't go, we think this guy that half the league thinks is a guard is actually our starting left tackle of the future. And if it keeps going on this course, they did that. So strut around and shake the tail when you walk, because that's really damn impressive. But that's really good. And you look at the Giants, this pass rushing group. We mentioned Burns. We've obviously been discussing Lawrence, but Azeez Ojulari has 6 sacks. He's second on the team as pass rushing from the other side. There is no weak link in this pass rush. Like, they want one-on-one matchups, and they'll take their chances with those. This is the significant test. The best way to do it, and this is like so cliche, and 1980s football had on a hat where they preview the 2 running backs as the premier matchup. The best way to do that is good first down. The best way to do this is not be in obvious pass rushing situations as often as possible. I think you could throw against this team. It's just a matter of, if it's pin your ears back 3rd and 8, I'm not necessarily as excited about that, right? I want good first down production, whether it's our stuff you and I love, quick hits to Eckler, quick hits to running backs, successful run game, making these guys be accountable in that way to slow down some of that upfield stuff.
It's actually kind of crazy how good they are at picking up sacks. Like, I'm not even convinced they're the best pass rushing team in the league, but they have a really high pressure to sack rate, if
They're
that
good.
makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, when they get near the quarterback, they often get them to the ground. They're number 1 in the NFL at sack percentage, which is percentage of snaps that end in a sack defensively. About 15%. You run 100 plays against them, they're going to get 15 sacks, which is nuts. And think about that percentage. That's wild.
Yep.
Like, there are teams at the Falcons who cannot rush the quarterback at all. They're dead last. They get sacks on 2% of plays. You run 100 snaps against the Falcons, they're going to sack you twice. The Giants are 15%. And what's really nuts about that is that should mean you're really good.
Yep.
Because
that's usually a great corollary. That's right.
Yeah, that is a drive killing, that is a turnover creating metric. This defense is dominant. If I'm getting sacks at that rate, I mean, come on, other teams up there are teams like the Texans, right? Washington, by the way, do you know they're now defensively top 5 in sack rate? You believe that?
Top 5?
Yeah, they're 5th in sack rate. But I bring that up, too, to say it can be a little bit misleading. Like, do you think that the Commanders' pass rush is great?
No.
Would you go into a game worried about them? Now, there's a big difference between 15.3% and 10.2%, which is the Giants and the Commanders. But that is kind of my point. I think their defense is actually way more pedestrian than people think, because those sacks often come at times where they'll come in bunches or kind of inopportune. It's not at the biggest moments of the game. But I do worry about this week and the Giants for that reason. If you don't have Lucas, Coleman maybe biting off a little more than he can chew here against Burns. You've mentioned Lawrence, who they did a really good job with last time. I mean, for a lot of that game, he was not noticeable.
That's right.
Biotish has been great. Allegretti's been very solid. Cosme's obviously Pro Bowl caliber player. Like, the interior's been a strength. You don't have to deal with Thibodeau, who's on injured reserve, luckily. But overall, I'd say I'm worried about that. That's definitely a concern.
That's my point of concern. So here comes the announcer's jinx, so to speak. But they haven't had, and this is the type of thing that can change games and how you get one of those closer than it should be NFC East games. They haven't had that devastating sack, fumble, return for a touchdown thing that happens to teams, especially when you're sacking the quarterback at that rate. They got 35 sacks to the point this season. The next closest team is Denver, I think, that are 14 or 15 behind that. So it's entirely possible that the fumble that's broken right for them, instead of Nick Allegretti recovering it and they beat Cincinnati, you don't get it, and it goes the other way. I mean, that sort of thing hasn't really happened to them, and it does because it's football.
By the way, how's this possible? I'm just looking this up now while you're saying that. They have picked off one pass this season.
What a bizarre statistical outlier this all is.
How can you possibly lead the NFL in sacks? And by the way, not close. Like, you're the best at getting sacks. And you've intercepted one pass. Wouldn't you think that those two things go hand in hand generally?
Of course you would. Yes, the amount of pressure creates chaos and turnovers and, sack fumbles and, quick throws and all those things. And it's just not happening. It's weird.
Yeah, so the number 2 team in the NFL, here we go, in sacks is the Broncos, and they have 7 interceptions, just as an example. 7 times as many as the Giants. The Giants only have 6 fumble recoveries this year, oh, by the way. I mean, they're down near the bottom of the league with 7 takeaways, which has certainly not been a strength for Washington either. They're tied with the Giants in like the 23-24 range with 7 takeaways in a league where there's teams like Green Bay that has 19 and the Steelers have 15. But you're right. They have not really turned it into the big plays. I'm getting a tweet from someone here at Grant H. Paulson for me. Danny's at Funny Danny saying they're worried about Frankie Louvu. So Louvu on the injury report again today did not play with his shin that he's dealing with. This has been a few weeks of this, though, where I guess it's possible if he doesn't practice tomorrow, we can reassess and have a conversation. We'll be out at the Craft House for our Friday field trip. Fairfax Corner, come on by and watch the show from 2 to 6:30. But this is kind of becoming the norm with Louvu and some of these other veterans. It does not seem like Dan Quinn is pushing anybody to practice, right? He's kind of saying, hey, if you're banged up, if you're in a place where you don't feel completely right, no problem. Do you. Let us know. We're going to get you some treatment. We'll get you out for a limited workout by the end of the week, and you can be full go for game day. That's just kind of been the trend. Cleveland Farrell went from limited to not practicing today. That would worry me more when you see a guy go in the wrong direction than just back-to-back days that he didn't practice at all. Now, they're not listing it as rest like they have at points. It is a shin. But, yeah, that would be a big loss if he can't go.
It'd be significant, yeah, because these are his feast games, like in other games, he's solid playing against good opponents. You need him because he's, arrives with so much violence, to borrow from their phraseology, and is obviously a good player. But these are the kinds of games where he gets his sacks, right? You think of Arizona, you think of Cleveland, offenses that really, really struggle. And the Giants are desperate to let Daniel Jones get hit. Like they can't wait for it. They look forward to it all week long. Please oblige them. And Louvu is the best candidate to do that, quite frankly, with the way he blitzes.
G&D on the Fan. At the top of the hour, a smart gentleman from the Sumer Sports staff has put together analysis on what various players who might be available in the trade market would be worth, and some of the options Washington could be hunting in the trade market, what it might cost. We're going to talk about that coming up at 5 o'clock on the Fan. But next, I do want you to hear the audio of the sports star who is anti-Halloween, and he explains why he doesn't like Halloween. You'll hear that next. the conversation we'll have. Sumer Sports did a piece on trade values of some of the available players. Washington could be a buyer. We've got some thoughts and some questions for one of the folks over at Sumer Sports who's going to join us. So make sure you're listening right at 5 o'clock at the top of the hour here on Grant and Danny. We're Halloween guys. We've made that very clear today. We told
Correct.
you what candies we want, what candies we don't want. Not everybody's a Halloween guy, though, Danny. Did you know that?
Well, I mean, there are a couple people that maybe have a phobia or something weird happened or there's like some sort of weird deal with them, but like everyone's a Halloween guy, right?
I think Joe Burrow's going to turn his lights off in the neighborhood tonight. I think you got to walk right by old Joe Burrow's house. This is what's a Grinch for Halloween?
I was going to say that we need a name for that.
Yeah. He is the guy that turns his lights off. That's what I know it as. This is what he had to say about Halloween at the podium this week.
You big Halloween guy or no?
No. I'm not into celebrating something just to celebrate it, but like what exactly? I don't know exactly what we're celebrating there. Just like dress up to dress up. I don't know.
You're not a big dress up guy.
I'm not a big dress up guy. I've always been like anti dress code, like if somebody tells me I got to wear something, I don't want to wear that. That's just always how I've been.
Why? Just like,
I don't know. I guess I'm a contrarian sometimes.
Well, there'll be many kids. There'll probably be many kids dressed up as you.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool. They're dressed up as me. Not a Halloween guy. Doesn't want to dress up. He is the guy that bleached his hair blonde.
Yeah.
At the start of the season. I thought that was as part of maybe some costume, but I guess he just thought it looked cool or wanted to do it for fun. I don't know. But apparently doesn't want to dress up. Doesn't think there's anything to celebrate. Not going to be part of Halloween.
Fascinating. I mean, that takes extra effort. I mean, as somebody that I can personally say dislikes and even actively avoids certain things that have kind of crept into popular culture or kind of part of our normal parlance or whatever, and I go,
That's a funny way to say hates fun things.
Yeah, like again, I always take issue with when I see something that's not fun, but people are doing it anyhow. I go, nope, it sucks. We should always point out when something sucks. Halloween is not. Halloween is great. Like the pure joy from kids and adults and everybody alike. Like there's roots going back hundreds and hundreds of years on this thing. This is not like some new TikTok dance that if you're like, yeah, I'm out on that, totally fine. Like you're not doing some like whatever the latest trend is to some song that stinks. Totally fine, Joe. I'll co-sign that with you. We're on it. You know, like the wave at stadiums, fine, co-sign with you. Halloween? I mean, again, you're going back a long, long time with this bad boy, right? Where we've got some old school roots as societies have evolved and changed and people left the countries where they lived and moved to new places. We brought Halloween with us, man. All Hallows Eve is a thing. Get on board.
I just think if you're a football player, in Joe Burrow's case, you got a bunch of kids dressing up as you. You got to do it up big at your house. You know, a lot of these guys, like people know where they are, but they leave them alone. You know what I'm saying? But you're part of the neighborhood. So if you're in a spot where people are coming over, I would hope that you're giving out an awesome candy bar. You're doing something fun. You're doing it big, shelling out some of that salary on some candy for the kids. This makes me think that my guy, one of my favorite quarterbacks, a guy I love, and Joey B, he's turning the lights off and he's going to bed tonight.
That's going to be the new thing. That you know how they always come up with the weird questions at the combine? You know, where it's like, what were you asked? This has got to go on there now. Do you have this weird attitude towards Halloween? Are you going to not be part of your community and shut the lights off?
I would ask a player that because here's what it tells you.
You can't be a leader.
It tells you, are you part of something bigger than yourself? Can you have fun and just be one of the guys? Can you just be one of the guys in the neighborhood? Are you going to look out for the youth of tomorrow? Are you a role model? Are you a leader? You got to show the young people. I give out king-size candy bars today because the Van Alstynes did yesterday. You understand?
Of course I do.
They were the beacon on the hill. They were that house at the cul-de-sac that you said, one day I'm going to make it, you know. I'm going to be a Van Alstyne. I'm going to give out a king-size candy bar in the cul-de-sac. Now, I'm not in a cul-de-sac. I'm barely out of a townhouse.
You're working on it. You're working your way.
We're giving out some king-size damn candy bars while we're
you got to start somewhere. I mean, I had similar conversations. The Durkins always gave out the king-size candy bars. The Kites always did. You know, some neighbors moved in and out. Some folks were bite-sized, and that was always their thing. And, God bless you, appreciate, smile, happy Halloween, etc. And the one family always did apples, didn't believe in the candy.
Horrible bit.
I said never. In my mind, I go never. I will never want to be that house. Nice people, but they didn't believe in candy.
That never happened in my lifetime that I actually got an apple. I always heard about it. It's in movies. It's in, it's like the cliche shtick, like the dentist gives out the apple.
Yeah. So
I never saw anyone do that ever.
I forget their names. They were honestly very kind people. All 99% of the time. Their whole deal was like, we don't think this is a great thing to promote for kids. And then they use words, and I just tuned out. My eyes rolled the back of my head, just bored. But they did that. They did the apple bit. It wasn't like they turn off their lights, because the people that are worse are the light turner offers. Don't even leave a bowl. You don't participate at all. They're answering the door. What are you dressed up as? I've never heard of that. What's this costume? They're engaging, and then they drop the apple in, and it was a.
So we have a couple buddies of ours, young people like us that live in the neighborhood with young kids, and we kick it with them from time to time. Our house, their house, whatever. We'll get together, do fires, drink, have a good time. And last year, for no reason, last several years we've gone by, they're doing the drinks for the adults, and they're Halloween people marking out, right? Last year we go over to their house, lights off, knocking on the door for 10 minutes, nothing. I call the guy. I'm like, dude, what's going on? Where are you guys? Oh, we're not doing it this year. I was like, whoa, what do you mean you're not doing it this year? That's not what this is. It's not a year-to-year opt-in. Like, it's Halloween. Come on down here and give my kids some candy, or I'm going to start kicking your car. Like, what are you doing? They just opted out. So I still give them crap for that. Last night I go, you guys doing Halloween this year? Of course. Why wouldn't we do Halloween?
I don't know why you wouldn't. I don't know why you wouldn't. Yeah, you tell me.
It's like a Christmas with the Cranks bit, man. All of a sudden, you just wouldn't put Frosty out. Like, nobody knows why.
Can you tell me where you were on the evening of October 31st, 2023? Yeah, why? You were doing Halloween. You know what I mean? Like, you've been suspected.
Just lights off. The other thing that's funny is the opposite of that. I've got one guy in my neighborhood who goes, like, whatever you think is hard, harder. I drove by coming back from picking my kids up from school today, and he now has tents set up in his driveway that you're clearly, now my kids will not do this. I'm going to do it because I'm kind of sized, but not a long driveway, by the way, probably 15 feet long, whatever, just long enough for like a truck and maybe a couple feet on either side. But he's got like 2 tents set up going into his garage. So everything's indoor. And I'm assuming it's going to be like a haunted house just right there.
Oh, yeah.
But every year this guy's got the works. The yard is like gravestones lit up and stuff, but he's upped his game to what appears to be some type of a haunted house. And it's just like his Super Bowl. Halloween is as good as it gets for him.
My sister-in-law is like that, where it's not a joke. It's her favorite day.
I love it.
Oh, she likes it. No. I like it. You like it. She loves it. Like, loves it. The Halloween budget is more than you would think every single year, because it's like whatever last year was has to be topped and topped and topped. Her costumes are always a 10. Like, I don't know how good, like, she's pretty good at arts and crafts, but it's like next level cosplay type stuff in terms of the costume. Like, it's always perfect. Their daughter, perfect. The husband is like, sure, I'll play too. He gets a perfect costume. Their decorations, like the whole, like, I don't know where they keep all this stuff. I don't know if they have like a special storage facility that's not at their homestead where they put all this. It's unbelievable. And I love that because, yeah, it's for you and you get excited about it, but that's the house on the block that everyone talks about. Now you're the most popular house, right? Wherever have you been by that one down there? Because there's a haunted house. I love that for your pal. Love it.
So annually on Thanksgiving, I send out my request on Twitter to get a picture of everybody's Thanksgiving plate. I like to see those. I just sent my annual Halloween tweet out for you guys to all send me a picture of the candy that you are passing out today, and I will respond to every tweet I get, every picture with a grade 1 to 10 to grade the candy that you are passing out. So you can go submit those throughout the evening at Grant H. Paulson if you'd like a grade back. I thought about giving out my grades as random players in Washington football history that correlated to your candy. It's like if it was really, really good, you might get like Art Monk, and if it was really, really bad, then you get like Trunk Candidate or something.
Like if it's a great one, it's Jesse Armstead.
Yeah, I thought it was a little bit too deep of a cut, and I didn't want anybody getting bothered.
You know what
we'll just do a 1 to 10 grade. Go ahead and send those over at Grant H. Paulson. Next, let's talk trade deadline with the good folks at Sumer Sports, who have been evaluating who's going to be available right here on the Fan. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are taking you up to 6:30. It's a Halloween Thursday on G&D. Show is brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad. Occasionally, parts of the football team struggle, and people in our lives are struggling, especially as they get older. The exclusive sponsor of our show, Condori and Murad, will guide you through a process of managing health care, power of attorney if needed financially. They'll secure a guardianship if that's got to be done as well for a family member. Schedule a free consultation with their elder law and estate planning attorneys today. Go to kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you. You'll get a nice discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Right now, let's welcome onto the show Sam Brookhouse, who is with Sumer Sports. They did a really nice piece on the trade deadline coming up, on the projected values of some of the players that could be on the move. I think you guys should go check it out. It is worth your while. Sam, it's Grant and Danny here in D.C. How are you?
I'm doing good. I've been listening along to y'all's Halloween commentary, and I'm from South Louisiana, around the New Orleans area. And I gotta agree, Halloween goes back years and years and years. I'm a big Halloween guy.
Rightfully so. Rightfully so. Way to endear yourself to the. It's like cutting a promo in a Road City, like for wrestling. You know, like how many people here like Washington, and you go nuts. Way to go, dude.
You're getting a little more candy talk than you normally would, because around these parts, Sam, we've been talking almost exclusively about the Commanders as buyers and about the trade deadline over the last few days. What's your take on how legitimate they are as the number one team in EPA per play on offense and a 6-2 division leader right now?
I think they're legitimate. I've loved Jane Daniels going all the way back to the Florida State game, which ended up being an LSU loss, but was the beginning of his Heisman campaign. I love how mobile he is. He's so accurate on the perimeter. And not only does the film tell you that, all of our stats that use tracking data and artificial intelligence tell us that as well. I think as long as Jane Daniels on the field, they're looking great. But even better when Mariota was on the field, they performed really, really well. And I'm really excited to see how Terry McLaurin has been utilized by Cliff Kingsbury. The defense looked a little shaky at the beginning of the year. They're starting to round into form. I love the Commanders. That's a big piece in the NFC.
What should they do here? And what do you think they will do?
It's really interesting. I'd be shocked if they weren't having conversations about the cornerback position. We've seen Mikey Sandersville, the draft pick, play okay. You know, St. Juste, Forbes haven't been super consistent throughout their careers. I think Newsome from the Cleveland Browns could be an interesting target. And then you look at some of the other teams. You look at the Panthers. Would they be willing to part with someone like J.C. Horn? I don't think so, but I'd be making the call if I was the Commanders.
So my philosophy on this deadline is, yes, they should be aggressive, but I don't think they should rent anybody. You know, I'd be open, I suppose, to a late round pick next year or something for someone that could get you to the finish line. But I'm really not that interested in that, honestly. I think they're good enough to make some noise in the playoffs this year, but I would be looking to add for 2-3 years from now while adding for this postseason run as well. And that's why I really like the idea of, say, a Greg Newsome, who you referenced, the 24-year-old who went to the University of Georgia, was a first-round pick, 26th overall. What would that cost a guy like, say, Newsome? Because it's not very often teams get rid of early-round picks who are starters. I think that one makes sense because the Browns already paid Denzel Ward, and are you going to pay him as well? So you're trying to, like, find that Venn diagram that fits both teams. But what's your thought on his price tag?
Yeah, the weird thing with this cornerback market is we really haven't seen any, big-time certified starter cornerback trades in recent years. We've seen Stephon Gilmore get kind of passed around. That was, a mid to late round pick. The superstar that got traded, Jalen Ramsey, years ago from Jacksonville to the Los Angeles Rams, that was kind of a super deal for a defensive player of the year type candidate. I think somewhere in those mid-round picks, which, we talk about them as if they're throwaway picks, but in the third round, you can get guys that are certified starters in any given year. So they really are quite valuable. And I think that's probably what it would take to get Newsome. I'm on your side as well, though. I think the Commanders probably have a good team, a guy that they would trade for. Would they really put him over the edge? Probably not, based on who's available. I think they should probably hold tight with their picks. I agree with you right there.
Sam Brookhouse with us from Sumer Sports. And that's where I was going to go here, Sam. This is so hard, right? Obviously, you're better with better players. Duh, right? But how much bang for your buck can you get here at this deadline? In other words, how much better could they get with one new piece, two new pieces, whatever it is? Like, what is their ceiling this year? Because I still think, and maybe this is, a blasphemy around these parts with all the goodwill that's happening, there's still a tick below that real honest-to-goodness Super Bowl contender, and maybe a move around the edge won't really put them over the top. Maybe that's not the point. What's their ceiling even with a little bit of improvement here?
Now, as you guys know, if you have a quarterback, you can compete, and we've seen that time and time again. I think with Jaden Daniels in the mix, they're certainly, like you said, a tick below. This is a really interesting year, though, in the NFC and really in the NFL more generally, because there's so many rookie quarterbacks that are playing who are still. I think Jaden has been a check mark. There's still some question marks with some of the other guys, and for my money, there's really only 3 teams that are certified Super Bowl contenders right now. The Ravens, maybe. Their defense is struggling. They're trying to add pieces to their offense. They added Deontay Johnson from the Panthers yesterday. I think the Chiefs obviously are for real. They have Patrick Mahomes. They're sitting at an undefeated record. And I think to round that group out, the Lions have played fantastic. But if you're not in those 3, I think you certainly have a chance, and you hope for an injury in those top-tier teams. And I think the piece for the Commanders that would put them over the top would be a corner. I don't know if a guy like that would be there. So I think that's kind of where they sit right now.
What would it take for you to flip the switch to ultra aggressive, where now you're willing to say part with, I don't know, a 2 this year and a 4 in the future or something like that for this rebuilding team, although they're way ahead of schedule, that has all these picks and second most money going into the next offseason? Like, what kind of a deal would you be looking at to just go way outside your plan and kind of break glass in case of emergency?
If you are having conversations to get a really premium player at the edge position, I think that makes a difference for the Commanders and makes a difference for, frankly, a lot of teams. I think there's some guys who are probably in the median that are certainly available. I'm talking about a guy like Zadarius Smith. That wouldn't necessarily, that'd probably be a mid-round pick there. But if you could get a guy like Trey Hendrickson, who is on the Bengals, who have had, a lot of weird stuff go on with their contracts. They're pretty cash conservative. They declined to extend Jamar Chase this year. They franchise tag T. Higgins. Are they going to be able to pay Trey Hendrickson in 2 years? If they don't think so, maybe you send him out. I wouldn't be shocked if he would be, a second and a third round pick. And then obviously the guys like Max Crosby, who I think are off of the table right now, but who knows, if the right deal comes in, maybe 2 first round picks, that could be like a break glass situation to get a defensive player of the year type sack guy.
Sam, I've made the case that obviously this offense, talking about Washington, has been so good. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. The red zone struggles, I think, some of it's fluky, some of it, maybe design or whatever. But I've thought against some really good teams, which will probably be their postseason time, they could use one more you can't stop this guy type weapon. And it's not as if they grow on trees, but maybe schematically there's somebody out there. Your thoughts on that, thinking about a receiver opposite Terry McLaurin to take some pressure off for those third downs, et cetera, or against some good opponents. And B, if you agree, who might be out there that could fit that?
Yeah, it's tough with Amari Cooper having moved and Devontae Adams having moved and now Deontay Johnson having moved. A lot of those pieces have already gone past. I agree with you on the red zone struggles. I think you have to be really interesting in your design. We've seen that with how the Lions have played. And I think you just have to attack your weapons. And I think teams know, the book is out on the Commanders, that it's going to be the Jaden show, the Brian Robinson show, or the Terry McLaurin show back there. I have my eye on like Jacoby Myers out there in Las Vegas. I think that's probably the best guy you can get in terms of another receiving weapon there. That would probably cost a pretty penny, though. He's their wide receiver 1 out there at this point. With Devontae gone, I think that'd probably be, a third or fourth round pick there that you'd have to give up to get a Jacoby Myers type guy.
So we've wrestled with this, and Sam Brookhouse is our guest from Sumer Sports. They're number 1 in EPA per play. They are number 1 in scoring going into last week. I'm not a believer in the perspective or the paradigm. If you're high rated statistically, you shouldn't try to upgrade because the season has ebbs and flows. And we've seen Kingsbury's system and scheme get figured out in the second half anyway. But I don't necessarily want to break up a really good thing they've got. I know it sounds kind of silly, but I think they're really buying into this brotherhood bit, and it's a very tight-knit group, and everyone's adapting well to their roles. What's your reason or logic on that as far as maybe it'd be nice to have another weapon on offense, but it's going so well. Do you really want to change anything? I've watched MLB teams in the past go get a closer that should have been lights out, but all of a sudden, the bullpen rules changed and guys weren't happy, and next thing you know, it did more damage than good.
Yeah, I think that locker room culture is absolutely key. I played football down at Tulane University, and my Green Wave will be coming up to the DMV here in 2 weeks for probably what will end up being an American Conference playoff game against Navy to try to get into the title game there. But you just get this certain feel when you're in a locker room and you start putting together 2, 3, 4 games. And I know there's debates on whether momentum is real, but I think we all know that confidence is real. And it's clear that Dan Quinn has the confidence in Jaden Daniels and his leaders on defense. I want to highlight Frankie Luvu. He's been fantastic this year. Just an absolute beast and the real heartbeat of that team as a larger unit. And I think it's a little different in football because typically they're trading draft picks. But if you got everyone in there, maybe you don't want to mix up the chemistry. A lot of the guys are pulling together. They're seeing the growth of their teammates. I kind of agree with you there. There definitely is a locker room component that must be considered.
Let's go a little bit further league-wide here, Sam. And Sam Brookhouse with us from Sumer Sports. Give me a couple of moves that you go, this just makes too much sense not to do.
It makes perfect sense for me for Budda Baker to go to the Vikings. Now, that's a primo kind of trade. Budda Baker's a multi-time All-Pro, multi-time Pro Bowler. And right now the Vikings sit at, an elite team in the NFC in terms of record. However, they're struggling in the back end. They kind of have 3 guys back there, Harrison Smith and some of their other safeties who they kind of rotate in. But their back end is really struggling. We've seen that in their elite matchups the last 2 games, trying to stop Puka Nacua and trying to stop Cooper Kupp. And then the game before that, trying to stop Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jared Goff's passing attack. This was the highlight for the Vikings in the early year, that they wouldn't be able to cover the pass. I think Flores did a really good job of scheming stuff up in the early season. But I think as teams start to figure that out, it could get a little sketchy for the Minnesota Vikings. We could see them regress a little bit. You know who would change that? Budda Baker. Just an absolute all-you-can-do-it safety. He sits with he's on the last year of his contract. The Cardinals, they sit at 4-4. Are you competing if you're the Cardinals? They're really not great in net points. They're more around teams like the Saints and the Browns in terms of net points. If you don't think you compete and you think that you can greatly improve your team for the future by adding, a couple mid-round picks for All-Pro Budda Baker, then I think that's the move you got to make. It makes sense for both sides in my mind.
If the Bengals were to lose to the Raiders, could T. Higgins be in play? And what would he cost right now? He's been banged up. He's going to miss the game again, it looks like.
I think the Bengals, alongside the Cardinals, are one of the most interesting teams at this deadline because, frankly, their offense has been incredible, particularly when T. Higgins is on the field. And Joe Burrow is having like an MVP-type year very quietly. If they were able to string a couple games together, I think we'd start seeing his odds improve there. However, their defense is just awful. I don't know if their defense can improve. They have good players. They have Trey Hendrickson and some of these other guys. I think that T. Higgins could very well become available, given that, negotiations stalled and now he's on a franchise tag. It's unlikely they're going to bring him back, at least for the money that he wants. When I was looking at trades, you look at the Amari Cooper trade from years ago with the Cowboys involved in that. That was for 1 first-round pick for a younger guy, At the time, Amari Cooper was a certified wide receiver 1. That may add some context there that may change kind of the calculus of the negotiation. But I'd expect him to go for at least, a first or a second, certainly.
Sam, why do you think in general for so many years there wasn't much trade deadline activity like there is in other sports? And now businesses seem to have picked up a little bit when it comes to the trade deadline. It actually has meaning. We've already seen some moves kind of to your point. Just big picture. Why do you think it was one way and now it seems to be changing?
I think Brett Veach highlighted this really well, the general manager of the Chiefs. And he said in the NFL, and as you know, it's not for long in the NFL, you got to be all in every year. And that's how these guys kind of approach it. I think in football, where you have guys really putting their body on the line, the contracts are really short. You can really lose chemistry if you try to lose. We kind of saw this with the Patriots a little bit, kind of inexplicably, starting Brissett until allegedly, the locker room kind of went south on that organization. And I think that's why. I think if you start trading away a bunch of good guys, the teams might quit on you. I think there's a lot of worries about that. I don't think it's necessarily analytically based. I think some of the teams that are very analytical, such as the Ravens, typically make moves at this time. But I think it's more of a chemistry thing and a personal thing than anything dealing with the numbers or dealing with hard business.
Information was awesome. Really good info. We look forward to the deadline and hopefully getting more intel from you guys. You do a great job over at Sumer Sports. Thanks so much for hopping aboard, Sam.
Appreciate y'all.
Thank you, Sam.
That's Sam Brookhouse with us on Grant and Danny. You can follow him on Twitter. It's his last name is spelled Bruchhaus, and it's Brookhouse Sports. Really, really good info, and I really like that site. Those guys do an awesome
Smart,
job.
man. Good info.
A Rookie of the Month was named in the NFL for the month of October that ends today. That award was doled out today, and Jaden Daniels didn't win it. All the guy does is win Rookie of the Week, but he was not named the Rookie of the Month. Who was, you ask? That's next on Grant and Danny. Friday field trip series is continuing, and we are headed to Fairfax. The Craft House at Fairfax Corner. We'll be there a little before 2, but we will be live from 2 to 6:30. So come spend the afternoon with us. Get out of the office. Either take your lunch or get out early and come have happy hour with us. Craft House, Fairfax. These events have been tremendous. We're trying to make it 3 for 3.
We have knocked them both out of the park. And frankly, you guys have. I mean, we're just doing our
I was
show.
going to say, what do we do?
Well, yeah, we showed up. You know what I mean? We put clothes on. We drove there. We did our show. I mean, that's a lot to ask. But
You didn't
guys
put
crushed
clothes on for the Leesburg one. Pretty sure you were naked for that one.
it. No, I had a shirt on.
Oh,
But
you did.
because the camera's visible only from here up. You know what I mean?
Right. Porky pigged it.
Mm-hmm. Daffy ducked it. But yeah, they've been phenomenal. It's such a really fun, cool time. You know what I mean? Like that's all I could think about the whole time is this energy would not have happened with year 3 of Ron Rivera. You know what I mean? Like this just joyride that we're all on. Everyone wants aboard, and it's been so much fun.
How about year 5 of Ron Rivera?
No thanks.
What do you
No,
mean
thanks.
year 3 of Ron Rivera? We had 4 of those.
Well, I'm just saying, like, all that enthusiasm was gone by year 4. We could have done a live event at anywhere. It would have been like,
right.
thanks, appreciate that.
We
Let's
would
go
have been talking
football
about
team.
the team in someone's living room, and they would have told us to go outside.
Would you leave? Seriously, enough of you guys.
So true. I want to get into Jaden Daniels not being named Rookie of the Month in the NFL. We'll do that in just 1 second. But real quick, I did post on at Grant H. Paulson on Twitter. I'm getting now all the pictures of the candy spreads people have put together to give out. A lot of 9s and 10s here. Only one person has really taken issue with my grade. And this person is giving out blow pops. I gave him a 5.5. He seems really bothered that that's too low. Now, best I could tell, it's only blow pops. I like blow pops, but there's no other option. So I'm walking up, I'm grabbing a blow pop. I mean, is it a long driveway? Am I huffing it to go get my blow pop? I don't know. I don't think it's a bad grade.
Yeah,
I'm
thank you for the
happy.
blow pop, but
I'm fine with the blow pop.
Right.
Blow pop's good. On Halloween, I would be excited as a kid to get a blow pop. That's why it is above a 5. But am I going to give you a 6 or a 7? I don't think I could do that.
I mean, respectfully, that's a league average starter. He's in the league. Ain't nothing wrong with that. We're not saying he's got to get sent down. We're not saying, he doesn't belong. He should be cut. We're saying he can play, but is he on a championship team? Is he a starter for one of the best teams in the league? Are you sure?
Are
I
you
like blow
trading
pops
the
too.
draft pick for a blow pop?
No.
Are you just waiting until the blow pop's on the waiver wire?
It's not like blow pops are a great locker room guy, because now they're spiky in the bowl, so they take up more real estate than you'd think. They're hard to get off. Talking about the wrapper, you have to have a PhD in wrapper
Oh,
removal.
my God. How many blow pops did you eat over the years where you still had the wrapper tied around the stick?
And you like tore it and pulled it down.
Exactly. But it's still like half there.
Yeah, like a dress with a zipper stuck or something like that. Just like, listen. And again, it sounds like I'm running down blow pops. I would never do that. I like blow pops. There are 50 options. You know what I mean? Like that can't be your first read.
No, it's fine.
It's
That's
fine.
why it's a 5.5.
fine.
There's 2 candies, by the way, that I think when I was a kid that I loved, that if I ate them today, I would hate. Or let me say it differently. Like if my kids get them tonight for Halloween, they'll be giddy. But there's 0 chance I will eat any of these out of the bowl.
Mm-hmm.
And those candies would be Tootsie Rolls, which stink out loud. But as a kid, I think you really like a Tootsie Roll. I remember loving them. And Airheads. And I don't know why I've changed on Airheads, but as a kid, Airheads were the best. And right now, this moment, I don't think there's anything I'd be less interested in out of a Halloween bowl than grabbing an Airhead.
So I like those. I remember.
You like them currently?
No. I'm with you on those. I was thinking of my answer on that with that thing I used to love. I think it's because there was an older kid in my neighborhood named Eric, who I saw destroying a huge bag of these on Halloween. I always associated that with coolness. Like he skateboarded. He had that kind of haircut, which is a big deal for us in the day. So you would never have liked this. But his hair was really short on on both the sides, and he had this like long. Not bangs, but just to one side where it scooped down and covered like a little bit of his eye. And I'm like, can you even see? But he didn't care that he couldn't see. Like he was so cool, as far as I was concerned. He had like huge shorts that had like 9,000 pockets. Like his wallet was on a chain. You know, I thought that dude was like the coolest dude in the world. He had a huge bag of Swedish fish. I remember thinking that Swedish fish was like the greatest treat you could have as a little kid. And then like I think I probably at 12, and I was like, these are so pedestrian. These are dumb. Like there's nothing special about the Swedish fish. Like I remember, like I was like not even consciously, but I'm sitting there going, "Oh, I'm so excited about this." And then I went, "Wait a minute, these are uninteresting. I'm never doing that again."
I'll eat a Swedish fish still.
They're fine,
but I'm not ever going to seek
Right.
it out, and
Mhm.
I'm not excited about it. I'm not choosing it over something else. But yeah, that could be on the list of things I loved as a kid. Not as much now, but the Tootsie Roll is the leader in the clubhouse. Airhead's definitely in that conversation for me. All right. Bo Nix, not Caleb Williams, beat out Jaden Daniels for Rookie of the Month in the NFL in October. Jaden wins it in September, and now Nix wins it in October. And if you're saying, well, wait a second, Daniels keeps winning Rookie of the Week, how did he not win Rookie of the Month? Well, Rookie of the Week, the one that you guys always hear about, that Pepsi one, it's just a fan vote. It's just a bunch of people, Twitter, otherwise, I'm not even sure exactly where. I think just online voting. And so really, while it's cool, it doesn't have anything to do with who's going to win the Rookie of the Year award, or in this case, the Rookie of the Month award. But if you stack up the numbers side by side, Daniels has a case. Now, I will say, I also understand why they gave it to Bo Nix.
Mm-hmm.
So here are the numbers side by side. And you tell me which of the two you would have given the award to. Okay?
Gotcha.
870 passing yards versus 839. 149 rushing yards versus 206. 9 total touchdowns versus 4. And a 102.7 quarterback rating versus 97.4. Would you go with player A, 870, 149, 9, 102.7, or player B, 839, 206, 4, and 97.4?
It's player A, and that's Nix. I happen to know those stats because when I saw it, I went, "Wait, what? Something? It's not Jaden Daniels." And I looked it up and I said, "Damn, he's actually been really, really good this month."
I think
Talking
the
about
thing that
Nix.
hurt Daniels here is the touchdowns.
I'm sure of it. Yeah,
He does not really throw touchdowns. Now, that's overstated. I mean, I shouldn't say it that way.
At the same clip as some of the other league leaders. I think that's fair.
I mean, this is an Alex Smithian touchdown thing we got going here. And I think this could explode at any moment. He could have, if he goes out and has a 4-touchdown game against the Giants, well, now all of a sudden he's on pace for 25, and that's a very good number for a rookie. But for right now, he is on pace to throw like 16 touchdowns for the year. What you have to do with rushing quarterbacks, Danny, as you know, is then add in the rushing touchdown element of it. And he does run for touchdowns. So he has 4 of those, and he's on pace, let's say for 8 over the course of the season. So now all of a sudden, 17 plus 8, you get him to the mid-20s in touchdowns, and it makes it work. But if Caleb Williams throws for 30 and you're throwing for 17, that's going to hurt you.
Totally
if Bo Nix, I mean, it's 2-1. It's 9-4 this month in touchdowns. That's going to come back to bite you in the butt. He threw for more yards, higher rated passer. The only thing Daniels outdid him in was rushing yards.
Mm-hmm.
And at the quarterback position, while that's a big deal, that's just not going to win you the award by itself.
Absolutely. And this isn't a knock on Daniels. Nix is actually incredible. Now, Denver's played, we talked about this yesterday a bit of a garbage schedule here as they've ripped off 5 out of 6 and got themselves into second place in that division. But they're 3-1 in October, and Nix has played his best football. That's 7-1 touchdown to interception ratio, QB rating over 100, as you said. He's also running the ball pretty effectively. It's not Daniels, right? It's not design stuff or some of those dramatic, oh my God type plays. And remember, Daniels missed 90% of a game in there as well,
So
which I
that's
think
what I was
probably
gonna
hurts
say,
the
too.
accumulation. Yeah.
Daniels had the Browns game where he got sat for the 4th quarter, and he missed 3 quarters of the game against the Panthers.
Mhm.
So he quite literally played 1 fewer game in terms of just overall quarters than Bo Nix. So the passing yards probably would have been substantially higher. Maybe he closes the gap. Let's say he throws 2 more touchdowns or something. Now it's 9-6. Like, you can make the case, Danny, he would have won the award possibly if he played in those 5 quarters, or I guess it would have been 4 quarters of football. But I don't think you can have, based on how it played out, how Nix played, how Daniels played, I don't think you can have take big issue or have a big gripe. I saw the Commanders fans were like livid about this. Again, stack them up side by side. You can understand why the award went where it did.
Without a doubt. And again, this anything that's not someone else played well, like people take it so personally. You know what I mean? That it's somehow
Well, it's just-
anti-Daniels.
It's so out of control the
Yeah.
way people are.
And it's
are
great. I mean,
treating
I love having that problem where
discourse.
our guy is the golden boy and it's the best, and he is awesome. Me saying, hey, Bo Nix has played really good football for a month. I'll take Jaden Daniels every time. Thank you. I still want Jaden Daniels. I want nothing to do with Bo Nix. I'm glad our guy is here. Simply an acknowledgement. Another person has played well doesn't change anything about our guy. I promise you.
Yeah. One of them is decidedly a better prospect and has been since before the draft, and his name is Jaden Daniels. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. We are closing in on the 6:30 time frame, and we'll say goodbye tonight, and you go your way, we go ours for Halloween celebrations all over the place. Hopefully you and the kids, if you've got them, have something planned or you're passing out candy. If not, should be a fun evening. Next, here on the show, we'll get you a Capitals power play, and we're going to go around the NFL with some news and notes of the day. Remember, 40 more minutes with you on G&D, and then Caps hockey tonight on the Fan.